Hey truckers, today we're seeing part 2 of From Thug to Idol, Transmigrating to a Survival Show. Let's dive into the video. Jia couldn't bear to watch Jun's reevaluation stage. And when he was given 0 stars, she felt so bad that she wanted to turn back time and yell at the other mentors for being unfair to him. He lost his voice. Jia defended. Didn't mentor Jihyun make him sing over and over again? That's the reason why his voice had gone hoarse. Wei chuckled and patted Jia's back. Calm down, Jia. The mentors give out rankings based on their actual performance. Mentor Jihyun can't give him more stars just based on what he had shown during practice. But he did really improve in dancing, though, Nari said, trying to calm Jia down. Jia crossed her arms in front of her chest and glared at the TV. I'm not watching anymore. It's like the whole world is against Jun, she pouted. Are you sure? Sumin teased. We'll turn off the TV if you like. Jia snatched the remote from Sumin and clicked her tongue. But, whatever. They won the Signal song performance benefit anyway. Let's continue watching. She's gone insane, Nari whispered. Finally! That Jun guy got what he deserved. 0 stars Jun, he. I don't know why, but I really don't like this guy. It's because we can't see his face. That cat mask is hella weird. You guys are so mean. If he was handsome, then you wouldn't be throwing hate like this. This Jun guy is becoming my favorite. I don't like pretentious people. However, even if all classes are given the opportunity to shoot a performance video, it does not mean that you will have the same budget. Those with 5 stars will be given an unlimited budget for their performance, so they can use that for the costumes, effects, and the like. The budget for the video will lessen as the tiers go down, Miho said, and the ladies gasped. So, that's what happened? Nari asked. No wonder the quality regressed per star level. 0 stars were lucky that they had a funny stage, though. Jia clenched her fists in anger. Jun must have had such a hard time. Damn, Azure is really brutal. The 0-star trainees are both untalented and poor. I feel kind of bad for the lower-tier trainees. These 2 stars kind of gave up, though. It's not that fun to see. I bet the 0 stars will be the same. They only have $500, pft. Even my allowance is greater than that. Jia rested her elbows on her lap and watched intently when the 0 stars practice scene was being shown. Let's just rest, Jangmoon said. I'm tired of practicing the song over and over again. It's not like I'm going to improve in just one day. Where's the $500? CJ asked. Let's just use that to buy pizza and cheer ourselves up. Oh, uneasy face. I empathize with Jun. What the hell? Why are they speaking that way? Jun, cheer up. Why is Jun even trying so hard? They're going to lose anyway. Nari sniffed as she watched the scene where Jun continuously attempted to get the 0-star trainees to work harder for their Signal song performance. Azure used the sad editing technique for the scene, so the viewers couldn't help but empathize with Jun. I feel so bad for him. Sumin said. Why are they being like this? My Jun, Jiao whispered. Really, he must be really sad underneath his mask. She couldn't help but tear up as she watched the pitiful scene. It's as if he was the only one who wanted to continue on with their stage. Meanwhile, in that scene, Jun was actually cursing the trainees under his breath. However, since he was wearing his mask, the big wide eyes of the cat made him look so pitiful. Ah, really? I have to scold these trainees, Wei said. I hope tomorrow's going to get better. As the next scenes were shown, the Zero Stars situation was, indeed, not any better. There was only a day left for their performance, yet the trainees were still slacking off. Intense piano music played as June stood up, seemingly fed up with their attitudes. "Come here. All of you," June calmly said. The girls collectively gasped. They've never heard June use such a voice before. "Come here. Holy shit. Why is his aura so different? It's like he's a whole different person. Kind of scary. Damn, I kind of want to follow him too. Go, June. Show them who's boss." June took a step forward, and the piano music became even more intense as he stood in front of Jangmoon. Are they going to fight? Hell yeah. I want to see them throwing fists. Link your arms together, June said, still serious. Huh? Nari tilted her head to the side in confusion. So suddenly? I thought he was going to punch Jangmoon just now, Wei said. June wouldn't do that, Jia said. He's a pure person. The world is a shitty place, June started with a curse word. However, it was bleeped out by the production crew. The girls looked at each other with wide eyes. Did he just curse? Wei asked. What the hell? Nari started laughing. That's a first. I can't believe they even aired that. Ha 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 ha, a trainee cursed in front of the cameras? This is gold. He's really growing on me. TSK. No etiquette at all. Why do I like him so much? Read the latest stories nnovilbin.com. We're in a place where justice is only served for the rich. Some are given more resources. Some have nothing at all. However, what do we have most that they don't? Desperation. The girls listened intently. Xiao felt herself falling deeper in love with June with just those few words. Honestly, who doesn't want to win the benefit? I'm sure, deep inside your hearts, you want to be seen on TV while showing your talents. Why else would you come here and go through so much struggle? It's time for us to rise above mediocrity. We have the potential to be more than just trainees, we can be the best damn team this place has ever seen. But it starts with each and every one of us embracing our flaws. Let's power up. And let us always remember that true power lies not in strength alone but in the belief that we can achieve anything when we work together, refuse to give up, and strive for greatness. We can do this with just $500 and a dream. So, who's with me? Aw, Jia squealed. That was so fucking cool. Damn, Sumin said. Would you mind sharing your bias, Jia? Go stick to Zeth, Jia said. But I wouldn't mind if you give my June some extra stars, she giggled. At that moment, the ratings were crazily rising. The people who used to be indifferent toward June started taking a liking to him and his blunt personality. The other trainees watching at home were also fascinated by June's way of speaking. Zeth, who had gathered with his members from the third round, couldn't help but curse as June's little speech ended. This June kid's so cool, he complimented. Lin Ji, on the other hand, frowned as the scene replayed over and over inside his head. June's speech, it somehow sounded familiar. It reminded him of someone he once knew. You're so cool, big brother. Jangmoon sniffed as their scene finished. He cried like a baby when June told his little speech. I'm so sorry for being like that at first. I was just devastated that we were given less when we're already at the bottom. Me too, brother, CJ said, attacking June with a hug and nuzzling his face in June's neck. June pushed him away and glared at him. All right, I get it. It's over now, June said. Let's not talk about it anymore. But I'm really sorry. Jang-moon insisted. Here, have my kiss as my deepest form of apology. June looked at him with horror and pushed Akira to the front, causing Jang-moon to kiss Akira's cheek instead. Fuck! Akira screamed. What the hell? Why is it so wet? Brother, come here. Jang-moon insisted, chasing June around the small room. June got up and assumed a fighting stance. The other four watched them in amusement. Fortunately, Jang-moon got tired after a while and they were back to watching the episode. The filming of the 5-star trainees was currently being shown, yet the other guys were still not over June's little speech. But you were really cool right there, brother, Jisung said. The other guys didn't give you an easy time. Akira patted June's back. Good job, June. You've worked harder than anybody else. I bet Jae-young will have a change of heart once he sees the episode. June frowned. Right. Why does he even hate me? Akira shrugged. Jae-young's just like that. He's trained the longest out of all of us. He became a trainee at 14 years old and only debuted at 22. He witnessed a lot of younger and less talented trainees debut before him, so he doesn't like those who think being an idol is just a joke. I don't think like that, though, June responded. While it's true that June doesn't want to become an idol, he could never think of it as a joke. Especially with Mei Ling's life on the line. Akira chuckled. I guess you came off that way during the beginning. Especially with your little Meow Meow audition piece and bright pink mask. Right, Minx said. You were wearing a mask during the preliminary interviews too. We were the last ones to be interviewed during that time. Why do you wear a mask when it's an idol survival competition? They anticipated June's answer. June shrugged and answered nonchalantly. It's simple. I'm ugly, he said. Well, he's definitely not ugly. But the wounds and bruises he had incurred made him look abused. His dark circles and acne marks didn't help with his appearance either. Moreover, since he was too poor, he was too skinny for his own sake. This body looks much better now, though. Although June hasn't really paid much attention to his appearance for the past few days. He just kept using the skincare products that Grandma had given him. He's also planning to use his next level up for his visuals just in time for the next battle. However, the last mission was much harder than he had thought since his height was something he couldn't really control. Jang-moon went closer to him and stared into his eyes, scaring June a bit. You have really pretty eyes, though. June pushed him away once more. Just watch the show. Akira and Jisung looked at June with pity. Not only is he poor, he has self-esteem issues, too. Poor June. Akira wrapped his arms around June. Don't worry, brother. You wouldn't be the first K-pop idol with mediocre looks. You can still make it to the group. Gee, thanks, June said. Jisung hummed in agreement. And there isn't an ugly person in this world. I'm sure you have your own merits. June looked at their consoling faces and shook his head. It seemed like they really believed him when he said he was ugly. Well, whatever. June's not in the mood to explain that he was covering his face because of his wounds and bruises. The show was nearing its end, and the performance video of the 0 stars was finally shown. Initially, their performance was deemed humorous by the public. However, seeing the process of their hard work and effort, the public seemed to empathize with them more. I didn't realize this was such an emotional performance. The 0 stars, sad face. They worked really hard. My kitty June, where are the June haters now? They've grown quiet, huh? I have a newfound respect for June. I might give him some stars now. Although Rin still has my heart, love. Still ugly, though. Crazy commenter upstairs. You can't even see his face. Why would he cover it if he's handsome? They edited it so well, CJ said, touched. I should give Yena and Yi-Jin some gifts when we go back. Stupid, Jang-moon slapped the back of his head. Do you want to be accused of bribery? Ah, right. Sorry. Their performance finally ended, and the scene where the U-Watch views had been tracked was shown. The Zero Stars video started off slow, with just 5,000 views in the first hour. However, as time progressed, their views escalated the most, creating a very dramatic finish. The Zero-Star trainees couldn't help but cheer as they were hailed the winners. My mom is going to love this, CJ exclaimed. Jun nonchalantly watched the show, popping another Benbon gummy under his mask. Congratulations, host! You have accomplished the mission, increase height by at least 1 centimeter, current height, 177 centimeters. Please pick an aspect to improve. When Jun saw that pop up, he couldn't help but stand up in surprise. Before he even knew it, he clapped his hands and raised his hand in victory. Those Benbon gummies are actually effective. Jun smiled. He's finally more than the average height of Korean men. The 5 other guys were surprised to see him stand up. Jang-moon covered his mouth as he looked at Jun. Our big brother. He's secretly touched by our victory, too, huh? He was just acting cold a while ago. You must really be happy, brother, CJ said. You don't have to hide it from us. Akira and Jisung smiled. Turns out, Jun was much more of a tsundere than they had thought. Ah, those idiots. They didn't even know that Jun was celebrating a different victory. Visual, he muttered under his breath. Wise choice, host. Visual +1. Current grade, B-. Current stats. Vocals, A. Dance, C. Visual, B. Rap, E. New N0vel chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/IN co/M. Charm, E+. Leadership, C. Your missions are now being reset. 1. Cook for 5 people. 2. Rise through ranks, at least 5 ranks. 3. Earn a compliment from Mentor Gun. Jun looked at his new set of missions with a frown. The first 2 were very doable. He can even finish the first one tonight. The second one is also doable if his appearance in the second episode made a big enough impact. However, the third one sounded impossible. Mentor Gun would rather eat the sole of his shoe than compliment Jun. The episode's over, Jisung said. Should we head home, brother? Wait, Jun said, standing up. He might as well get the first mission over with. Stay here, Jun said. I'll cook you guys some dinner. The 5 boys looked at each other with surprise. You'll do that for us? Well, if it wasn't for the mission, Jun would have kicked them out already. Wait a second, Jun said. I'll buy some ingredients. He went out of the house before the others could refute. Brother Jun is so sweet, Jang-moon exclaimed. I can't believe I'll be able to taste his cooking. Can he cook, though? Minx asked. He's so skinny. I'm afraid he'll only feed us junk food. My mom will get mad. CJ clicked his tongue and slapped the back of Minx's head. You should be grateful that Brother Jun is even cooking for us. Jisung enthusiastically nodded his head. I can't wait to taste his cooking. Akira looked at the 4 guys one by one and concluded something. Do we all just find June really cute? Yup, they said in unison. June went to the 7-star convenience store to buy some ingredients for a late dinner. At first, he only thought of buying instant ramen and calling it a day, but Fu never really specified what cooking meant in the mission. He tried asking multiple times, but Fu seemed to be sleeping already. Therefore, in order to take the safe route, he decided to cook some hot pot instead. It was quick to cook, and the only stove he has in his room is a portable one, so it just checks out. Moreover, June was happy that he had grown 2 centimeters in less than a month, so he was going to take this time to celebrate. Are you cooking? Mr. Chang asked. June said. Give me a discount, will ya? It's for those little rascals at home. Mr. Chang chuckled and placed one of the meat packets inside the bag without ringing it up. You speak so harshly, yet I feel like you care for them. Here, he said, handing June the bag. Have a nice dinner. June clicked his tongue and nodded goodbye. He did not care for those annoying kids. June left the convenience store with a bag full of fresh ingredients. He kept his black mask and hood intact, humming to himself as he walked back. Holy fuck. He was humming the Signal song performance. That annoying song was actually stuck in his head now. June was too busy with his thoughts that he didn't realize he had already bumped into a group of young men, around the same age as this body, all smoking cigarettes. Watch where you're going, one of them yelled. He had red hair, so let's call him Red. Damn. They sure do have a temper. June bowed his head. Sorry, he said before quickly turning away from them. Wait a minute, the Mohawk boy said, holding onto June's wrist. Aren't you that idle kid? I'm surprised you're not dead yet, they burst into laughter. Do these people know him? Or rather, do they know Junho? I don't know who you are, June said. Hey, the blondie exclaimed. I'm sure you know us. We shared such a deep bond. You even used to run our errands when you were looking for companies to recruit you. Did you ever find one? Mohawk boy asked. I mean, with your shitty looks, skinny figure, and beat-up image, I wouldn't be surprised if you were rejected. He was accepted into one company, remember? Red said, reminiscing the past. But the recruiter believed everything we said when they conducted a home visit. Poor Junho. I really thought you would have died after that night. I lifted my head, finally meeting their eyes. Just then, June felt disconnected, as if he didn't belong in his own body. His head throbbed, and a wave of memories flooded his mind. He saw glimpses of a past filled with torment and pain. The memories were not his own but those of Junho, whose body he now inhabited. In his memories, these 3 men cornered the original body, Junho, in a dark alleyway. Junho struggled to defend himself as they ruthlessly beat him, leaving him bruised and bleeding. Then, laughter echoed in his mind as his tormentors taunted him with cruel words. The next few scenes were unclear, but it's as if Junho was being forced to do something he didn't want to do. June's hands trembled as he instinctively clutched his chest. Ah, do you remember us now? I remember how you cried to us back then, Red said. Thanks for being our client that night. New N0vel chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/IN/co/M. June pursed his lips together and clenched his fists. Mohawk boy was about to pat his shoulder, but June held onto his wrist and bent it, making the ugly guy scream in pain. Ah! Mohawk boy screamed. Red and Blondie looked at him with wide eyes. What the hell? Although this body was still pretty weak, it seemed like Junho's original strength and instincts came through whenever he felt he was in danger. Red was about to hit June's face when a familiar scream was heard from the end of the alley. Holy! Brother June! CJ screamed. The other four ran after him, quickly breaking the fight. What the hell do you think you're doing to our big brother? Jangmoon asked, looking down at the three problematic teens. Big brother? Blondie scoffed. This cowardly guy's your big brother? June's the most courageous out of all of us, Akira said. Watch what you're saying, kid. Kid? Red's eyes widened in anger. Let me show you who the kid is. Blondie raised his fist to hit Akira, but then a loud whistle was heard. They glanced at the source of the sound and found a roaming police officer shining a flashlight on them. What the hell are you kids doing this late at night? Red scoffed. Whatever. Let's just go. Mohawk Boy smirked and leaned closer to June. But don't think this is over yet. June frowned, taking a step back. This Junho kid went through much more trouble than he had expected. Are you all right? Jisung asked, on the verge of tears. I'm fine, I said. Let's go back and have hot pot. Minx's eyes brightened in delight. Hot pot? You know how to cook hot pot, brother? Just wait and see, he said, hoping they wouldn't bring up what just happened. That seemed to do the trick since the five of them followed June like little, lost dogs. Once they made it inside, June quickly prepared the items for the hot pot while they watched intently. He whipped up the ingredients for the sauce before chopping the dippable food items. The aroma of simmering broth filled the air as June stood proudly in front of the hot pot set up, surrounded by his amazed friends. Steam rose from the pot, carrying the tantalizing scent of various ingredients. What's that amazing smell? Did you hire a gourmet chef or something? Akira asked. Yeah, seriously. It smells like heaven, Jisung said, almost drooling. June chuckled. Dig in. They gathered around the table and started eating. Big brother, Jangmoon said, touched. This meat is so tender and flavorful. How can you be talented in this too? Of course, I'd know how to cook, June said. I've been living all alone. CJ pouted. Is that because your family is living far away? No, they're dead. Something like that, June answered. As they continued to eat, the trainees couldn't stop praising June's culinary skills with every mouthful. It somehow made June feel proud, and it reminded him of the times he used to cook for Mei Ling. That voracious eater also loved his cooking. Seriously, Jisung said. Is there anything you can't do? Dance, June seriously answered. The whole table turned silent before they burst into laughter. You're definitely better than Jangmoon, Akira joked, making June crack a smile. You're improving each day, though, Jisung said. You weren't like this during your audition. How can you learn to dance so fast? I don't know, June said. Our brother is very hardworking, CJ said, his mouth filled with chewed-up meat. Don't underestimate him. Congratulations. You have succeeded in the mission, cook for 5 people. Please pick an aspect to improve. Although June had improved a lot in dancing, there's no denying that he still isn't good. Dance. Wise choice. Dance +1. Current grade, C. Ah, right. I almost forgot, CJ said. Who were those thugs just now? They seemed like they knew you. Junho definitely does. But it would only bring June harm if he associated himself with such people. I don't know them. Welcome back, trainees. It's only been 5 days since I've last seen you, but it already feels like forever, Miho said, greeting the trainees as they entered the room. He was accompanied by Gun this time, which immediately instilled fear in the trainees. Today, there was an interim mission before the airing of the third episode. Apparently, this mission was supposedly going to help the Starlights get to know about the trainees more. "You've all gotten more handsome since the last time I saw you," Gun smiled. It seemed like being in the spotlight had given the trainees a different glow. All West ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. One trainee still looked the same, though. "That damn cat mask. It still gives Gun the creeps." "Welcome, welcome," Miho continued to greet. "Are you all settled?" "Yes, mentor. I'm sure most of you have learned about today's agenda," Gun said. "But you do not know the details yet. However, if you've watched the previous seasons, I'm sure you'll be familiar with this interim mission." Self-PR, Jisung whispered. "I don't like this already." Son Jisung, the young guy with social anxiety, shook in his boots when he realized they'll be doing live streams today. "What are you going to do?" CJ asked June. "Do you want to have a joint live stream and have a rap battle?" No. "I want to do a dance battle with Big Brother," Jangmoon said. June listened to them with deaf ears. These two are really confident despite their lack of skill. "What are you going to do?" Akira asked Jisung. I don't know," Jisung said. "I'm not good at speaking, so I just want to dance." The other trainees were already discussing what they were going to do among themselves. "Not so fast, trainees," Miho said. "You guys seem excited." Self-PR live streams. Every season of Rising Stars, the trainees were given chances to promote themselves in between the episodes of the show. The self-PR live streams were one of the most popular segments of the show. Azure partners up with YouWatch and creates 100 live streams where people can get to know the trainees more. Each trainee was given only 15 minutes for the live stream, so the trainees busted out everything they had for those few minutes. June even saw one of the trainees eating with his feet last year. He looked so crazy that he ended up getting eliminated on the first elimination. The trainee with the highest views by the end of the 15 minutes takes home a tangible benefit. It's not stars or anything like that. It's related to what they did in the live stream. For example, a trainee who dances will get new expensive speakers. Most of the time, Azure gave out a new phone too. Somehow, the same scenario that happens every year. Famous trainees will showcase their talents, and they'd garner the highest views, while low-ranked trainees try all desperate antics but still end up at the bottom. June wanted to win this one. Sure, there weren't any star benefits. But if it's like the other seasons, then June might be able to replace his old phone. "Settle down," Gun said in a stern voice, causing the room to go quiet. "This would not be like the past seasons," he added. Back then, trainees were given the freedom to showcase their talents without any limits. However, that gave the Starlights very similar content. In order to show the Starlights a variety of talents, trainees shall incorporate a chosen item in their respective live streams. "What does that even mean?" Eli whispered. "There are hidden items in this room and in the hallway, and you can pick out, at most, 2 items to use in your live stream. This does not have to be the sole topic of your live stream, but you must incorporate them in order to become eligible for the price." No wonder there were so many weird items in the hallway a while ago. June even saw a set of balloons just right outside. What was Azure expecting them to do? Produce a clown show? June looked around the room and saw a speaker on top of the tall post. Well, looks like he's not going to be able to reach that. "I'm going to get that speaker and have a rap battle by myself," CJ said, determined. "Keep dreaming, brother," Jangmoon said. "You're too short." "On your marks," Gun said, and the trainees prepared to run. "Get set, go!" Almost everybody ran up to the speaker. However, having golden hands, Zeth was able to get it. "Sweet," he smiled, already planning to do a dance cover challenge compilation for his live stream. Rin quickly took the toy microphone next to the other real microphones. "Let's have fun with this one." A busking-type live stream was best suited for a vocalist like him. Leo pouted when Rin got the microphone. He settled for a sketch pad instead. He was also quite talented in drawing, so he could showcase that to the starlights too. Jangmoon and CJ had a brawl in the middle of the room, wanting to take the flower crown. "This'll be pretty on me," CJ said. "The only reason why this will look good on you is because your face resembles dirt. Other than that, this suits me better," Jangmoon retaliated. Other trainees started looking for their second items, quite dissatisfied with the first items they got. June leaned against the wall and observed the room. However, he suddenly felt something behind his back. He stopped leaning for a second and found a bunny hat behind him. It was one of those hats that would go up once you press the pause. "The hell?" he whispered. This was one of those popular hats that idols would use to act cute in front of their fans. EGO, was it? June could not act cute for his life. However, it seemed like the other trainees liked the bunny hat since he suddenly became the target of many. "Are you sure you want that, June?" "June, my man." "Hey, June. You like cats, right? You're not a bunny guy, aren't you?" "June. June. June. June." June's eyes widened in surprise. It's like he's being chased by those seagulls from Finding Nemo. June ran away before he got devoured by the trainees that wanted his bunny hat. He looked at the fluffy piece of cloth with disdain. "Why do they like you so much?" He tried placing it on, but it couldn't fit his head because of his cat mask. Instead, it just awkwardly sat on top of the cat ears. Well, this was useless. This didn't suit someone like him. Someone prettier or cuter would suit this item more, someone like Jisung or Minx. He placed the bunny hat over his shoulder and rested one of his hands against a small table. However, instead of a flat surface, there was a huge dent underneath the tablecloth. June quickly removed the tablecloth and saw a pair of shoes underneath. Not just any kind of shoes. They were ballet shoes. June tilted his head to the side in confusion. Is this one of the items? Most probably. Why else would it be horribly hidden underneath the tablecloth? June glanced at the timer and saw there were only 5 minutes left until the end of the item hunt. He decided to walk back to his spot while racking up some ideas on what to do with his items. "I can't find any more items," CJ whined. "I guess I'm stuck with these darts or something." "At least you can show off your non-existent skills," Jangmoon said. "I have a book." "What the hell am I going to do? Read to the audience?" Akira chuckled, holding a strange instrument. "Lucky me. I found something I can play." "What's that?" June asked. "It's a koto," Akira responded. "It's a zither instrument, similar to a guitar and a harp. It's a good thing my mom forced me to learn this instrument when I was younger. Now, I can show off my skills." It was similar to China's guzheng. It was used in folk or traditional court music. June can already imagine Akira singing while playing the instrument. It would make a pretty neat combination. "I'm so unlucky," Minx pouted, holding up a human head. June jumped in surprise. "What the hell is that? A mannequin head?" CJ chuckled. "You don't know this one, brother? It's the mic they use for ASMR. ASMR? June asked. The hell was that? You're such an oldie at heart, Akira chuckled. It's famous on you watch. I don't get why you're complaining, Minx. This would create a good live stream. You can try different triggers while whispering to the starlights. June frowned. Oh, it's that weird fetish with whispering? It's not a fetish. Jang Moon exclaimed. I use it to help me sleep. Just then, Jisung joined them empty-handed. His hands were still shaking, scared from the thought of doing a casual livestream with the starlights. Jisung was used to performing on stage, and although he usually got nervous before the start of a performance, he becomes a different person during the actual performance. However, since this was something that didn't involve performing and focused more on talking, his social anxiety was gradually getting worse. You don't have an item yet? Akira asked. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. Jisung nodded, anxious. He glanced at the timer and saw there were only less than 3 minutes left. I don't know what I'm going to do, he said. Who has an extra item? Akira asked. He looked around until his eyes landed on June's items. Whoa, Jang Moon exclaimed. You're so lucky, brother. You could dance and act cute in front of the starlights. June grimaced. That's 2 things he isn't good at. These are ballet shoes, June stated the obvious. Do you know how to dance ballet? He asked Jisung. I'm ballet trained, Jisung said. It's one of my dance foundations. June unhesitatingly gave him the ballet shoes. Then, use this. It's not like June could dance ballet. He'd only end up humiliating himself if he used the item. Really, brother? Jisung asked with wide eyes. Just thinking about having the chance to perform ballet in front of the starlights already eased his mind. Yes, it's fine, June said. Aw, I really don't know what to do with my stream, Minx suddenly whined. I don't like ASMR. June placed the bunny hat on top of Minx's head and squeezed its paws. The ears went up while Minx looked at June with wide eyes. It suits him well. Keep this one, then, June said. If it makes you feel better. Are you sure? Minx asked. June nodded. It doesn't fit my head. Akira frowned. Then, what are you going to use? There were merely 30 seconds on the clock, and June had given all his items away. He glanced around the room until his eyes landed on a familiar material. That one, June pointed. What? His friends exclaimed. What the hell are you going to do with that one? CJ asked. June shrugged, taking the large item and placing it next to him. I'm quite good at this one. All right, trainees. Time is up. Miho exclaimed. Please go back to your original spots. The trainees went back to their original spots and waited for the next instructions. Gun and Miho observed the room as the trainees organized themselves. Miho chuckled when he saw one of the trainees with a princess tiara and wand. What is that trainee going to do with a basket of fruits? Gun asked. Probably a mukbang, Miho responded. Azure is really crazy. I'd be miserable if I ended up with an ASMR mic. Well, it's a good thing he has bunny ears with him, Gun said. It suits him as the youngest trainee in the competition. I guess some trainees are just luckier than others, Miho said, looking at the higher-ranked trainees who all had decent items. Gun narrowed his eyes at June, who stood at the back of the room. What is that? He asked. Miho frowned while looking at June's large item. Cleaning supplies? Meanwhile, the janitor in the next room frantically searched for his rags and soaps. Where the hell are my cleaning supplies? Who placed cleaning supplies as part of the hidden items? Yenna asked, frustrated at the production team. The crew members started pointing at each other. The intern, Anne, who always seemed to run into June, sighed and raised her hand. What? Yi-Jean asked. Are you insane? It's not part of the hidden items, and explained. Someone in their right mind wouldn't even think of that. I just spilled my coffee and borrowed the janitor's cleaning cart. I left it there since I got busy preparing the live stream. I didn't know a trainee would even get it. Yi-Jean massaged the bridge of her nose. Well, that June kid definitely isn't ordinary. What should we do now? I say, we just let it be? Yenna suggested. He doesn't have any other item. Besides, I'm also curious about what he'd do with cleaning supplies. All right, Yi-Jean sighed in agreement. Let's get this thing started then. Loyal Rising Stars viewers waited in anticipation after the announcement that the trainees' self-PR live streams were going to be aired this afternoon. As usual, the three friends huddled in their own laptops inside their university library. It was their final exam this week, yet the fangirl's life still did not stop. Yes, there were only 3 of them. Since Jia was unlucky enough to have an exam scheduled in the afternoon, she couldn't join her friends for the live streaming event. Wait for me, June. Jia thought as she pressed the numbers on the calculator harshly. She was already cursing her professor and wishing him a lifetime's worth of bad luck. T/his chapter is up.d by nvel bin.co/m. Sumin immediately clicked on Zeth's livestream, his striking blue hair and wide smile being shown on the thumbnail. Hey, guys! Zeth exclaimed. Oh, you're filling in this stream so fast. I can't believe 1,000 of you are already in here. Zeth, Sumin whispered, falling in love with his boyish charms. I'll give you the world if I could. We don't have much time to talk, but I hope you still enjoy this stream. I'll be doing dance covers with you, guys. Zeth moved back and started playing the trending idol songs on social media. It was supposed to be a random playlist, yet he knew each and every song that was played. Nari, on the other hand, clicked on all 3 live streams of the Raven members. She knew she couldn't focus on all 3 of them, but who cares? She was staring at 3 handsome men on her tiny screen. What more could she ask for? Jae-young, who found some dumbbells, gave the viewers some exercising techniques. His toned body and strong biceps were being flaunted on screen, melting the hearts of many. Evan, on the other hand, was lucky to pick a guitar. He wasn't the best at playing it, but he could play simple chords, just enough to serenade the starlights. Although he was deemed the most unpopular member, ranking lower than his other members, Akira garnered the most viewers because of his unique livestream. OMG! Is that a Kyoto? I've only ever seen one in anime shows. That's so cool! Akira's so handsome. His voice is very nice too. Akira smiled as he read some of the comments. I'll sing more songs for you, guys. So, stay here with me, okay? Wei, who was a fan of timid-looking boys, couldn't pick who to watch. She first clicked on Lin Ji's live stream but found that he was teaching the viewers how to speak Chinese using a whiteboard. Wei would have loved to tune in. But she's of Chinese descent. She got bored after watching for a few minutes. So, she settled on one of the trainees who was starting to crawl up her bias list, Jisung. Ah, hello, guys, Jisung shyly said, a pink tint on his cheeks. I'm new to this kind of thing, so please bear with me. So cute! Wei quietly exclaimed. What are you going to do today, Jisunji? Please dance soon. I love your dance. Yes, yes, Jisung said. I'm going to dance ballet today. Omo! Ballet? What did we do to deserve this? I can't wait to see it. Now that it was their third week, Jisung became increasingly popular after an edit of his audition was posted on Licklock, a popular application for sharing short videos. As a result, Jisung was in the top 10 trainees with the most viewers in their live streams. To be exact, he currently has 75,000 viewers. I'm going to be dancing a routine I learned in ballet school, Jisung continued. But I learned it when I was very young, so please bear with me. As he was about to stand up, he realized that he didn't get to thank the person who allowed him to put on a ballet performance. He shyly sat back down, clearing his throat as he prepared to talk. I have one more thing to tell you, guys. Tell us anything, Jisunji. Go ahead, our baby. Honestly, I was really unconfident during the start of this mission, but one of my brothers was kind enough to give me these ballet shoes as an item. I want to thank June for being such a good friend and for selflessly giving his item to me. June? That masked guy? OMG. June? I like that guy. Right. I remember they were both in 3 stars when the show just started. Wei straightened her back. June? Oh, Jia would love this. So, if you guys want to support me, please head to June's live stream after my dance. He has a pretty interesting item, Jisung hinted. Wei watched Jisung gracefully dance to a Nutcracker song, and she was amazed by how broad his dancing background was. However, as much as she was amazed, she couldn't get her mind off what Jisung had said a while ago. To satiate her curiosity, Wei muted Jisung's live stream before clicking June's. Wei exclaimed in shock, causing the librarians and other library-goers to turn her way. Shoo! She covered her mouth with the back of her hand to stifle her giggles. All the other trainees picked locations in the training grounds, some were in the living room, kitchen, hallways, and other reasonable areas. What was June doing in the bathroom in front of a toilet? These guys don't know how to flush after themselves, so it's best to use bleach to clean it. This one's an expensive kind, he said in a serious voice before pouring some of the bleach on the inside of the toilet. And he's giving people cleaning advice? Sumin! Nari! You guys need to watch this. Is this how you do it? June asked the cameraman filming him. Yes, the cameraman said. Isn't this kid 21 years old? Doesn't he know how live streaming works? So, like this? June asked, pressing random buttons on the screen. The live stream is already ongoing, trainee. Oh, June said. Ha 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 ha. So funny right from the start. Junie. When are you going to reveal your face? What's with all the text floating around? Is it usually like this? The cameraman stayed silent this time. These are for you, June. We're your fans. Fans? Hi, I guess. What are y'all doing here? To watch your live stream, dummy. I'm forever a fan of June. We need more people like you in the idol industry. Junie. You ignored my question. When are you going to reveal your face? Any advice for a college girl taking her final exams today? Advice for final exams? June read. I honestly don't know. Don't cram your lessons. And don't review on the day of the exams itself. June didn't study much when he was still in high school. Granted, he got into a lot of trouble when he was younger. However, he had pretty good grades while he was studying. He even made it into the top 10 of his batch despite being a working student. What are you going to do today? Right, June said. I almost forgot about that. We are supposed to use our chosen items today for the live stream. We already know. What's your item? You guys need to come with me, June said, walking away from his original place. Whoa, where are we going? It's like I'm in those POV videos. Why are we moving? We're here, June said, opening the plastic door and focusing the camera on one of the trainees' shared toilets. The cameraman's eyes widened when June suddenly put on cleaning gloves. What is this kid doing? Ha 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 ha, what the hell? The fucking toilets? Keek keek. I was scrolling through the live streams when I suddenly saw a toilet. What is this? I'll place you guys here, June said, placing the phone on top of the toilet. These are the items that I picked, he said, pointing to the brushes, rags, bleaches, and soaps at the side. How could a trainee pick this? Is this really part of the hidden items? I'll give you guys some tips on how to clean toilets at home. I'm sure your parents, wives, or roommates will be impressed by how white and shiny your toilets will be after you use these tips. First of all, you guys need gloves. You can't clean the toilet without gloves, especially if it's shared. Look, the sides are already yellowing, June said, observing the interior of the toilet. He's seriously giving toilet cleaning tips. This June guy is so unserious, he. I'm dying. Why is he so serious about this? These guys don't know how to flush after themselves, so it's best to use bleach to clean it. This one's an expensive kind, June said, pouring the bleach into the toilet. Then, this is where most people are wrong. They start scrubbing right away. You need to wait for at least 5 minutes to let the bleach soak. That way, it'd be the whitest toilet ever. Before the cameraman could realize it, he was already listening intently to June's advice. He definitely needed to tell his wife some of these tips. However, if you don't have this type of bleach, you can also make one at home for a much lower price. You can mix a tablespoon of baking soda and a cup of white vinegar instead. That's what I use at home too. Our thrifty king. Thanks, June. My mom came in and thought I was watching something useful for once. My mom approves. She's watching with me. Let's read some comments while we're waiting for this to soak, June said, removing his gloves. I love you, June. Please tell me you're legal. LL new rise at N0V/LBI/.cm. I'm 21 years old, June said. You guys can see that on my profile. What is your real name? My real name? I can't tell you guys that. You can keep calling me June. What's your desired position in the group? All-rounder? June joked. But right now, it'd be the main vocalist. As expected. Your voice is so pretty. I can't wait for the episode tomorrow. The people who watched it live said you guys were really good. June. This'll be the last time I'll be asking this. Please pay attention to me. When are you going to do a face reveal? A face reveal? June asked. Would you guys like that? Yes. Yes. When will it be? Do it now. It's alright even if you aren't handsome/3. I'll do it on. Time's up, the cameraman said. And just like that, the screen turned black. You need to return to the main room now, kid. All right, June said. Shall I take these back with me? He asked, referring to the cleaning supplies. Just then, the janitor, who took a huge dump, came out from one of the toilets. There's my cleaning supplies. I'll leave it here then, June said, swiftly leaving the bathroom. As the two of them walked back to the main room, the cameraman complimented June. "Those were some pretty good advice, kid," he said. "I hope you get good results." I didn't get to see the view count before it ended. Meanwhile, the staff couldn't believe their eyes in the tallying room. Is this really real? Zeth didn't win? Or Casper? Or even Jae-young? Gun asked, still in disbelief. "Please announce it to the trainees," Yena said. "Here's the price." She handed Miho a bag of something. "Let's go," Miho said, pulling Gun back to the stage. "You announce it," Gun said. "I don't want to say his name." Miho chuckled and shook his head in amusement. The training center was excited as the trainees gathered around the stage, eagerly awaiting the winner's announcement for the live stream mission. "The moment we've all been waiting for is finally here. The results are in, and we have a winner for the live stream mission," Miho exclaimed. The trainees clapped and cheered, exchanging nervous glances with each other. "I think it'll be Zeth or Casper. I only had around 200,000 viewers by the end of it all," Akira said. 200,000? Jang Moon exclaimed. "Boy, I had 15,000. "How many did you have?" Rin asked Zeth. "Around 450,000? Rin scoffed. "I had 400,000. "How about you, June?" Jisung asked. "How many did you get?" "I don't know," June honestly said. "And the winner, with the most viewers during the live stream, is none other than June. He garnered over 600,000 viewers with his cleaning live stream. Let us congratulate him," Miho announced. Surprised gasps and cheers erupted from the trainees around June. "What? That dude won? What did he do again? Cleaning live stream? Congrats, brother," Jisung sincerely said. "You deserved it." June tuned out all of their cheering. Instead, he focused his gaze on the prize that Miho was holding. "Come up here and claim your prize, June." He wasted no time in walking to the front. Miho gave him the heavy paper bag with a wide smile. June felt excited. He was finally going to get a new phone. As he opened the paper bag, expecting to find a valuable reward, he was taken aback by what he saw inside. His smile slowly faded as he pulled out a stack of the expensive bleach he used in the live stream. "This has got to be a joke." "I can't believe you won bleach," Akira said, continuing to tease June. June, on the other hand, didn't find the situation amusing at all. He was given 5 bottles of bleach. They couldn't even give him anything else. "This one's the expensive kind, brother," Jisung comforted June. "My mom likes this brand but doesn't think it's practical because other brands are cheaper." Find updates on n/v/elbin.co/m. June absent-mindedly gave him 1 bottle. "Here. Take 1 home." Jisung's eyes brightened up. "Are you sure?" "Hey, that's unfair," Akira whined. "My mom likes this brand too. Although she's in Japan." "Then take 1 too," June said, handing Akira 1 bottle. Akira and Jisung looked at each other with glee. As expected, June is the best. Akira retrieved his phone from his pocket and started scrolling through Navel. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw June's cat mask on the front page. "Brother, look," he exclaimed, bringing the phone to June's face. "You're on the front page." "What?" June asked, reading the headline title. "Toilet Talented Trainee Flushes the Competition with Hilarious Cleaning Tips." Akira and Jisung burst into laughter. They did a great job in making the title, Jisung complimented. Hey, look! Akira said, pointing to one of the reposts in the article. The bleach brand even left a comment. Read it out loud, brother. June sighed and read the comment. Hey, June! These are some pretty useful tips. Hit us up, and we'll give you a lifetime worth of supply of products. And after the competition, let's see if we can work together. Jisung's and Akira's eyes widened in surprise. This is nuts. I think you just landed yourself a brand deal, Akira exclaimed. It's a shame you can't accept it yet, though, Jisung said. But hey! You get a lifetime supply now. Don't forget us, brother. June let out a deep breath. He definitely did not need more bleach. Most of the trainees gathered in the cafeteria after the live stream mission. The place was packed with trainees, so CJ and Jangmoon sat at the farthest table. One thing about Azure is that they never disappoint with their food. I feel sorry for my mama, but these cafeteria ladies are better than her, CJ said, stuffing a piece of sausage in his mouth. Tell me about it, Jangmoon said, his mouth full. I can't believe June won the mission, CJ said. He was supposed to be our zero-star brother, but he's becoming so popular so fast. You're right about that, another voice chimed. CJ and Jangmoon lifted their heads and found Zeth and Rin hovering above them. The two of them looked at the 5-star trainees with wide eyes. Sure, they've seen each other in the hallways and in the training room, but this was the very first time they actually interacted closely with each other. Mind if we sit here? Rin asked. The other tables are full. Go ahead, Jangmoon squeaked. Not long after, Hoon, who couldn't find a table, was called over by CJ and Jangmoon. Yo, Hoon! Over here, CJ called out. Hoon was about to ignore the two of them, but then he saw Rin and Zeth sitting at their table. So, he put on a smile and went to sit down with them. The 5-seater table was now full. CJ and Jangmoon exchanged glances at each other, not finding the courage to talk since two prestigious trainees were in their presence. Zeth noticed their hesitancy and nudged Jangmoon's shoulder. You guys can speak normally. Rin and I will leave after eating. Rin nodded in agreement. Hoon scoffed. Since when did the two of you act this shameful? For all I know, you don't have shame. Jangmoon and CJ reflected upon themselves. That's right. They're shameless. With that, they started talking like the other three weren't even there. As I was saying, Brother June is improving so fast. It feels unfair since we started at 0 stars together, CJ said. I know! Jangmoon exclaimed. But Big Brother deserves it. Is June a good person? Zeth suddenly asked. He has been curious about the masked guy ever since he saw him during the auditions. But they never really had the chance to interact since then. Yes! Jangmoon and CJ exclaimed in unison. Our brother is an angel in disguise. Although, don't tell him that. He doesn't want to be fawned over. What's so good about him? Hoon suddenly asked. He doesn't take this competition seriously. That's what I thought in the beginning, too, Jangmoon said. But he does work hard. And although he doesn't show it much, I feel like he cares a lot about the people around him. There are some times when I find him scary, though, CJ said. But I think that's one quality that makes him a good leader. Hoon clicked his tongue. You're just saying that because you guys won the Signal Song Performance Challenge. And we wouldn't have done it without June, CJ defended. You guys got lucky, Hoon retorted. Besides, how can you trust a guy who hasn't even shown his face? What if he's a criminal or something like that? Hey, don't speak about June like that, Jang-moon defended. He has some issues. That's why he doesn't want to show his face. Issues? Rin asked. CJ gestured for them to come closer. Don't tell this to anyone. But June has some self-esteem issues. What do you mean by that? Zeth asked. He's ugly, Jang-moon bluntly said, causing CJ to slap him. You're not supposed to tell them that. Oh, Jang-moon's eyes widened in surprise. Right. Right. I'm sorry. I take that back. Forget about everything I've said. Hoon frowned. You guys have seen his face, too? CJ frowned. Hoon cleared his throat. I mean, already. You've seen his face already? No, CJ shook his head. He only told us. But at the end of the day, who cares? Looks are overrated. Hoon smirked, leaning back against his chair. Hoon didn't see his face clearly in the bathroom that day but recalled that June's face was bruised and red. But now, it's confirmed. He's ugly, I can't believe this is how our reunion will be like, Sasha said, sitting next to Lala with a bowl of chips in her hand. If our fans knew the three of us came together just to watch Rising Stars, they'd go ballistic, Lala said, turning on the TV. Shall we take a selfie, then? Mimi asked, coming out from her bedroom with a fresh face mask on her face. With these looks? Lala chuckled, pertaining to their bare faces and baggy sleepwear. There's no way in hell. At the end of the day, we're still idols. The three members of Girls' Evolution gathered in Mimi's apartment to watch the third episode of Rising Stars. It was quite weird to watch the show they once participated in, but they couldn't resist Mimi's invitation, especially when she told them the boys would be performing some of their songs. Are you sure they're going to perform our songs? Sasha asked. Of course, Mimi said. It's in the teasers, too. Don't you watch the show? Nope, Sasha said. This drama filming is taking up all my time. I've seen some clips here and there, Lala responded. Some trainees from my company are joining, so I watched their audition. Casper, was it? He's really good. Yeah, he's good, Mimi said. But there's another trainee that caught my eye. Oh, Lala teased. Is he handsome? You only like handsome guys. I'll show him to you, Mimi said. The episode started with the trainees choosing their respective teams. Mimi looked for a familiar pink mask but only saw him for a millisecond. Oh, this is a good team, Sasha said as Zeth's team was created. Their ranks are no joke. Where's your bias, Mimi? Lala asked. Wait, Mimi frowned. They're not showing him. There's the kid from my company. Lala exclaimed. He's quite handsome, isn't he? Is he your bias, Mimi? Nope, Mimi said, surprising Lala. Casper definitely suited Mimi's taste. Ooh. There he is. Mimi pointed at June, causing her two friends to look at the screen with disbelief. Who? That Akira guy from Raven? Sasha clarified. No, dummy, Mimi chuckled. That guy, June. Isn't he cute? Girl, you can't even see his face, Lala said. Wait, Sasha exclaimed. I think I've seen him before. Is he the center of the Signal song performance that kept on airing? The one that went viral? Exactly, Mimi said. That's him, my bias. Lala and Sasha chuckled. You've officially lost it. Have you developed a furry fetish or something? No, Mimi said. I just felt his aura when I went to film that special episode reaction with them. He didn't even look my way. You won't even know if he's looking your way. He has a freaking mask that covers his entire face. Sasha retorted. Aw, whatever. You guys are going to see why I like him soon. It seems like his team isn't good at all, though, Lala observed. Those rankings, the highest one is Ben and next to him is Akira, who isn't even in the top 20. And to make matters worse, they're actually competing with Casper's team. Look, the comments even agree. Congrats to Casper's and Jaeon's team. I watched the show because of the toilet guy. Poor him. I really liked his live stream too. Why are y'all being Debbie Downers? There might be a twist in the results. As the songs were being revealed, the Girls' Evolution members couldn't help but reminisce about their past. Ah, Rebel Queens, our last comeback, Lala said, placing her hand over her heart. That was when we were aware that our contract was ending soon. I still can't believe our contract wasn't extended yet. Those boys that debuted in the second season did, Sasha exclaimed. They're still active now, too, she bitterly added. Lucky bastards, Mimi said. Then, it was time for June's team to reveal their song. The comment section went crazy as soon as their song was revealed. Mermaid Melodies? That girly-ass song? Ha 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 ha. Aw, really? Why is June so unlucky? Yes, unlucky June. He's like a black cat. OMG. He's really like a black cat. His personality resembles one too. And he's got the luck of a black cat. From losing his voice in the reevaluation song, to being demoted to 0 stars, to getting the cleaning supplies, and now with Mermaid Melodies. Geez, this is a tough song for a boy group to perform, Lala said. It was even hard for me to promote back then because it was too bubbly. But the lyrics are kind of dark, Mimi said. It's based on the real Little Mermaid story, not the one that Disney made. But the vibe is still very summery and girly. I wonder how they arranged the song. Let's just hope they did a good job. The show continued, airing the performances of the different teams. The Girls' Evolution members couldn't wait to watch the rendition of their songs. Oh, here it is! Lala exclaimed. Casper's team is going first. I hope they put on a good performance. They didn't receive the best feedback from the judges, but they're all talented, so I'm looking forward to it, Mimi said. King's performance started, and the Girls' Evolution members were impressed right off the bat. Whoa, this is really good. I didn't expect any less from trainees with high ranks. I feel so proud watching this as a Girls' Evolution stan. Wow, that was really good, Lala clapped her hands as soon as their performance was finished. Mimi, on the other hand, felt anxious since she really wanted June's team to win. June's team entered the arena, and the comment section was filled with confused remarks. HNG? Aren't they going to perform Mermaid Melodies? What's with these outfits? It's too fierce looking. OMG! We manifested it. June is wearing a black cat mask. Holy, Sasha exclaimed. They don't look like they're going to perform Mermaid Melodies at all. How the hell did they arrange this song? Lala asked. What do you think, Mimi? On the other hand, Mimi couldn't take her eyes away from June. Mimi? Lala said, snapping her fingers in front of her face. However, Mimi remained unfazed, her eyes practically shooting hearts at June. Find new Tories on nov/elbin.com. Sasha chuckled and shook her head. I think we've lost her, Lala. Mimi smiled, her eyes never leaving June. "Aw. He's so handsome." Mimi squealed. "You can't see his face." Lala and Sasha exclaimed in unison. "Shut up." "His eyes were handsome." "I saw it through his mask," Mimi exclaimed, her eyes still on the screen. "She's gone crazy," Lala whispered to Sasha. "I can still hear you, guys." As Team Abyss assumed their positions, the training process was first shown. It started with the interim evaluation. The training room was a bundle of nerves. Azure's tension-filled editing style made the audience watch on the edge of their seats. "I remember this feeling," Lala said. "Mentor Gun is still as scary as ever." "Oh, you were one of his favorites," Mimi retorted. "I, on the other hand, had to earn his respect." I could see he feels the same way with this group. The camera panned to capture the trainees' performance, but something seemed off. "Wait, they're performing our song, right?" Lala asked. Sasha squinted at the screen. "Looks like it. But why does it feel like they're performing it on another planet?" Lala chuckled. "I can already sense the internet exploding with memes about this." The trainees struggled with synchronization, some were out of tune, and their choreography was far from polished. Awkward glances and hesitant moves filled the performance, creating an almost comical spectacle. Is this a cover or a cosmic joke? My expectations are officially buried. They turned our bop into a flop. Someone call 911 because this is an emergency. I'm scared they might break the space-time continuum with this performance. Sasha burst into laughter. "Oh goodness, these comments are brutal." "Well, to be fair, this is quite something," Lala trailed off. "You're judging them too quickly," Mimi said. "Just watch." "Girl, we are watching," Sasha chuckled. The trainees on screen finally wrapped up their performance to a mix of scattered applause from the trainees and bewildered expressions from the judges. Then, it switched to the next scene, where the team merely sat in silence. Although the girls weren't there, they could still feel the tension in the air. "Are they just going to sit there?" Mimi asked. "Do something, please." Just then, the camera panned over to June, and he was seen bringing out a red pack from his bag. He started going through the gummies one by one, slipping them into his mask at an appalling speed. "What are those?" Lala asked. "Those look familiar. I also ate those when I was younger." "Wait, Bendin gummies? Bendin gummies? The one that makes you taller?" "Ha ha 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 ha, June surprises me every minute. Brother, I'm an 18-year-old teenage boy who eats this too." It's reassuring to see an idol who also wants to improve his height. The three girls burst into giggles. "Okay, this June guy is pretty cute," Lala admitted. "See?" Mimi boasted. "Their performance is still shit, though," Sasha snorted. As the frustrating scenes continued, Akira was seen leaving the room. Then, a personal interview was shown. Akira just sat there in silence before tears started streaming from his eyes. "Aw, poor guy," Lala said. "We promoted with them too, right? When we disbanded, they just newly debuted." "I remember this guy," Mimi said. "He was so full of life then. He must be struggling a lot." Sad piano music started playing, and the words, "Why are you crying?" were shown on the screen. Akira sniffed. "I don't know. It's just been really tough for the last couple of days. Actually, it's been very difficult for us to come here, Raven, that is. We thought we would be promoting for a long time after all those years of training, but in the end, our group still disbanded." Then, we got a lot of hate for joining this show. People are saying it's quite unfair for us to be competing with trainees without experience. But we're also trainees too. We're no longer idols, he continued. And to make matters worse, my teammates are in a different group. I really thought Jaeyoung would pick me, too, he whispered. After that, the scene shifted to him sitting all alone in the lounge room, still quietly crying. "Aw, my baby Akira. You're going to debut. Mark my words. Vote for Akira, you guys. You just can't expect to always be picked by your team members. It's why you're the most unpopular member here." "Aw, really? Why do haters exist?" Sasha sniffed, causing her two friends to turn to her. "Wait, you're crying?" Lala asked. Sasha nodded, tears brimming in her eyes. She could actually relate to Akira. Before joining Rising Stars, Sasha was also part of a small K-pop group. They definitely weren't as famous as Raven, but she could still relate to his words. Mimi rubbed her back, comforting her dear friend. Just then, the scene showed Jun coming out of the room. He sat in the lounge area, appearing to be in deep thought, when he suddenly noticed Akira. He stood up and sat beside him, seemingly comforting him. "Wait, Shu!" Mimi exclaimed. "Jun's on screen." "We weren't even speaking," Lala chuckled. "Shu!" There was a moment of silence before Jun started speaking. Read latest chapters at no.vel bin/.c/o/m only. You did so much to protect the things you love, but it just seemed futile in the end. All the hard work, sacrifices, and kiss-assing you've done are all lost. But there's nothing we can do but face whatever's handed to us. Because in this way, we're protecting what we love, too. In your case, it's your dreams. His mini-speech was shown, and Mimi felt herself falling deeper for Jun. "Kaya! That was so cool," Mimi exclaimed, placing her hand over her beating chest. "He sounds like a really good guy," Lala complimented. "I'm starting to see his appeal now." After that, Jun's and Akira's conversation in Japanese was also shown. The three girls looked at each other with wide eyes. "He speaks Japanese," Mimi slowly said. However, deep inside, she was already losing her mind. "Oh goodness. You like him even more, huh?" Mimi enthusiastically nodded. Jun is an angel in human form. Us Akira stans have officially adopted Jun. Did you see the way he looked at Akira? My heart can't handle it. Fangirls are really crazy. He's wearing a cat mask, for goodness sake. Jun's comforting presence is giving me life. And just like that, Jun trended on Navel once again. Hashtag Jun the Angel Kitty. Their stage is about to start. Mimi exclaimed. "Stay quiet, guys. We need to pay attention to this." Lala and Sasha looked at Mimi like she'd gone crazy. "You're the noisiest out of us three," Lala said. Mimi ignored her statement and focused on the screen. "Just another mediocre performance. Let's see if they can prove me wrong. Yan, wake me up when something interesting happens. Can't wait to be unimpressed. My expectations are so low, they're practically in the Earth's core. Let's see if they can dance better than I do in the shower." Spoiler, they won't. The screen turned black before Jun's cat silhouette was shown on screen. "Mafia melodies," Jun whispered, and the girls were immediately enamored. Honestly, Sasha and Lala also had low expectations, but as their performance progressed, they were stunned to silence. Team Abyss radiated confidence and determination, capturing viewers' attention with their synchronized and well-distributed parts. "Wow," Lala said. I never expected this. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I already like their rendition better, Sasha admitted. And as the chorus approached and June started singing, they were even more stunned. Oh my goodness. Your bias has such a pretty voice, Lala exclaimed. Mimi watched the screen in awe, her mouth agape and her eyes wide. She knew June had excellent potential based on the first few episodes, but he exceeded her expectations with this performance. The camera focused on June as he hit an impressive high note, causing Lala to lean forward, her eyes widening. Did you hear that? That's some next-level vocal control. Okay, they might be onto something. My kitty June, suck it, haters. June's the fucking best. Wait, did I just wake up in a parallel universe? Is this actually good? Reflects in the shower. Yeah, I definitely can't do that. The performance continued, seamlessly transitioning from energetic dance moves to delicate singing moments. The three idols were visibly captivated, exchanging amazed glances as Team Abyss poured their hearts into the performance. A close-up shot of Ben captured the sweat on his brow as he executed a particularly difficult dance break. They've clearly put in so much effort after June stepped up to lead them. It's paying off big time. I take back everything I said. These trainees are incredible. All right, I'm wide awake now. This is seriously impressive. Okay, I'll admit it. I'm officially a fan. What's June's fandom name? My kitty June, we still don't have one. I hope June names us soon. My expectations just blasted through the roof. Fine, I'll stick to critiquing my own shower moves. As the trainees took their final bow on stage, the screen faded to black, leaving the idols in awe. I think I get you now, Mimi, Sasha said, still amazed by their stage. I might like June too. Mimi snapped out of her daze and glared at Sasha. You can like him. But he was my bias first, okay? Sasha chuckled and raised her hands in surrender. All right. All right. I'm not stealing him from you. It's time for the results, Lala said, bringing the two's attention back to the screen. Who do you think is going to win? Sasha asked. Well, I'd hope it's Team Abyss, Mimi said. I remember their performance more. Now that you say it, I do remember their stage more. Team Kings did a good job, too, though. I just didn't find it that memorable. Ladies, Sasha said. I think we already know what's going to happen, though. Mimi sighed. Of course. This happens every season. I still remember when Kara's team won against Lala's when your team was clearly better. Lala chuckled. Well, Kara is our center, and she was very popular back then. It's all good now, though. We all debuted in the end, didn't we? Mimi pouted. I know, but it sucks that I already know how this will end. The screen showed Team Kings' victory, and although the three girls were disappointed, they couldn't really say they were surprised. It's all right, Mimi comforted herself. I'm just happy to see June perform. It's official, Lala chuckled. You've fallen in love. Wait until Hunter hears about it, Sasha said. That chaos guy is practically head over heels for you. Shoo! Mimi exclaimed. Don't bring that boy into this conversation. Sorry, Sasha chuckled. But really, this team did such a good job. I don't think I can listen to mermaid melodies the same way ever again. There's no time to rest, Mimi said, pulling out her phone. How much do stars cost again? About $10 a bundle, Sasha responded. I'll spend about $1,000 tonight. Minjun and Grandma clapped as Team Abyss performance came to an end. Okay, Minjun said, nodding. I don't want to admit it, but you did a really good job. June chuckled and ruffled the little kid's hair. You can't even give me a genuine compliment, huh? Up-to-date OVLS on OVL bin.cm. This kid's just joking, Grandma said. You did a really good job. You should have won that mission. June shrugged. The other guys are more popular. Still, Grandma said. Those girls in the arena don't know what they're doing. Here, she said, placing some candied sweet potatoes on the table. Have some before going back to your room. June chuckled, removing his mask to eat the scrumptious snack. As he did, Minjun and Grandma stopped mid-bite to stare at him. June happily chewed on the sweet snack. He's always had a sweet tooth, so stuff like this made him happy. However, when he felt their piercing stares, he lifted his head and raised one eyebrow. What? June asked. Grandma and Minjun tilted their heads to the side in confusion. Is it just me? Or have you gotten more handsome? Grandma asked. What do you mean? Minjun crossed his arms in front of his chest. I don't remember your face being like this, big bro. You really look like an idol now. June shrugged, continuing to eat. It's because of the products that Grandma gave me. Minjun patted his grandma's thigh. Can you give me some too, Grandma? Grandma clicked her tongue. You're still too young. But really, are the products that effective? I should start selling them now. June chuckled. Give me some of the profit. Grandma laughed and nodded. When are you going to reveal your face then? A face like that must be shown off to the world. June placed his hand under his chin. On the next mission, he decided. Jisung shook his hands in nervousness as he changed into Rising Star's signature school uniform. Can't you believe the first eliminations are already starting, brother? Jisung asked, going out of the dressing room. He was surprised to see June already sitting, fully dressed, paired with his iconic bright pink cat mask. Whoa, you dress up really fast. It's my talent, June said. I'm nervous, Akira said, joining them. I don't feel safe with my ranking. Me too, Jisung muttered. Jangmoon and CJ simultaneously went out of their dressing rooms, a look of disbelief on their faces. The two of you are nervous? Jangmoon asked. Then, I'm dying of anxiousness, he said, pointing to his current ranking, which was 73rd. Eli is practically creaming his pants, CJ pointed to the last-ranked trainee. That's right, June said. There's nothing to be nervous about. You're both safe. I think you'll be safe, too, Akira said. You trended once more after the third episode. Your topic even surpassed Casper's and Zeth's. June shrugged. While it was true that he garnered the most attention from casual watchers, Zeth, Casper, and the other popular trainees still had the most stands. Just then, Yena's voice was heard over the intercom. Trainees, we shall be starting the live broadcast in 15 minutes. I repeat, the live eliminations shall start in 15 minutes. How long will this last? June suddenly asked. I'm not sure, Akira said. But probably around 3 to 4 hours? You know Azure likes to build the tension. The MC always takes so long to say the trainees' names. CJ groaned. I'm reminded of the past seasons again. With all the editing, it already feels so long. What more if it's a live broadcast? June stood up. I'm gonna go to the restroom then, he said, feeling the call of nature. June went to the restroom and found that it was empty. He quickly went to one of the urinals to do his business. He sighed in relief when he felt his bladder emptying. Afterward, he went to the sink to wash his hands and fix his mask. He made sure that not even a single whisker was out of place. There, he muttered. He was about to leave when he heard a familiar voice cursing inside one of the cubicles. June frowned and looked at the only closed cubicle. It seemed like June wasn't alone after all. Shit, the man cursed. I can't believe this is really happening right now. June walked closer to the cubicle but took a step back when the nasty scent of shit wafted through his nostrils. He was already wearing a mask, yet the odor was still intense. He was about to leave the restroom when the door suddenly opened and he was met face to face with Mentor Gunn. The two of them froze for a second. Mentor Gunn looked at June with wide eyes and quickly closed the door. What are you doing here? Gunn asked with a frown on his face. I pissed, June nonchalantly answered. What else would I be doing here? Gunn awkwardly cleared his throat. Are you sure you should speak to me in that tone? June crossed his arms in front of his chest. The show is about to start in less than 15 minutes. Are you sure you should be picking a fight with me when your poop still hasn't been flushed? Gunn's face turned red, and he clenched his fists together. You're such a little shit, he spat. Well, your shit's definitely not little, June retorted. He chuckled in the back of his mind. That was a good one. Gunn sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. If you're not going to help, then I suggest you leave. I'll handle this on my own. June raised one eyebrow. Are you sure? It looks like you're struggling right now, though. I've got this, Gunn insisted. Do you even have a plunger? June asked. Gunn sighed in frustration. I got it, okay? June pointed to the supplies room at the side. The plunger is inside that room. Gunn weirdly looked at him. How do you even know that? Wait, don't answer that. Just go. Gunn walked to the supplies room and took the plunger. He looked at it, not having a clue what to do with it. In reality, Gunn was born with a golden spoon. Growing up, he had always been called a nepotism baby possessing zero talent. That's how he grew to dislike people in the industry who don't really have talent. And that's why he built a reputation that was built around talented people. However, his golden spoon past couldn't really be hidden this time. He had never used a plunger before. Heck, the toilets in their house never got clogged at all. As Gunn skeptically placed the plunger inside the toilet, he started weakly pumping it in and out. You're doing it wrong. Gunn jumped in surprise when he saw that June was still there. What the heck are you still doing here? I told you that I got it, didn't I? At this point, your shit will melt before you actually fix the problem. Scoot over, June said. Gunn finally moved over, looking at June as he worked some magic. June inspected the scene and held his breath when he found the water level dangerously high and the toilet brimming with, well, not so pleasant contents. He looked around the restroom, spotting toilet covers next to the tissue papers. With careful consideration, he used them as makeshift gloves, wrapping them around his hands. He had done this plenty of times, but damn, does Gunn have one intense stink bomb. Then, he started to pump the plunger with intense strength and speed. Despite the unpleasant nature of the task, he remained focused. His efforts gradually paid off as the water level in the toilet started to decrease and the flow began to improve. Gunn could only watch in amazement as June skillfully finished the task as if he had done this a million times. There, June said, placing the plunger at the side and removing his makeshift gloves. Visit novilbin.ca C/M for the L test updates. He then went to the sink and washed his hands thoroughly before spraying his pocket-sized cologne all over his body. Gun could only stand motionless. That was amazing, he absent-mindedly said. June paused when he heard Gun's statement. He swiftly turned around. What was that? June asked. Gun, who was still slightly out of it, repeated his compliment. You're really talented with toilet stuff. A smile slowly made its way to June's face. Thanks for the compliment, mentor, he said. See you inside. Wait! I wasn't complimenting you. Congratulations, host. You have succeeded in the mission. Get a compliment from Mentor Gun. Please choose an aspect to improve. Duh. June was about to pick dance once more, but he decided to go a different route. Rap. Wise choice. Rap +1. Current grade E. Might as well upgrade the other skills since he never expected to accomplish this mission that quickly. Meanwhile, the janitor, who was about to clean the restroom, couldn't find his beloved plunger. Where is it? He muttered. My lucky plunger, where are you? He started going through the cubicles one by one and sighed in relief when he finally saw the red plunger. He was about to get it when he noticed something different. Why is his lucky plunger covered in shit? The spacious studio buzzed with a mix of excitement and tension as the 100 trainees entered per company. Ah! I'm so nervous. Oh goodness! Zeth, please make it. Commenter upstairs, you're crazy. Your bias is the top 1 trainee. How can he not make it? June, please rise. Casper's so handsome. The live episode was currently being aired online and on the Azure channel, and millions were watching from their homes, anticipating the first eliminations of rising stars. The 4 friends were in Gia's dorm with their respective placards and lucky charms. The 3 idols from Girls' Evolution also gathered once more to watch the awaited moment. Jisung first entered the studio, and the comment section went crazy when they saw his new hairstyle. His usual hairstyle, which covered most of his eyes, was now gelled up, exposing his forehead. Ah! Jisunji handsome. My baby's grown up already, love. Then, Ren and Zeth entered, making the comments move at an unfathomable speed. OMG! 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 My favorite ship. Please get married. Weird shippers get out. Fighting Ren and Zeth. Make them top 2, please. Backstage, the independent trainees thought of a pose to do as they go in. Hoon and the others already decided to make a heart. June watched them, feeling left out. However, that wasn't really a bad thing. They looked fucking stupid while making the hearts. As the trainees before them posed extravagantly in front of the camera, the anticipation built as time passed by. Independent trainees were flashed on the screen. June! My black kitty is finally here. Hoon's better than June. My kitty June, nobody even mentioned Hoon, loser. He's a Debbie Downer. Have you seen the other episodes? At least Hoon is handsome. Your idol doesn't even want to show his face. Jiao fumed as she ran out of things to say. I can't refute this motherfucker. I just want June to show his face. What if he's really ugly, though? Nari asked. There had been a series of face reveals that happened this year. From that Minecraft YouTuber, then that streamer/rapper. All of them had been the center of jokes. I believe face reveals never go right. It doesn't matter, Jia said. I already fell in love with June's soul. The independent trainees entered. Xin, Hoon, and Jiyoung linked their arms together and made hearts with their hands. They looked like conjoined triplets. June, on the other hand, was the only trainee who nonchalantly entered. He didn't even bother to stop for a second. He just walked to his seat and called it a day. Ha 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 ha. June stole the show for me. Our black kitty is really a black kitty. June is in such a mood. Hoon, Xin, Jiyoung. I wish you guys the best. The 100 trainees settled down, their hearts pounding in anticipation. The bright lights illuminated the nervous expressions on their faces. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Mentor Gun strode in with an air of authority. June held in his laughter. He's acting so tough in front of the cameras, as if June didn't just help him with his big shit issue a while ago. Welcome, trainees, his voice boomed, commanding the attention of the trainees and viewers. Today marks a significant step in your journey towards stardom. The trainees exchanged anxious glances, some fidgeting their fingers while some tapping their feet in anticipation. Just as the silence grew almost unbearable, the studio's energy shifted as Jordan Lee, the center of Boy Mystic, the birth group of Rising Stars Season 2, entered through the curtains. Gasps and whispers rippled through the crowd. OMG! Jordan, my love. Jordan, what are you doing here? I missed Boy Mystic. When are you guys going to make a comeback? June observed Jordan Lee. Truly, his aura was different. He could see his stats, and all of them were A+ except for rap. It's no wonder he's one of Mei Ling's biases. She had multiple, so it was hard to keep track, but she was very vocal about her love for Jordan Lee. The famous idol's presence was electrifying, his charisma filling the room with a new level of anxiousness and excitement. He scanned the room with his eyes and offered reassuring smiles to the trainees, hoping to calm their nerves to an extent. Good evening, everyone, Jordan greeted, his voice velvety yet powerful. Looking at you today, I feel like I'm taken back to the time when I was still an aspiring trainee. I've also sat on one of those seats, so I could empathize with the nervousness you're feeling. CJ leaned closer to June to whisper in his ears. How could he understand how we feel? He literally ranked above the top 5 every episode. June nodded. Jordan could be compared to Zeth. There's no denying that he was one of the trainees with a secured debut spot since the beginning. The other trainees seemed to be touched by his words, though. I know the road you've chosen is challenging, but remember, this journey is about growth and determination. In the end, good results are only an incentive. The trainees listened intently, their admiration evident in their expressions. Mentor Gun stepped forward again, his gaze wandering through the room. Explore Tati stories at no/l/bin.cm. The time has come for the first eliminations, he announced, his voice sounding heavy. Silence fell over the room, broken only by the sound of anxious breaths. There are 100 trainees below me, Gun said. But, unfortunately, only 75 of you shall remain. Therefore, 25 of you shall leave the competition and start a new journey. Jordan stepped forward. Remember that elimination doesn't define your worth or potential, he assured them. Your journey doesn't end here. It's a stepping stone toward greater things. The trainees exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of determination and fear. Mentor Gun stepped to the side as Jordan approached the podium next to a large screen that displayed the trainees' names. It is simple, he said. The names of the trainees who will continue on with this journey will be called out and displayed on the screen. Along with that, the number of votes will also be displayed. Oh God. This is nerve-wracking. I feel like I'm about to puke. I feel so nervous, yet I laugh whenever June appears on screen. A bunch of nervous trainees, then BAM. A pink smiling cat. I can't with him. Please drop your stars while the voting still hasn't ended. As of the moment, the votes are still coming in, Jordan said. But, in a few seconds, it shall halt. Trainees, count down with me. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The room grew tense as the screen showed the number 0, flickering into a different layout. Let the eliminations begin. The room was heavy with anticipation as Jordan Lee leaned closer to the microphone. The tension-filled background music thrummed, the notes hanging in the air like a suspenseful breeze. The music seemed to make the trainees even more anxious, and the viewers watching at home felt the familiar nervous energy coursing through their veins. It's really happening. Goodness, Azure's playlist is so fitting for each scene. All right, everyone, Jordan began, his voice cutting through the silence like a sharp blade. Let us start with the 74th place. As he spoke, the background music intensified, its haunting melody sending shivers down the spines of the trainees. Every eye was fixed on Jordan, and the atmosphere seemed to tighten with each passing second. The 74th place goes to. June played with his fingers. He knew better than to anticipate the announcement. To a trainee who was in the team that performed a song from a boy group. And here it was. The never-ending descriptions. That only crossed out the teams that performed Girls' Evolution. And it's from a group that didn't win any of the benefits. June sighed in frustration. Is this what it's going to be like for every trainee? This will take them an eternity to film, then. It's from the team that performed Crucifixion by CRXSS. The camera panned toward their team, nervousness evident on their faces. He captured the audience with his good dance skills and stable voice. This is killing me. Jordan, I love you, but please make it faster. And the trainee in the 74th place is. We're back to square one. The music's crescendo matched the collective tension in the room. Jordan took a deep breath, and then, with deliberate emphasis. Sun Wusiek. The fair-skinned trainee with short hair stood up, a look of relief washing over his face. Fucking finally! As June gazed at the 74th place trainee sitting on his designated seat, he began to feel sleepy. This is going to be one hell of a long shoot. As the names continued to be called, the tension in the room seemed to grow thicker. However, amidst the hushed anticipation, a soft snore could be heard. June jolted awake when Akira patted his arm. Damn, he really fell asleep. Unluckily for him, the camera captured that moment and was aired live to the starlights at home. He's sleeping? Lala incredulously asked. He's so cute! Mimi exclaimed. Jia, in her small dorm, nodded in approval. I would have done the same thing if I was in his shoes. June glanced at the ranking board and saw that they were already on the 37th trainee. He slept through almost half of the announcements. He already saw CJ sitting around the 50s and Minx around the 40s. Eli, Jangmoon, Bin, Hoon, and Akira were still in their seats. He straightened his posture and prepared himself to be called. He was the 35th on the first episode. It'd be a lie to say he didn't feel the shift in his popularity. Every time he goes to Naval, his bright pink cat mask will always be in view. He had gained more fans in that period too. But then again, it isn't a guarantee that the people who keep talking about him online will grant him stars. 37th, Jihoon. 36th, Sungwoo. 35th, Taeyoon. You rose in ranks, brother. Akira exclaimed. You deserve it. You'll rise too, June predicted. And just like that, we're already halfway through the announcements, Jordan exclaimed. Let's move on to the 34th trainee. June straightened his posture. He'd be called out any time now. But before that, let's have a break and watch how the live stream mission of the trainees turned out to be. A collective sigh was heard in the room. June clicked his tongue. He just wanted to get this over with. The screen flashed the trainees gathering in the training center. Mentors Miho and Gun told them the instructions, and now, they were scavenging for the materials to use in their live stream. The trainees quickly found their items, some were lucky while some were not. Then, the camera panned to June, who merely wanted to rest but came across gold items. That's how you acquire the bunny ears and ballet shoes. Jang Moon whispered. June nodded. Huh? Where did the cleaning supplies come from, then? Get the latest CHDers on n/velbin.com. What the hell? Those are some good items. What happened? Ha 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 ha. Isn't that Jisung's item? The video moved swiftly, and Jisung was shown to be in a dilemma. Ah, poor boy. He's just too shy. If I had been there, I would have given Jisung all of my items. However, like an angel in disguise, June gave both his items to Jisung and Minx. Then, a snippet of his interview was shown. They need it more than I do, he said, melting the hearts of many. Jisung glanced at him with grateful eyes while Minx gave 2 thumbs up. June's eyes widened in surprise. He never recalled ever getting interviewed after the live stream. He only recalled saying those words after the production crew found out that he had given his prize, the bleach, to Akira and Jisung. He shook his head in disbelief. This was the power of editing. However, it seemed to favor him this time since the starlights were eating it up like a good stew. Best boy June. He really is kind, First, he helped Akira, and now he helped Jisung. It's all pretend. He deliberately chose the cleaning materials to trend on Navel. My kitty June, how would he even know he'd go viral? June did that because he's a good friend. Help! I'm falling for this masked dude. Still ugly. Why doesn't he show his face? Mimi watched the scene with heart-filled eyes. I should have bought you more stars, she said to the screen. You're going to become bankrupt at this point, Lala chuckled. You already spent more than $1,000 for him. And I'd gladly spend 1,000 more, Mimi said. Us June stans aren't the biggest population. They focused their attention on the screen once more, showing June desperately trying to find his item. There were only less than 20 seconds on the clock when he came across the cleaning cart. Without hesitation, he pulled it toward his body, securing it like a bag of money. Calm down, June. No one's going to take that from you. He's acting like someone's going to steal those cleaning supplies from him, ha 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 ha. As June stood there with his cleaning supplies, captions suddenly appeared. The cleaning supplies weren't part of the hidden items. But whatever makes trainee June happy, I guess? The studio burst into laughter after they read the captions. Even Jordan stifled a little chuckle. June closed his eyes and slumped on his chair. When was this going to end? The trainees burst into applause and laughter as the livestream mission video ended. The last scene showed June's obviously displeased reaction after receiving his prize, 5 bottles of bleach. Jordan chuckled into the microphone before turning serious again. That was a fascinating video, he said. Let's congratulate trainee June once more for winning the live stream mission. Woo, June! How was the bleach? The trainees clapped while teasing June. Hoon didn't bother clapping for June at all. Instead, he clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes. What June did wasn't even amazing. They're acting like he saved the world. How could someone like that rank higher than him? Back to business, Jordan said, his voice cutting the fun atmosphere. The room had once again turned into a bundle of nerves as the tension-filled background music played. Let's start with the 34th place. Congratulations, trainee Yoon Jae. You made it with 657,801 stars. Please come up the stage. Jordan still took his time announcing the trainees' names, but June was thankful that the pace had somewhat picked up. Get the L test VLS at .o/v/e/l/by.co. 33rd, Kyungdo. Good day, host. You have a new side quest. The title is Ethereal Glow. Get glowing skin. Good for 3 hours. Ethereal Glow is immediately activated after succeeding in the side quest. June's eyes widened in surprise as the side quest popped up. 32nd, Sunhoon. Really, Fu? Right now? I decline the side quest. Action cannot be processed. This is a mandatory side quest. What? We're in the middle of the eliminations. I'll get called anytime soon. 31st, Moon. What's with the sudden side quest? And why was Jordan Lee speeding up now? Host accepts the side quest. I didn't even say anything. What even is Ethereal Glow? Are you going to turn me into Edward Cullen or something? Here is your side quest. Say I love you to a fellow trainee. Deadline of mission, 10 minutes. Good luck. Failure to fulfill the side quest entails a regression of 1 skill. What the fuck? Who the hell says I love you in this context? June hasn't even said that to a woman before. He shook his head and massaged his wrists. And he had to accomplish it within 10 minutes. Should he just take the L and move on? June shook his head. It's damn hard getting all his skills to level up. There was no way he was going to fail this time. 27th, Zachary. The trainees exclaimed in shock. Zachary's rank had gone down by 8 steps. June bit his lip. If his predictions are right, he's going to be called next. So, he had to accomplish the side quest as soon as possible. Akira, June said, holding onto his wrist. Akira, who appeared nervous, glanced at June. What is it, brother? I feel like I'm going to shit my pants. Come to think of it, Akira's rank was 29th in the first episode. He must be nervous since his name still wasn't called. June sighed. Here goes nothing. I love you, June quickly said. Akira's eyes widened in shock. What? You're confessing right now? June quickly shook his head. No, not like that. You're gay? Akira whispered. No, no. Let me explain. You're my free. 25th place, trainee Akira, please come up the stage. Jordan quickly cut June's statement. Akira quickly stood up, a huge smile on his face. He went to the stage without letting June finish his statement. Friend. You're my friend, June absent-mindedly whispered. Congratulations. You succeeded in the mission, Ethereal Glow. You now have glowing skin. Good for 3 hours. June wanted to laugh out loud. This was ridiculous. He looked at the skin on his hands and found nothing different. Nothing even fucking happened, he whispered. Thank you, trainees ranked 25th to 29th. Please head to your seats. June lifted his head and watched as the 25th to 29th seats filled. For some reason, he started getting nervous. If he wasn't in that rank bracket, then does that mean he ranked higher? It was definitely much higher than what he had expected. Now, we're nearing the top 20s. But first, let's call out the trainees that almost made it to the upper ranks. For 24th place, Hoon. June raised his eyebrows. This gloomy kid actually got in 24th place? But then again, he also stood out during their Mermaid Melodies performance. Moreover, Azure portrayed him as a hardworking trainee alongside Bin. There were some ambiguous moments, but it wasn't enough to tarnish his reputation. Hoon proudly stood, his lips quirked into a cocky smile. He went to the front and said a small speech. His eyes strayed to June, and he couldn't help but rejoice. In his mind, he had already won. There was no way June's rank was higher than his this time. 23rd Jor. 22nd Johnny. June frowned. All right, he really needed to be called out this time. 21st Anthony. Just how much did he rise or fall down in ranks? Jordan Lee's eyebrows raised in surprise as he gazed at the next name. And now, let's give it up to the trainee who just made the biggest leap in ranks. Please, 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 let this be June, Jiao whispered, praying to every god in the universe. Trainee June. You have secured the 20th place. Congratulations. Oh my god. My dream came fucking true. June, my man. 20th? I didn't expect it to be that big of a jump. Jia screamed as soon as June's name was called. Nari, Sumin, and Wei covered their ears in surprise. Shoo! Nari said. We're going to get a noise complaint at this point. I don't care. Jia exclaimed. This is the happiest I've ever been. The room erupted into a chorus of cheers and applause, many trainees clearly shocked by June's unexpected climb. But alongside the applause, there were also envious whispers. Seriously? How did June manage to jump that high? Guess some people get all the luck. Did he bribe the judges or something? June, seemingly unfazed by the attention, stepped forward to the stage. This was definitely higher than he expected. He took the microphone and cleared his throat. Thank you, he said. Really appreciate it, guys. Thanks for the stars. With that, he placed the microphone back on the stand. Jordan and Gunn exchanged confused glances. Is that all? Jordan asked. June nodded, causing Jordan to laugh. As expected. June never breaks character. That somehow sounded sincere, though. What do? I keep falling for him more. Ungrateful trainee. I think you can say a bit more than that, Jordan urged. You might want to thank other people. June pursed his lips. I guess I want to say thank you to Grandma and Minjun, who lives downstairs, Mr. Chang, who owns a convenience store in the neighborhood, my landlady. Why is he thanking random-ass people? This might be the funniest acceptance speech in the history of Rising Stars. Hoon, standing 3 people away from June, burned holes at the back of June's head. His thoughts dripped with jealousy. Not only is the faceless trainee's rank higher than his, but he actually made it into the top 20? What a fucking joke. Then, he smirked. There was only one thing he could think of that would instantly trigger June's downfall. At the end of the day, nobody liked ugly idols. So, in a deliberate yet accidental manner, Hoon tripped on the 23rd ranked trainee's foot, lurching his body toward June. And in lightning speed, Hoon held onto June's mask to seek anchor. Everything seemed to turn to slow motion as Hoon yanked the bright pink cat mask off June's face. As June's mask was fully removed, the studio fell into an expectant hush. June had his head down, but his mid-length, fluffy, black hair was on display. Anticipation hung in the air like a heavy curtain, and everyone braced themselves for the reveal. Jia and her friends collectively gasped. Jia covered her mouth as if forgetting how to breathe. She wanted Jun to reveal his face, but not this way. "I'm going to puke," Jia said. "Are we really going to see his face?" "I didn't fucking expect that," Nari exclaimed with wide eyes. "I still can't see his face." Jia covered her eyes. "Tell me when this is over." Mimi stood up from the couch, her eyes wide and mouth agape. "Holy shit! And it's happening in a live broadcast, too," Lala said. "Are you okay, Mimi?" "Don't be disappointed when he's not what you expected," Sasha added. Mimi stayed silent and kept her gaze on the screen, not wanting to miss the moment. The comment section, too, was going crazy at this point. "Is this really happening? I can't breathe. Finally, that ugly cat will finally be revealed. Lift your head, ugly loser." Hoon's thoughts raced with cockiness as he took a step back, the pink mask in his right hand. He had spent hours observing Jun, noticing every slight detail that seemed to suggest his lack of physical appeal. First, the way he looked in the bathroom after the artist battle. Then, how his friends confirmed that he has self-esteem issues, all of it enforced Hoon's conviction that he was about to reveal something embarrassing. "Let's see the real face that somehow managed to get 20th place," he thought with a self-satisfied grin. He was convinced that the reveal would solidify his position and prove his point that someone like Jun didn't deserve to rank so high. But of course, he didn't really show it on screen and tried to look as apologetic as possible. "I'm so sorry," he said to the cameras. I just tripped," he stammered. Jun's friends, who were already in their respective seats except for Jangmoon and Jisung, exchanged worried glances as they watched the screen with a clear view of the unfolding situation. Knowing Jun's struggles with his self-esteem, they had an inkling that this moment might be challenging for him. Fuck, 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 fuck. Curses echoed in the back of Jun's mind. At this point, he still hasn't lifted his head. However, he knew there was no escaping the situation. Fuck it. His visuals are already at B-. Might as well just get it over with. Visit novilbin.c/m for the L-test updates. So, without hesitation, Jun lifted his head, running his fingers through his hair. At that point, Hoon's smugness reached its peak. He was prepared to see the surprise, the disdain, and even the laughter ripple through the studio as Jun's ugliness was laid bare for everyone to see. But as Jun's face was revealed on the screen, Hoon's confidence crumbled like a house of cards. Jun's handsome face was a portrait of surprising charm, a stark contrast to the assumptions that had been made. His big, cat-like eyes were a striking shade of honey brown, framed by long, dark lashes that seemed to add an extra layer of allure. It also had a sleepy charm to it, some bags evident underneath them. Under his eyes, a tall nose added an elegant touch to his features. And beneath that, his lips, slightly chapped, were still plump and pink. The corners were upturned, yet he still looked quite cold. Jun's jawline was a balance between softness and definition. The curve was gentle, yet a subtle chiseled line hinted an underlying strength. And above all of that, he had glowing skin? Jun glanced at the screen and pursed his lips together. So, this was ethereal glow? He looked like a porcelain doll. At that moment, Hoon's cocky facade melted away, replaced by a stunned expression he couldn't hide. The thought that he had been so sure of was false, and he felt a sense of bewilderment and, perhaps, regret for revealing Jun's face. Nari, Sumin, and Wei were stunned to silence, looking at the glowing boy on the screen. "Is it over yet?" Jia asked, still covering her eyes. "Jia, you need to see this," Wei said. As Jiao slowly removed her hands, her eyes widened and she leaned forward in her seat, lips slightly parted. Wait, what? He's actually handsome. Mimi, who had been anticipating this moment, was equally caught off guard. Her jaw dropped, and her eyes focused on Jun's face. Oh goodness, Lala said. I'm afraid she can never recover from this. Whispered exclamations resonated in the studio, a blend of disbelief and shock. Even Gun and Jordan were surprised. Gun was sure that this kid would be like CJ or Jangmoon, but now, he was speechless. Is that really him? Oh my gosh. Jun? Our black kitty actually looks this handsome? Holy shit. My bad. He ain't bad. Damn, he kinda good looking. No homo, though. My sister's just forcing me to watch with her. She's just too stunned at the moment. Jun stood there, his features clearly not matching the assumption that had been built up. He cleared his throat and started speaking once more. I guess I'd like to thank the janitor for lending me his cleaning supplies. Yeah, that's all. Thanks to the starlights, too, he nonchalantly continued his speech, like his face hadn't just been revealed. He took a step back, placing his hands behind his back. The studio was still filled with silence, but Yena and Yijin signaled Jordan to say his next statement. Ah, right, Jordan cleared his throat. I guess that happened. Thank you to the trainees who ranked 20th to 24th. You may now head to your respective seats. Jun nodded and turned around, letting the other trainees go up first. He made eye contact with Hoon, but the latter immediately evaded his gaze. Jun smirked. This kid is really troublesome. As he went up, he was met with dazed looks on his friends' faces. They welcomed him with stiff expressions, so he raised his eyebrows in inquiry. What's wrong? He asked. CJ puffed up his cheeks before poking Jun's chest. You told us you were ugly, he whisper-shouted. Jun shrugged, nonchalantly sitting down on his seat. Yet, his friends couldn't take their eyes away from him. Focus, he mouthed, so they turned back around to watch the next announcements. I still can't believe that happened. Why the hell was he hiding his face with the mask, then? This kid is a genius. So freaking handsome, really. Still ugly. Jun's face reveal left a lingering impact on the trainees and starlights, so it was more difficult for them to concentrate on the next happenings. Now, I shall announce the trainees who are part of the top 15. Jordan exclaimed, determined to finish the live show. 15th, Jin Sol. 14th, Bin. Bin went down in ranks, which was surprising since he received the most benefits in Jun's team. However, it was still a pretty good rank. 13th, Steel. 12th, Alex. Whoa, Alex is out of the top 10, some trainees whispered. He didn't stand out much. 11th, Hyunwoo. Hyunwoo went down, too, Akira said. It seems like those who trained under Phoenix Entertainment went down this week. Ranks 11th to 15th, you may now go to your seats, Jordan said. The other trainees went up with smiles on their faces, yet Alex and Hyunwoo couldn't stop looking at Jun. Jun snapped out of his daze and looked back at them. Hyunwoo looked away, yet Alex held his gaze, observing Jun's face. Jun raised one of his eyebrows, causing Alex to shake his head and get moving. Come to think of it, these two trainees were from Phoenix Entertainment, the company where Choi Junho used to train in. Jun didn't look drastically different from the past Choi Junho. He just looked more well taken care of. Aside from that, his skin was clearer, and his features looked a bit enhanced. However, these two trainees might recognize him if they trained together. Visit novilbin.co C/M for the L test updates. Jun looked away and turned his head to the side. But then again, he was known as Choi Jun-ho up until Jun-ho transmigrated into his body. And it looked like they didn't fully recognize Jun, too. Now, onto the debuting ranks, Gun said. As you all know, this year's Rising Stars will give birth to a 10-member boy group. And although the ranks in the first elimination aren't set in stone, we congratulate these trainees for being the first ones to sit on the debuting seats. Let's start with 10th rank. Trainee Lin Ji, congratulations. Lin Ji strode to the stage with utmost confidence. Honestly, he was still thinking about Jun's face reveal. As he came to watch the past episodes, he really couldn't shake off the feeling that Jun was someone he knew. Someone from his dark past. And his pesky little mask didn't help with the questions brimming in Lin Ji's mind. However, as soon as his face was shown, it felt like a fishbone was plucked out of his throat. He didn't know the guy. They might just have similar personalities. Lin Ji took the mic and gave a short speech with a confident smile. Top 10, huh? I always knew this was just the beginning. To my fans who've been with me from day one, thank you for believing in my journey. Get ready because we're about to take this to a whole new level. Jun softly scoffed. This guy still managed to get into the top 10? If Jun's going to debut, then Lin Ji must not. It's the price he has to pay for killing Jun's original body. Jun still had to think about how to do that without associating himself with Lin Ji, though. Jisung, who was waiting for his name to be called from the 11H15TH rank, felt anxious about the next announcements. Just how much did Jisung rise? CJ muttered under his breath. And for the 9th place, we have Jisung. Please come up the stage. Whoa, he rose in ranks. I can't believe I have a friend who's in the top 10, CJ proudly smiled. Jun nodded in approval. This kid deserved it, but it seemed like he didn't expect it at all. Hi, everyone. I never really thought I'd be standing here, honestly. I guess I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you to all the people who believed in me when I didn't even believe in myself. It's been a, really incredible journey. And, I couldn't have done it without the support of my family and, even the trainees here. He finished his speech very Jisung-like. So adorable. Oh, what shall we do with this shy boy? 8th place, Jackson. The energetic trainee made his way to the stage. If Jun could compare his personality to anything, it'd be to a frat boy. Woo! Top 10, baby! This is proof that hard work and a lot of dance practice can get you far. Shout out to my teammates in the artist battle, you know who you are. Let's keep rising. 7th, Daeho. The other trainees in the top 10 trainees were more or less the same. With Alex and Hyunwoo out of the top 10, Daeho and Jisung replaced their ranks. 6th, Yuri. 5th, Leo. 4th, Jaeyoung. 3rd, Ren. With the announcement of the third-placing trainee, the time to reveal the top 2 trainees has finally come. It was just as Jun had expected. Trainees Zeth and Casper, please go to the front. Zeth and Casper stood side by side, their toned physiques making a very pretty picture even from the back. Lucky bastards, Jun muttered. Their stats were practically bursting through the roof. Rising Stars definitely did a good job in recruiting these two into the show. They held on to each other's hands as they waited for the announcement. It was clear that the two were unspoken rivals. They haven't interacted much in the show, but there always seemed to be some type of tension between them. Their positions were very similar to each other, too. They were both in charge of rapping/dancing in their teams. Screenshot. These two are too handsome. I can't believe they're humans who live on the same planet as I do. Team Zeth. Team Casper. Two very talented trainees, Mentor Gun started off. If I were a starlight, I wouldn't know who to pick between the two, honestly. However, Rising Stars is a show with what? He asked the other trainees. A center, they answered. That's right, Jordan said. And there could only be one center during this time. So, without further ado, let me announce the first-ranked trainee. Zeth, congratulations. With 3,567,891 stars, you've retained your position as the #1 trainee. Casper fell short by 120,000 stars but is still ranked the #2 trainee in the competition. Congratulations to the two of you. Jordan exclaimed. Damn, 3 million votes? I only have 6 digits. These two are monsters, really. I can't dare touch these top 10 trainees. June intently looked at the numbers displayed on the screen. They both got 3 million stars, while he just barely passed the 1 million mark. Follow the latest novels n/velbin.com. Of course, that's still a huge number of votes. June can't even imagine having 1 million people in a stadium. It was insane how he even got that amount of votes. However, if he wanted to secure a debut position, he needed to at least go past the 2 million mark. June doesn't even think of competing with Zeth and Casper since they were on another level. Placing 10th will be more than enough for June. It's still a long journey, but the competition is only starting. Congratulations, host! You have completed the mission, rise through ranks, at least 5 ranks. Please pick an aspect to improve. June thought hard about this one. He was already one of the best singers in the competition, but it couldn't be denied that his dancing skills still lag behind the top-ranked trainees. He also has a hard time getting choreography down, so maybe the level up could help him with that. Dance. Wise choice. Dance +1. Current grade, C+. June waited for his missions to be reset. However, nothing popped up. June frowned. Where's the other missions? Fu did not respond. What the hell? Did his missions run out or something? Can't he upgrade his skills now? Last but not least, let us find out the trainee who ranked 75th. He will be the last trainee to continue on with Rising Stars. The two trainees, ranked 75th and 76th, will be shown on screen, Gunn said. Let us all find out who they are. June's thoughts were interrupted when Jangmoon and Eli were both shown on the screen, with nervous expressions on their faces. Azure is so cruel. Why would you give the other trainee hope? Damn, I would simply pass out if I were in their shoes. June pursed his lips. This means that one of his teammates wouldn't continue with them after this. There are 2 bright men on the screen, yet only one of them can continue on this journey with the rest of us, Jordan Lee announced, his voice sounding empathetic. As the moment of truth arrived, Eli and Jangmoon's faces twisted into sorrow, and the tension in the room couldn't be cut with a knife. The studio held its breath as the name was finally called. Jangmoon's name appeared on the screen, securing his place at the bottom rank. CJ sighed in relief as his partner in crime was called. June also felt quite happy about the outcome. Even if he still wanted to strangle Jangmoon every chance he got, he couldn't deny that the annoying boy had grown close to him. Jangmoon stood up, his expression somber. However, as he got on stage, he let out a dramatic wail that resonated through the room like an opera singer hitting a high note. June shook his head. Still as crazy as ever. Jangmoon's face twisted into an expression of comedic despair, his body hunching over dramatically as he unleashed a bucket of tears. At this point, it felt like he was the one who got first place. The unexpected display of emotions sent bouts of laughter through the room. "Eli, my man," Jang-moon managed to say between exaggerated sobs. "It's been an honor sharing this journey with you. Even if your voice almost busted my eardrum in the practice room, I'm still thankful for having a zero-star brother. I also thank all the starlights," he continued. "Because of you, I get to stay with my brothers, especially my very handsome big brother, June. I almost fell out of my seat when you showed your face, brother." Kikik, he's thankful that he gets to ogle June now? He's not even thinking of the competition anymore, ha ha ha. This dude's hilarious too. As Jang-moon sat on the 75th seat, the trainees were finally complete. Gun gestured for them to stand up and bow to the starlights. "Thank you, starlights." After that, the goodbyes began. June awkwardly stood at the corner while the others said their goodbyes. Most trainees looked at his face as they passed by, but June kept his expression nonchalant. Just then, someone patted him on the back, so he turned around. He saw Eli standing behind him with a sincere look on his face. "Hey, June," Eli started off. June cleared his throat. "Hey," he briefly responded. I just wanted to take this time to thank you, brother." June frowned. "Thank me for what?" he asked. "I thought I was the most passionate about singing before coming here, but after you made me rap during our mission, something shifted inside me. I want you to know that I want to take rapping seriously this time. And maybe, one day, we'll get to see each other on stage." June scratched the back of his head. He never expected anyone to be inspired by his words, and he really didn't know how to respond. "It's all right," he awkwardly said. "I'm rooting for you." Eli chuckled. "I wish you'd never change. I hope we'd gotten more closer, but I guess this is it. Thanks for everything, brother." June merely nodded. "Good luck." With a final nod of mutual respect, Eli turned away, leaving June all alone. However, his alone time was quickly disrupted when CJ wrapped his arm around his neck. "Aw, really? I still can't stop thinking about your face reveal. You stole the fucking show, brother," he cursed. Jisung nodded. "You're not ugly at all." "Well, even if you were, it's all right. Nobody's ugly in this world. As they say, beauty is in the eye of the—" "I get it," June said. "Big brother." Jang-moon wailed as he leaned against June's shoulder. "You're really unfair. You told us you were ugly, but you actually look like this. Now, you left CJ all alone as the ugly guy in our friend group." CJ slapped the back of Jang-moon's head. "Oh, shut up. You're the ugliest here." June shook his head while the others chuckled. However, there was one person who wasn't acting like they usually did. June's eyes met with Akira, but the latter quickly looked away, a flush of pink on his cheeks. Then, it dawned on June. "That fucking I love you." "Hey," June said, patting Akira's arm. "About what I said earlier, I said it as a friend." Akira looked at him with wide eyes before clearing his throat. "Oh, of course," he chuckled. "I wasn't thinking about anything else at all," he trailed off. June nodded. "Good." As they made their way back to their rooms, a pop-up suddenly appeared. "Bonus round. Accomplish this mission, and upgrade all your skills by 1 grade all at once. Mission, sign an autograph." June smirked. That would be easy. He could just give Jang-moon or CJ his autograph, and that'll be it. Conditions. 1. The host cannot ask to give an autograph. 2. The host must not coax the person to ask him to give an autograph. 3. Everything must be unprecedented. No planning involved. 4. No autographs for people you prior know. What? Why are there so many restrictions? Good luck, host. Standard missions will only reset once the bonus mission is over. Deadline for bonus round, 2 days. Failure? To accomplish entails regression of all skills. All skills? June sat up from his bed, startling Jae-young, who was the only one awake at that time. Jae-young had a green face mask on, so June exclaimed in shock as soon as their eyes met. What the fuck? June cursed. Shoo, Jae-young said. You'll wake the others up. We have a long day tomorrow. June placed his hand over his chest. Well, why are you still awake? I'm meditating, Jae-young said. However, June noticed there was something off in his tone. Are you all right? June asked. Jae-young frowned. What do you mean? June shrugged. Nothing, he said. It just looks like there's something boggling your mind. Jae-young sighed, leaning against his bed. It's just that, my rank went down. June gave him a nonchalant look. You're the 4th-ranked trainee in the competition, he deadpanned. Your rank went down by 1 place. Jae-young bitterly chuckled. Well, you wouldn't really know. Your rank went up so much. How is that my fault? I asked. I'm just doing my best here. Jae-young smiled. Yeah, I can see that. June couldn't believe his eyes and ears. Jae-young, the trainee who has disdained his presence ever since he came to Rising Stars, actually believed in him? I saw the episode with Akira, Jae-young stated. When you first came to the show, I thought you were one of those trainees who joined the show for clout. However, when I watched that episode, I realized that maybe you aren't too bad. June smirked, then he leaned forward to tease the experienced idol. So, are you going to apologize? Jae-young scoffed. I still don't think I did something wrong. Your dancing skills are still jack shit. Whatever, June said. At least I don't need that ogre mask to look good. Jae-young shook his head, a hint of amusement on his face. You should sleep. It looked like you woke up from a nasty nightmare. Aw, shit. The nightmare. He looked at his mission corner and saw that the timer was indeed ticking. He had less than 2 days to accomplish his bonus mission. There was only one way to finish the mission. Hey, June said. Do you think we can go out here tomorrow? Jae-young chuckled out loud. What are you talking about? We're stuck here the whole week since the 2nd mission is coming up. We're not allowed to go out at all. Well, fuck. The 75 trainees entered the large auditorium, lining up based on their rankings. Their hearts raced after the recent eliminations, and it felt like it was yet another beginning. Whispers and nervous glances filled the air, and everyone seemed to be on edge. June was on edge for a different reason, though. Deadline for bonus round, 38H, 56M, 11 seconds. June swallowed his annoyance for the mission as the door swung open. Mentors Kong Miho and Jihyun stepped in. Miho's confident stride was matched by Jihyun's graceful presence. All eyes were on them as they took their positions at the front. As Jihyun entered, her eyes immediately searched a familiar face. She smiled as soon as she saw him, June. Jihyun couldn't help but steal glances at June from time to time. For a second, her eyes lingered a moment too long, and she made eye contact with June. She quickly looked away, feeling a blush creep up her cheeks. She mentally scolded herself for the wandering thoughts. She was married, for God's sake. But she felt like a little teenage fangirl whenever June was involved. Truthfully, Hyerin was supposed to accompany Miho during the announcement of the second mission. However, after watching the live stream last night, Jihyun almost couldn't believe her eyes when June's face was revealed. She had to see it for herself. So, she proposed to be present today instead of Hyerin. She really didn't expect June to look like that. It was true that good vocalists usually wouldn't have the best visuals. It was a rule of life. However, June broke that rule. After clearing his throat, Kang Miho spoke, his voice steady and professional. Congratulations to all of you for making it to the top 75. We know the eliminations were tough, but it is now time to focus on the next challenge. Jihyun managed to tear her gaze away from June and joined in. That's right. For this mission, we have something special planned. Murmurs of excitement and curiosity spread through the trainees. Isn't it the position battle next? I want to go to rap. I'll go to vocals. Don't hog the vocal choices, please. Jisung poked June's side, causing the troubled guy to look at him. What? He asked. Which position are you going to take? Vocals, June said without any hesitation. Jisung pouted. I want to go to dance. Can't you go with me, brother? June raised one eyebrow. Really? You want me to go to dance? Well, I just want to team up with you at least once. June shrugged. Pick vocals then. Settle down now, Miho said. As mentor Jihyun said, it's going to be special. Rid your mind of any preconceptions you have about this show. It isn't the position battle like you guys thought it would be. The room was divided by a large, white wall, concealing the surprises that awaited. Kang Miho continued, behind this wall, we have songs prepared in 3 different categories, rap and dance, vocal and dance, and vocal and rap. Each category represents a unique challenge that will test your versatility as a performer. What? 2 positions? June was surprised. Azure once again utilized a new concept. Last season, only 1 position was involved in the second mission. Idols these days are expected to be good at everything, Jihyun said. So, instead of focusing on 1 position, we want to produce well-rounded trainees that go beyond their comfort zones. That's right, Miho nodded. F0 Low new chapters at nov/el/bin/.com. Let us now commence the XX position battle of all-rounders. Does this mean we can finally be on the same team? Jisung asked, bouncing in excitement. It depends, June said. June would like to pick an easy song this time. He already went through so much hell because of mermaid melodies, so he's going to take it easy on this mission. Amidst the excited and nervous chatters, mentors Jihyun and Miho began to explain the details of the XX position battle's song choosing. Kang Miho's voice rang out, beyond this wall are 12 songs of varying styles and genres. They would be divided into 3 categories, rap and dance, vocal and rap. Each category has 4 songs to choose from. Now, here's the catch. The number of group members allowed for each song varies. The highest limit would be 8 members, while the lowest limit is 4 members. It is, therefore, crucial to choose a song that emphasizes the group's strengths and members' individual abilities. Some trainees exchanged glances, starting to discuss amongst themselves as they mentally calculated the best strategy. Let's team up again, Akira said, nudging his shoulder. He was near behind him, so he was able to reach June. June shrugged. Akira was one of the trainees who were on a similar wavelength as him. Their voices complement each other well, and they aren't the most talented at dancing. Sure, June said. Unfair, Jisung called out from in front of them. Akira chuckled. Sorry, kid. Your music taste isn't the same as ours. June's the same age as me. I think he's even younger by months, Jisung defended. He seems older than all of us, though, Akira retorted. Let's just see where it leads us, June said. Ultimately, he'll pick a song that suits him well and would be the easiest to perform. Remember, like the first mission, this mission is a combination of individual and group battles. The highest voted individual from each team will receive 100,000 stars, a reward for showcasing their personal talents. And for the ultimate challenge, the team with the highest overall votes per category will earn another 100,000 stars. 200,000 stars for one person? Jang Moon exclaimed. That's more than what I had during the first eliminations. Damn, that's like securing a spot for the third mission. I probably won't get the personal benefit, but I need that group benefit. Determination and excitement swept across the room. Ji-hyun smiled warmly as she continued, this is your moment to shine, to prove your skills and unity. Select your songs wisely, practice diligently, and give it your all. The fate of your team and your individual success rests on your shoulders. This is how you're going to pick the songs, Miho said. Each of you will go behind this wall, one by one, and stand beneath your song of choice. So, line up according to the order of your rankings, starting from the last place trainee. Whispers of excitement rippled through the lower-ranked trainees while confused statements were heard in the upper ranks. Hell yeah! Jang Moon screamed. It's finally our time to shine, my fellow losers, he clapped, causing the auditorium to laugh at his antics. Trainee Jang Moon, please come to the front, Miho said. Jang Moon trudged to the front with a smug smirk. June shook his head. Jang Moon was quite an innocent lad. There's definitely something more than what meets the eye. Azure wouldn't have a change of heart overnight and suddenly display the principle of equity to the low-ranked trainees. Do you have a position in mind? Ji-hyun asked. I do, Jang Moon said. But then, I kind of wish that the higher-ranked trainees would go first. Why? Miho asked. Jang Moon playfully smiled. I want to be on the same team as Big Brother June, he proudly said. The trainee sent June amused glances and chuckles. June sighed and gave out a thumbs up. He was determined to stay away from CJ and Jang Moon at all costs. These two were his good friends, but becoming their teammates would be very frustrating. Shall I go now? Jang Moon asked. I can't wait to see the songs. You may, Ji-hyun said. But before you choose, remember that each song has a maximum limit of group members. If the team is full, the higher-ranked trainees have the opportunity to push the lower-ranked trainees out of the team. And there's the catch. The lower-ranked trainee's expression shifted from excitement to disappointment. Jang Moon's shoulders slumped, his dreams of having the first choice were crushed, and the reality of the competition's dynamics sank in. Now, you may head inside, Miho said. With a disappointed sigh, Jang Moon went inside and looked at the song choices with wide eyes. Forever Young by Black Buns under vocal and rap. Bottlicious by J. Kim under rap and dance. Beside Me by Thrice under dance and vocal. Jang Moon smiled and went to his first choice. However, he stopped when he remembered June scolding him during the first mission. He loves to dance. But he has 2 left feet. So, to spare his future members' blood pressures, he decided to stand under the Forever Young. But, wait. He really loved to dance. Whatever, he's the last place. He'll pick a song that he would love to perform. So, in the end, he picked Bottylicious by J. Kim. As Jang Moon finished choosing, the next one in line stepped forward, and the process continued. Each trainee grappled with the weight of their choice, weighing between the song they'd like to perform and the song they could truly excel in. Akira entered the room and saw the vocal and rap and dance teams unusually full. It seemed like nobody wanted to pick vocal and dance since it was more difficult to sing in a stable voice with choreography. There were already a few trainees among all the song choices, but Akira picked the safest choice. Jang Moon and CJ appeared to be on the same team. They tried coaxing Akira to join them under Bottylicious, but Akira shook his head and stood under the first song on vocal and dance. Geet the L testvels on no/v/elben, c/om. Beside Me by Thrice. It was a cheerful band song that could showcase his vocals well, and it wouldn't be that difficult to choreograph since it already had a cheerful and rhythmic beat. Several choices and kicking outs later, the time for June to pick a song finally came. Ji-hyun giddily picked up her mic and looked him in the eyes. "Trainee June, you may now go beyond the wall." Ji-hyun's eyes remained fixed on June as he walked to the front, her thoughts drifting momentarily. As he got closer, his appearance seemed to be getting better. "He's really handsome," she mused silently to herself, a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. As June approached the wall to make his selection, Ji-hyun's curiosity got the best of her. "Do you have a position in mind?" she asked, her voice soft as she leaned closer to him. June's cold gaze met Ji-hyun's, and he nodded. "Yes," he briefly replied. Miho chuckled. "Is that all?" June nodded. "Mind telling the other trainees what it is?" Ji-hyun asked. June silently shook his head. He wanted to pick peacefully. "Oh," Ji-hyun disappointedly said. She secretly hoped that he'd pick something that had to do with vocals so she could mentor him. As their conversation ended, June walked towards the wide entrance. He had already made up his mind. He's going to pick vocal and dance. It would be a shame for him not to showcase his improvement in dancing while highlighting his singing abilities. As he went inside, his eyes focused on the vocal and dance column. He didn't even glance at the other categories despite Jangmoon's and CJ's attempt at calling him over to Bottylicious. "Over here, brother!" Jangmoon screamed. "Let's rap together!" CJ smiled and gestured enthusiastically for him to perform the same song. Vist and Velben, .cm for new updates. June shook his head. These two picked a song that they'd be horrible at once again. June was already wishing their new teammates good luck. June stood at the center for a moment, just taking all the song choices in. His gaze settled on the first option, Beside Me by the group Thrice. It was a band song with a good rhythm, and it would be a safe choice to perform. It is quite melancholic and yearning in the beginning, which can showcase the rawness of his vocals. There are also lots of chances to add in harmonies since the melody is easy to follow, with the gentle strumming of the guitar forming the backbone of the melody. Moreover, he looked at the people under the song's name and saw Akira, who was smiling at him and coaxing him over. June glanced at the other team members and saw that they, too, were pretty decent. 8 people were needed in the group, so joining the team means he'll be completing it. However, he took the time to consider the other songs. The second song was entitled Electric Pulse by the idol group Vibelocity. The title alone hinted at an energetic and electrifying track. It is a pop-rock anthem known for its addictive chorus and powerful bridge. If June recalls, the song began with a techno-piano riff that gave off a retro feel. One downside to the song is its repetitive chorus, with the words electric pulse being said over 8 times in a span of 30 seconds. As June considered Electric Pulse, he couldn't help but imagine the energy and excitement that their performance would bring to the stage. However, it's quite an overplayed song, so it might trigger other people's annoyance. The third song on the list carried a different vibe compared to the previous choices. However, it was still quite upbeat. Titled Midnight Craze, the track was by the renowned DJ duo Synthesis. The mere mention of the song evokes images of neon lights and pulsating energy, setting the stage for an EDM festival experience. It has an upbeat energy and vibrant electronic sounds. What made the song special was the vocal arrangement. The high notes were a highlight, soaring above the male range. June could reach it, for sure. Yet it would be difficult for him to accomplish this while dancing on stage. As the song echoed in the back of his mind, memories flooded back to him. June could practically hear the song playing in the background as he recalled the nights he visited the White Tiger Gang's bars and auction houses. June's eyes strayed to the last choice, and he immediately recognized the song, I Love You, Leave, I Don't Love You, Don't Leave. He immediately disqualified it from his choices. Even the title was enough of a red flag. Who names their song such a long title? Out of all the choices, this was the most different, too. It leaned more toward a subdued ambience compared to the upbeat track. It was almost like a ballad. No, it's definitely under the ballad category. It has a delicate piano sound that seemed to carry a sense of nostalgia. As June looked at the title, his memories surged forth. He knew this song all too well, as the original artist hailed from China. This wasn't a well-known fact, by the way. It's mostly known as a song by Yu Ji Hwan, otherwise known as Hwan. The legendary Korean soloist, who had been in the industry for more than 20 years, imbued it with his own touch, creating a version that became popular all across Asia. However, the familiarity of I Love You, Leave, I Don't Love You, Don't Leave was a bittersweet memory for June. It was a song he had sung countless times during his day as a gang member, often at the karaoke. The memories associated with it were pathetic, representing moments he had left behind. Aside from that, the ballad quality of the song practically made it impossible to choreograph, so June quickly rid his mind of any lingering memories and focused on the three choices instead. He weighed his options once more before walking over to the safest choice. With a nod of resolution, June walked over to beside me. Its rhythm, emotions, and arrangement all aligned perfectly with his intentions to showcase his improved dancing and singing abilities. He believes his teammates wouldn't give him a hard time too. And with him being the highest ranked among them, there's a higher chance he can get the 100,000-star personal benefit. Glad to see you here, brother, Akira smiled. Let's make another legendary stage together. The trainees and team beside me welcomed June with encouraging smiles and nods. June also nodded in respect. It seemed like he picked the right decision. After June, the 19th-ranked trainee entered the room. The trainees, especially those at the lower ranks, held their breaths when he stood before them. They wished fervently not to be pushed out, and fortunately, the 19th ranked settled on Bottleicious, where spots were still open. Poor guy. He doesn't know what he signed up for. CJ and Jangmoon already looked like hyenas, ready to pounce on the currently highest-ranked trainee in their team. Even with rituals and prayers going around, hoping not to get kicked out, luck didn't always favor the lower-ranked trainees. This was the reality of the situation. The higher-ranked trainees had the power to kick out those lower down the ladder to secure their chosen songs. The cruel twist of this kicking-out system cast a shadow over the proceedings, serving as a constant reminder of the cutthroat nature of the competition. Sorry, Bin smiled at Sungwoo. I really like this song, brother, he said. Sungwoo disappointedly left his current song choice and went to Midnight Craze, making the team full. Alex went in, and his eyes naturally shifted to June. For him, June looked very familiar. However, the person he once knew had a whole different personality from him. So, he still wasn't sure. His eyes left June and gravitated to the song choices. He wasted no time in going to the vocal and rap section. He mercilessly kicked Johnny out of their team, so the lad had no choice but to go to Electric Pulse. The kicking out system continued, and another trainee joined Electric Pulse, also making the team full. Among all of this, June remained in the fortunate position of not having been pushed out. At this point, 3 vocal and dance songs were finally full. However, amidst the tension for the song choices, there was one song that remained untouched. I Love You, Leave, I Don't Love You, Don't Leave was empty. It was obvious that the trainees thought it would be the toughest song, perhaps uncertain about taking on the emotional depth that the ballad demanded. Not until Lin Ji entered the room. June immediately felt annoyed as he strode in with a confident smirk. As if determined to fill the void, he stepped forward and claimed the first spot of the unclaimed song. Whoa, he's picking that song? As expected, the top 10 trainees are indeed different. That'd be very tough, though. After Lin Ji picked the difficult song, the next trainees followed a similar pattern. Like clockwork, the next trainees picked I Love You, Leave, I Don't Love You, Don't Leave. Jisung, Yuri, and Leo all stood with Lin Ji, their ranks intimidating the other teams. Damn, Akira whispered by June's side. The lowest ranked trainee on that team is the 10th ranked. How unlucky we are for facing someone like them. I think our team is better, though, June honestly said. Akira raised his eyebrows in surprise. How do you say so? June shrugged. It just seems a bit too much, he said, looking at the pasted ranks on their t-shirts. Jae-young entered the room, and he didn't even waste any time. He simply went to Shake It, a rap and dance song that can showcase his rapping skills very well. With only 3 trainees left, June started feeling more secure. Ren's voice was very well fitted for a ballad. He was sure that he was going to pick I Love You, Leave, I Don't Love You, Don't Leave. Ren entered the room and his eyes fixed on the vocal and dance category. He hesitated for a while, closely looking at the choices. He situated himself in the middle, walking back and forth between Beside Me and the ballad song. June's heart raced as he watched, a sense of unease settling in. Was June wrong? He saw a hint of uncertainty in Ren's eyes as he looked at the ranks of those under I Love You, Leave, I Don't Love You, Don't Leave. That's when June realized he was fucked. LL news to rise at N0V/LBI/.cm. And then it happened. With a determined gaze, Ren went in front of June and pursed his lips. Sorry, I'm kicking you out, he coldly said, taking June's place in the team that had been his from the start. Gasps were heard through the room, and Akira even let out a small no. However, June couldn't hear anything. It felt like a hammer hit him in the head, making his ears ring and his mind blank. As the room fell into a tense silence, CJ's and Jangman's voices broke through. Big brother, over here. We still have 1 spot left. Brother, here. Come here. With only a few spots remaining and the song choices narrowing down, the tension in the room reached its peak. June found himself faced with a tough decision. There was 1 spot left for Bottleicious and 2 spots for the challenging song that Lin Ji had bravely chosen earlier. So, in simple words, June was fucked. Both songs would be a nightmare to perform. June definitely didn't want to perform the ballad, but he didn't want to perform with CJ and Jangmoon too. Along with that, Bottleicious was a rap and dance song. That was 2 aspects that he still needed to improve. Fuck it, he whispered, ruffling his hair and walking over to I Love You, Leave, I Don't Love You, Don't Leave. Jisung's smile widened as he patted June's back. I guess we still ended up in the same team, brother. June absent-mindedly nodded, still in disbelief about the turn of events. He didn't even notice Casper coming in and kicking out a trainee from Shake It, causing him to go to Jangman's team. As Seth entered the room, the trainees started chattering among themselves. I kinda don't want him to be in our team. Yeah, I agree. He'll take the star benefits anyway. Well, vocal and dance are safe. Zeth's a rapper, so. Yeah, Zeth is a rapper. He's known as a very powerful dancer and skilled rapper. It's obvious that he's going to pick something that has to do with rap, right? Right? Wrong. Because at that moment, Zeth confidently strode to the vocal and dance section and stood next to June. Are you all familiar with the statement, "Too many cooks spoil the broth"? Apparently, the origin of the phrase can be traced back to medieval times, where it likely emerged from a communal kitchen. Suppose individuals are involved in preparing a dish with differing methods, preferences, and opinions. In that case, it is almost certain that a disastrous dish would be the outcome. That's exactly what was happening within June's team. 10th, 9th, 6th, 5th, 1st. A team of 6 where 5 members are within the top 10. And there was June, in 20th place. By no means was his rank low, but compared with these big dogs, he was somewhat like a chihuahua. Zeth's decision to join the team wasn't taken lightly, too. How could a rapper/dancer pick a ballad song with intricate vocal styles? Zeth cleared his throat and decided to take the lead. Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL by.com. So, why did you guys pick this song? He asked. I like Juan, Yuri said. I've always admired him since I was younger, and I believe this genre suits me the best. Indeed, Yuri's voice was comparable to Ren's. His vocal style is mellow, which will work well with the song. I already have a choreography in mind, Leo responded. I majored in contemporary dance, and this was the only song that could help showcase that. Jisung shyly raised his hand. But wouldn't it be predictable if we go the contemporary route? Of course, this is just my suggestion. You guys can just ignore my statement. He trailed off when he felt pressured by the look his teammates. Zeth awkwardly patted his back. Hey, it's okay, man. We'll take all the suggestions we need. The reason why I chose this song is solely because I already have a contemporary dance in mind, Leo said. Besides, wouldn't it be great to show the Starlights a stage that differs from our competitors? Zeth hummed. That is true. I have another suggestion, though. The song is quite high-pitched. What if we transpose it 1 chord lower? Just so it can match all our vocal ranges? Lin Ji nodded in agreement. Yeah. This isn't my comfortable range. Contemporary is nice, but we can also take Jisung's suggestion and add some pop elements in the chorus. Pop elements in a ballad song? Yuri asked. We're going to look funny if we execute that. And I don't really agree with changing the key. I believe the Starlights would want us to challenge ourselves. Besides, this is a range I'm comfortable in. I'm sure June can reach the high notes too. But you need to think about the whole team, Lin Ji argued. It's not only you who will be singing the song. It's all 6 of us. Leo let out a deep breath. You're not thinking about the entire team, too. Taking it lower would also mean making June, Yuri, and I sing uncomfortably. Besides, changing the key will make it a bit disappointing. I can just settle with the parts in the beginning, Jisung said. Since I can't reach the notes in the chorus. Zeth nodded. I can't reach the high notes, too, he said. But I want to sing the chorus and the bridge. I feel like I can do it well. It's not just about your feeling, Yuri chuckled. It's a matter if you can really sing it or not. Yuri definitely suits the main vocalist part more. Then, I can be the main dancer if you'd like, Leo added. Jisung pursed his lips before courageously speaking up. I also want to be the main dancer, he said. Zeth clicked his tongue. What shall we do? I want to be the main dancer too. Ah, this is bad. I also want to be the main vocalist. I heard the song before coming to Rising Stars and immediately liked it. I even sang it in one of the trainees' evaluations, Lin Ji said. Again, this isn't about what you want to sing, Leo said. It's about who suits the part the best. So, are you saying I don't suit the part at all? Lin Ji asked. Well, if you can only sing it with a lower key, then maybe you don't suit that part at all. Yuri let out a chuckle while Zeth and Lin Ji frowned. The tension increasingly became more uncomfortable, and it was clear that the team had very different visions. But I think Brother Jun suits the main vocalist part the best, Jisung suddenly said. His voice is very pretty. With the mention of Jun's name, the 5 trainees turned toward him. Jun raised both his eyebrows as he looked them in the eyes. He was keeping quiet for a reason. There were already too many ideas, and he was sure his suggestion would only make things worse. Come to think of it, Zeth said. You haven't spoken at all, Jun. Jun nodded, still not saying anything. Then, what's your opinion? Lin Ji asked. Why don't you decide for us, brother? His teammates looked at him with wide, hopeful eyes. Oh, hell no. Jun's not going to decide. You guys decide. Jun stood in the middle of the room, looking at his teammates with a gloomy expression. It couldn't be denied that the conversation had diverged the team into sub-teams. Zeth was in the corner of the room with his earphones in. He was seriously studying the lyrics of the song while trying to come up with some choreography. Compared to his bubbly and golden retriever-like personality, he was more composed than usual. Leo was on the other side of the room, doing the same. There was a frown on his face as he tried to get the moves down. Jisung, too, was choreographing the bridge part of the song. In the end, since the main dancer agenda still hadn't been settled, they decided to cut the song into 3 parts and come up with 3 different choreographies. However, in the meantime, Leo was able to persuade everyone that he'd be a reliable main dancer. He also forgo his vocal parts and settled on sub-vocal 4, which has the shortest lines. The vocal parts had been decided too. Yuri was hailed the main vocalist, while Lin Ji became the sub-vocalist 1. Jun was stuck with sub-vocal 2, and it was significantly lesser than the main vocal and sub-vocal 1 lines. However, there was already too much tension in the room, so Jun couldn't really speak out. He glanced to his side and saw Lin Ji. He was practicing the song, yet instead of the sub-vocal 1 part, he was practicing the main vocal part. Yuri noticed that too, since he frowned and made his voice louder, his voice ringing in the room. The sound of dissonance resonated in the practice room, and Jun couldn't do anything but stand there and watch. Jun sighed. Maybe Bottleicious wouldn't be too bad, after all. 1, 2, 3, Zeth counted as the team did a rundown on everything they had learned today. Since the choreography was split into 3 parts, the process was faster than usual. Some trainees peeked inside their practice room, curious to see their progress. They've already finished the choreography? That's insane. We're only halfway through. This team is really insane. We can't compete with them. Jun glanced at the door, making eye contact with the spying trainees, making them scramble away. They really weren't discreet about it all. Jun wondered what his team looked like from the outside perspective. It might seem that they're progressing very quickly, and in reality, they are. This team has a bunch of very talented trainees. It would be weird if they weren't able to utilize their good skills. However, June felt that something was missing in their performance. As they ran through the movements, it just seemed a bit monotone. Aside from that, it also felt like it didn't flow very well. It was obvious that 3 different people choreographed the song. Some moves were repetitive, while some were out of place. Although June wasn't a dance expert, which was evident since he struggled the most when learning the dance, he could still tell that something was off. "Let's practice one more time," Zeth said, glancing at the clock. "It's already getting late, but we still need to get the dance down so we can focus more on our vocal parts and arrangement tomorrow." Leo nodded. "The interim evaluation is tomorrow, too, right? After lunchtime?" "Yeah," Jisung said. "That's what the production crew told us." "Geez," Yuri muttered. "We need to make it quick. The performance is already on Wednesday. So we have more or less 4 days to practice." "We're doing a good job, though," Zeth said. "The choreography is already done. Let's do it one last time." They did the dance once more, and June still couldn't shake off his weird feeling. As the song finished, he rested his hands on his knees and took a deep breath. The song is a ballad, but why was he so out of breath? Sweat dripped from his temples, so he quickly wiped it away. June was about to straighten his back when he felt a heavy weight around his shoulders. "Ah, this song is so tough," Linji said. "I feel like you're the only one who can understand my struggles, brother. These 4 are monster dancers." June quickly moved away when he realized it was Lin Ji. Lin Ji chuckled and raised his hands in surrender. "Whoa, what's with your reaction? Did I do something to you, brother? Why does it seem like you don't like me?" "Yes, you killed me. And you're fucking annoying." Since June wasn't responding, Lin Ji started to think he was serious. Thankfully, Jisung came to the rescue and lightened the atmosphere. "Don't take it too hard, Lin Ji," he chuckled. "June just doesn't like being touched." "Oh," Lin Ji said. "You really remind me of someone I know. You have such similar personalities. Makes me want to tease you more." June pursed his lips to control his anger. "This bastard. That is me. The fucking brother you killed for your own benefit." "Well, let's call it a day," Zeth said. "Let's meet early tomorrow. Around 7 a.m.? They all nodded before parting ways. Jisung and June walked together since they were still roommates. As they entered, they saw Hoon all alone in the room. Hoon and June made eye contact, but Hoon quickly looked away. Ever since the day he forcefully revealed June's face to the public, the 2 of them hadn't talked at all. "I'll take a shower first, brother," Jisung said. "I'm all sticky." "Sure," June said, keeping his gaze on Hoon. As Jisung entered the bathroom, June decided to confront Hoon once and for all. Hoon frowned and took a step back, his ankle hitting the back of his bed. "Shit," he cursed. "What the fuck are you doing?" Explore Tati stories at no/l/bin.cm. "Should you really be talking to me in that way?" June asked, cocking one eyebrow. Hoon clenched his fists and kept his chin held high. "I tripped, okay?" he snapped. "You must have been happy that I revealed your face since you look like—" "I look like what?" June cockily asked. "I'm not what you expected, huh?" Hoon chuckled. "Don't be so brave now, June. At the end of the day, you're still a loser that hid behind the cat mask. You're a pathetic man that got plastic surgery in the middle of the competition. I saw you during the first mission. You didn't look like that." June smirked in amusement. He's saying all that with an obvious rhinoplasty and double eyelid surgery? So, it was you, huh? June asked, taking a step forward. Hoon felt a chill run down his spine. You saw me in the bathroom? There it was again, June's dark aura. Hoon had only experienced it once when they were in Team Abyss, and although he didn't want to admit it, the reason why he agreed to June's decisions back then was because of his aura. If this was any other situation, I would have gouged your eyeballs out, amputated both your hands, and stuffed them into your empty eye sockets. But for now, let me thank you since everything went well after the reveal. Although the threat sounded like a joke, Hoon couldn't help but feel scared. It doesn't change the fact that you still got plastic surgery, he pathetically stammered. What am I? A superhuman or something? How could I heal in less than 2 weeks if I got surgery? You're just in denial, Hoon, June said. So, don't try to mess with me from now on. And stop being an insecure little bitch. Maybe then, you'd get on my level. With that, June calmly went to his bed and sat down. On the other hand, Hoon was a shaking mess. He didn't even dare look back at June. Instead, he went out of the room. Fuck. 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 What's with him? He muttered under his breath and went to Ji-young's room to sleep for the night. June chuckled as he watched Hoon's frightened back. Looks like the kid wouldn't be bothering him anytime soon. Ji-sung went out of the bathroom and looked at June with raised eyebrows. Why were you chuckling all by yourself, brother? He asked. June quickly pulled a straight face and cleared his throat. Nothing, he said. Where did Hoon go? Ji-sung asked. I don't know. He went out. He's probably not going to come back for the night. Then I guess it's just the two of us tonight. The two of us? June asked. Where's Jae-young? He's rooming with Akira. I think he wanted to talk about the team selection in the first mission. Oh, June muttered. Oh. Well, I'm going to sleep, Ji-sung yawned, going up his bunk. It's going to be a long day tomorrow. June stayed still, and in a matter of minutes, he heard Ji-sung's snoring from above him. This was it. He looked at his mission corner and saw the deadline. Deadline for mission, 28H, 45M, 7 seconds. It's time to sneak out. Maybe sneaking out wasn't a good idea after all. June stood behind a wall, concealing him from the night cameras in the hallway. Sneaking out of his room was the easy part. It was a good thing that Ji-sung, the heaviest sleeper among them, was the only one left in their room. If Jae-young was there, June was sure he'll have an even harder time. June looked at the cameras situated on the corner of the wall and analyzed the extent of the view it could capture. If he could recall, there were some scenes aired on the show from the specific view, and it couldn't capture the entire hallway. He just has to stick to this route, sticking his body as close to the wall as possible. Let's do this, he muttered. June wasn't foreign to these kinds of concepts. He had to sneak out plenty of times from various places. And it was more high-stake than this. Back then, if he had been caught, it would have cost him his life. He took his experience from the past and moved expertly, evading the cameras without making any sound. June went past one obstacle after the other, but encountered the most difficult one in the end. The back door. The Rising Stars dorm had 2 exits, the front entrance and the back door. The front entrance usually had more guards, and most of the production crew members also entered and exited through that door. So, June knew it was impossible to exit there without getting caught. The back door was a better choice. Not a lot of trainees knew about the exit. June didn't know about it at the start, too. If it wasn't for CJ, he would still be clueless about this place. June saw a lone security guard standing next to the exit, causing him to retreat and hide behind a wide post. Deadline for mission, 28H, 8M, 34 seconds. June continued looking at the door, hoping the security guard would suddenly feel the urge to go to the restroom. Unluckily for him, the guard settled comfortably on his seat, laughing at something on his phone. Heck! What is that bucktooth doing here? June suddenly heard a familiar voice. He usually flirts with the janitress during these times. Did they break up or something? Another voice asked. June frowned and peeked from behind the post. Those voices, he couldn't be mistaken. June sighed in disbelief when he saw Jang-moon and CJ on the wall adjacent to the post. Their figures were hidden by a cabinet, occluding the guard's view of their bodies. However, June could see and hear them clearly. I'm hungry. I want a sausage, Jang-moon whined. And I'm craving a soda. They don't have any junk food in the pantry here. CJ clicked his tongue. Be patient. Let's just wait until that bucktooth guard falls asleep. Jang-moon groaned. And when will that be? His eyes are practically glowing while watching on his phone. We'll be the first ones to sleep here if that happens. Then, tomorrow? CJ asked. We can sneak out tomorrow and go to the convenience store. But I'm craving something now, Jang-moon whined. June observed the two of them. It seemed like it wasn't their first time doing something like this. Just then, June thought of a brilliant idea. He rummaged through his pockets and brought out a couple of coins. June smirked and looked back and forth between the guard and his two friends. Sorry, he thought. Just think of it as payment for letting me suffer when we were still teammates. The guard turned off his phone for a bit and stood up, stretching his body and letting out a yawn. This was his chance. June aimed at Jang-moon and CJ and threw the coins over their way, creating a loud clinking sound paired with Jang-moon's dramatic wail. Shoo! CJ shushed, but that, in itself, was already loud. June smiled when the guard's attention was successfully taken. He brought out his flashlight and pointed it straight at Jang-moon and CJ. They froze for a moment while the guard shook his head and clicked his tongue. Rising Star's trainees, huh? The guard said, his voice resembling someone that had inhaled helium. Run! Jang-moon screamed, and the two of them scrambled away from the guard. The guard was surprised, but he soon started running after them. June took that as a chance to walk through the back door, internally rejoicing when he felt the cool night breeze against his skin. He kept his mask and hoodie on since he didn't want to risk running into anyone from the production crew. June then continued walking until he saw a convenience store on the side of the road. LL new rise at N0V/LBI/.cm. There'll probably be people who can recognize him here, right? June entered the convenience store and finally took off his hoodie and mask, hoping someone would recognize him right away and ask for his autograph. However, as he opened the door, he didn't find anyone except for a scrawny little teenager playing games on his phone. He didn't even bother to glance at June as he came in. Welcome, the part-timer nonchalantly said, still looking at his phone. His game sound effects were on full volume, so it could be heard in the entire store. June clicked his tongue and settled on one of the seats, hoping someone who watches Rising Stars would come in at any moment. The part-timer, a high school student who only wanted a job to buy skins for his game characters, finally looked up when his character died. His respawn time was already more than 1 minute, so he decided to observe the new customer. The high school student was surprised to see that the customer was very handsome. Lucky motherfucker, he muttered, continuing to observe June's face. For the part-timer, June looked quite familiar. It seemed like he had seen him on TV when his sister and mother would be watching their useless shows. But then again, maybe this brother was just handsome, so he looked like a celebrity. June felt the kid stare, so he looked up, raising his eyebrows in inquiry. "Aren't you going to buy anything?" he asked. "Why?" June asked. "People aren't allowed to sit there if they don't buy anything," the part-timer said. Then, he saw that he already respawned, so he held onto his phone once more. "If you're not going to buy anything, then you should leave." June clicked his tongue. This stingy little kid. There weren't any people around. June went to the chocolate section and grabbed the first one he saw. He walked to the counter and placed the chocolates down. Just then, the door opened and the chimes rang, signaling the arrival of a new customer. "Welcome," the part-timer said in the same nonchalant tone. June glanced at the door but quickly looked away when he saw two familiar faces. He quickly placed his hood and his mask back on. What are Alex and Hyunwoo doing here? Fortunately, the two Phoenix trainees didn't notice June's presence since they were too engrossed in their conversations. "It's a good thing the back door was unguarded," Alex said, removing his hood. "Yeah," Hyunwoo chuckled. "I really wanted to get some booze." Shit. 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 Out of all the trainees, why the hell does it have to be them? "Ring this up quickly," June said to the part-timer. "Geez," the kid said. "Can't you wait a bit? Can't you see that I'm on fire right now?" He gestured to his game. "Then, I'm going to leave," June said, preparing to leave. However, the kid suddenly rang up one of his chocolates. "You need to pay for these ones now," the part-timer smirked. He didn't know why this handsome dude was suddenly in a hurry, but it's fun messing with people. "Then make it fast," June said through gritted teeth. "Sure," the part-timer said, one hand on his game while the other rang up his items. The kid did it so slowly that June knew it was already on purpose. June pursed his lips and was about to scold the younger teen when he suddenly felt Alex and Hyunwoo's presence behind him. "This is enough, right?" Hyunwoo asked. "Should we get some snacks too?" "No need," Alex said. "Anderson only told us to get some booze. We need to make it fast since Mad Hatter is waiting for us in the alleyway too." "All right," Hyunwoo said. "By the way, that trainee, doesn't he seem familiar?" Alex hummed. "That June guy?" June froze. Shit. They're talking about him. "Would you like to pay using cash or card?" the part-timer asked. June didn't say anything and handed him a $10 bill, looking him in the eyes to urge him make it faster. However, the kid merely smiled and took the $10 bill in his hands, inspecting to see if it was real. Then, he went back to his game to buy some items. "Kid," he said in a serious but soft voice. "I'm serious." "Make it fast," he said, leaning closer so Alex and Hyunwoo wouldn't be able to hear him. The part-timer raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then, he heard the sound of his character dying, making him annoyed. "Ah, seriously? You made me die. You're just jackshit in the game," June wanted to retort but decided not to. "Just, give me back my change," June whispered. The part-timer smirked. This brother is obviously in a hurry. Let's mess with him more. While June urged the part-timer to make it faster, he could still hear Alex's and Hyunwoo's conversation behind him. "He reminds me of someone," Alex said. "But they're different. Too different." "You don't think it's him, right?" Hyunwoo asked. "It's been a year. I'm sure he's not pursuing to become an idol after everything that happened." "I don't know," Alex said. "But I better not see him again." He's the reason why we got kicked out of chaos. Now, this is our last chance to debut. Jun frowned. Are they still talking about Choi Junho? These are vodka chocolates, brother. I need an ID to confirm your age. Jun's eyes widened in surprise. He wanted to say something more, but fighting with this kid will just prolong his time in the convenience store. So, he brought out Choi Junho's ID from his wallet and showed it to the part-timer, making sure to cover it from Alex's and Hyunwoo's view. All right, the part-timer said, finally feeling satisfied with teasing the handsome brother. Here you go, he cheerfully said, handing Jun the chocolates he bought like he didn't just waste Jun's time and piss him off. Thanks, Jun squeezed out, taking the bag of chocolates and his ID card from the annoying little high schooler. Jun swears kids are getting scarier these days. As Jun abruptly left the convenience store, Hyunwoo and Alex looked at each other with perplexed stares. That guy sounded familiar. Hey, kid, Alex said, taking the high schooler by surprise. What? Hyunwoo chuckled. Snarky, aren't you? What if we fucking punch your mouth close, huh? The high schooler, named One, felt a chill run down his spine. These two brothers were also handsome, but One didn't like them at all. And although the handsome brother who just left threatened him too, these two felt like bad news. What do you want? One nervously asked as he rang up their liquor. He didn't even bother getting their IDs since he was too scared. That guy a while ago, Alex said, gripping the counter. What was his name? I don't know, One said, giving them their bag of booze. Hyunwoo chuckled. You saw his ID. I don't remember it, he shakily responded. Alex suddenly brought out a shiny material from his pocket, making the part-timer freeze in fear. I said, what was his name? Jun sighed in relief when he finally made his way to an empty alley. It was dark, and only a flickering street light illuminated the place. However, Jun found solace in the ratchet place. He sat down on the elevated concrete and unwrapped one of his chocolates. He popped it into his mouth. This better be good. I suffered so much because of this. Jun grimaced as soon as the flavors hit his tongue. He quickly spat it out. It tastes like shit. Just then, a gaudy-looking man came and stood at the end of the alley, just under the street light. After him, the two boys that he was trying to escape from showed up once more. Fuck, he cursed. What are they doing here again? They carried bottles of alcohol in their hands and went straight to the strange man underneath the street light. Read latest chapters at n/velbi.co/m. Jun was a bit far away from them, but Jun could still see their faces from where he was sitting. This wouldn't do. He needed to get out of there fast. He stood up and dusted off his pants, placing his mask and hood back on. Then, he tried his best to stay as silent as possible as he walked away. However, just as he was about to leave, two young girls suddenly came up to him, making him halt his steps. Oh my gosh! You're Jun, right? How? How the hell did they recognize Jun when almost his entire face was covered? Jun quickly looked back from where Alex, Hyunwoo, and the strange guy were standing to see if they had noticed the commotion. Jun sighed in relief when he saw they were still busy talking among themselves. You're Jun, right? The young, short-haired girl exclaimed as she looked into Jun's eyes. How did you know? Jun whispered. Your eyes, duh, the long-haired one responded. We saw you on Rising Stars. Deadline for mission, 26H, 8M, 34 seconds. Are they finally going to ask for Jun's autograph right here? He was about to ask the two girls to take this conversation somewhere else, but they were already chattering among themselves, leaving Jun speechless. Your face reveal was really awesome. My mom fell for you too. Right? Everything moved so quickly. Then, bam bam bam. His handsome face was revealed. That was fucking legendary. I keep repeating the video over and over again. I gave you lots of stars. Me too. I used my mom's card. Oh, wow. Did she get mad? She didn't find out, the short-haired girl chuckled slyly. June pursed his lips. He didn't want to interrupt the two since he didn't want to be rude to people who supported him on Rising Stars. Do you need anything? June asked, hoping they'd just ask for an autograph so June could finally accomplish his bonus mission and leave this alleyway. He glanced back once again and found that the three men were still conversing. Ah, right. What do we need, Rena? Do you want a picture? A picture. Yeah. Can you take a picture with us? The long-haired girl, Rena, asked. A picture? June asked. An autograph, please. Just ask for an autograph. Sure, June trailed off. Maybe they'd ask for his autograph later. But wait, I think I forgot my phone at the dorm, Rena said. Hina, the short-haired girl, started rummaging through her belongings. Wait, I forgot it too. Sorry, June. We came out in a hurry because we craved milk tea. Can you use your phone to take our pictures instead? June was dumbfounded. What kind of fans are these people? They wouldn't even be able to get this picture afterward. Please? Hina asked. I just want to take a picture with you. June pursed his lips and stiffly nodded his head. Okay. He brought out his phone, and the two girls immediately exclaimed. Ago, how old is your phone now? My little sister has a better model than yours, Rena said. Give me that, Hina said, opening the camera app. We look like we're from the 1990s. No wonder you don't have any pre-debut pictures online. Your phone's camera isn't good at all. Gee, thanks. It wasn't like June wasn't aware of that already. Don't worry, brother. We'll give you more stars so you can debut and finally get a new phone, Hina cheerfully assured him. I appreciate it, June said through gritted teeth. Do you still want a picture? Oh, yes. Go ahead. Just use the flash since I'm afraid we wouldn't be seen with the current quality, Hina responded. Flash? June asked with wide eyes. Without any warning, Hina held his phone up and snapped a picture. The bright flash blinded their eyes, and his phone also had an obnoxious camera snapping sound, which resonated in the dark alley. June was sure that the three men had noticed them now. It didn't even focus on us, Rena said as she observed the picture. But it's okay. At least I can say that we took a picture with you. You're really on fire these days. Don't forget us when you become famous, all right? Sure, June awkwardly chuckled. I have to go, he quickly said, wanting to get out of there as soon as possible in case Alex and Hyunwoo would check out what was going on. Oh, stay safe, they said, waving their hands enthusiastically. You guys stay safe, too, June seriously said. This seems like a very dangerous alleyway. Bye, he quickly said, almost sprinting away from the alley. Once again, that was a close call. He didn't know who those two trainees met in the alleyway, but it seemed that he was a very dangerous man. The two girls June left behind were squealing to themselves as they walked back to their dorms. He's very kind, isn't he? I bet other celebrities won't even let us take a picture on their phones, Rena chimed. Of course, he's kind. It's already quite evident in the show, Hina said. But I think I like him more now. Let's post our encounter on Naval. June muttered curses under his breath as he walked away from the alley. He didn't even know where his feet were taking him. June looked at his watch and sighed. It was nearing midnight, and he still wasn't able to accomplish his mission. Instead, he mainly gained a headache from interacting with that high school part-timer and palpitations from the very near encounters with Alex and Hyunwoo. Before June realized it, he had made his way to the subway station. Shit. Did he walk that far already? He sighed and suddenly felt tired, so he leaned against the wall to rest for a while. The wall he leaned on wasn't so stable. It was a bit flimsy, and it was too bright that it hurt his eyes. June clicked his tongue and turned around to look at the wall. Everything seemed to annoy him at this point. As he turned around with a glare, he suddenly stopped when he saw familiar eyes looking back at him. LL news to rise at N0V/LBI/.cm. No, it wasn't anyone he knew. Because it was him, June. In particular, it was the moment when June revealed his face during the eliminations. His skin was glowing, and his cheeks and lips were unusually pink. It seemed that they had edited him into a Sanrio character. However, above all the exaggerated editing, June found it fascinating. His face was literally placed on such a big LED screen where multiple people could come and see it. Surrounding his face were numerous post-it notes of varying shapes and colors. My Black Kitty June. You made me get into K-pop again. I'm looking forward to your performances. I fell in love with your pink mask in the beginning, but I fell deeper when I saw your face. You're the best idol vocalist for me. Keep going, June. You make me believe that I can become an idol too. Fighting to the two of us, June. June read the letters with an ambiguous feeling. To be honest, he's only doing this to keep Mei Ling alive. He really didn't expect to have this kind of impact on other people. As he read the other letters, a small gasp was heard from beside him. He looked to the side and saw a lady looking at him with wide eyes. It's so late. Nari whined. Why are we going to the subway this late in the evening? It's past midnight already, Jia said. So technically, it's not late. It's early. Wei sighed. I swear. Who knew you'd get the biggest fangirl fever out of all of us? If I knew this was going to happen, I never would have introduced you to Rising Stars, Sumin yawned. Oh, come on, Jia urged. Just think of it as payback for forcing me to come to early morning shoots with idols that weren't even singing live. Well, damn, Wei chuckled. The four of them got out of the subway, and Jia guided them to June's LED screen. U updates tnvel/by.com. As they approached the large screen, they saw a strange guy wearing a black hood and a black mask. He was looking at the screen intently, and it scared the girls a little bit. Sumin stopped. Let's go back later? That guy looks suspicious. Don't be so judgmental, Jia said. He may be a fan of June. While looking like that? Sumin asked. Jia clicked her tongue. Come on. Just let me leave a letter and take a picture. Then, we can finally head back to the dorms. Wei pouted. He's wearing all black. And look at those pockets. It's like he has something stuffed in them. It was, indeed, his vodka-infused chocolates. Jia sighed. Fine. Wait for me at the food stalls out front. I'll just take a selfie. Are you sure? Sumin asked. Yes. Jia exclaimed. Order tteokbokki for me in advance. Oh, and a serving of fish cakes too. Wei smiled. Call. It's my treat this time. Let's go. With that, her 3 friends left her behind. Jia slowly walked to the LED screen, wary of the strange man. Even after their conversation, he was still in the same position where she first saw him. At that point, Jia found him strange too. However, as she got closer, she let out a small gasp when she saw his eyes. No. The man finally snapped out of his trance and looked Jia in the eyes. Jia took a step back as she gazed into familiar orbs. Some of his hair peeked through his hood, casting a mysterious shadow over his eyes. June? Jia whispered. What's up? June awkwardly said. Jia hiccuped. It really is you. She was unsure at first if it was really him, but with his first utterance, she couldn't be mistaken. Jia couldn't speak for a couple of seconds, and June, being the introverted person he was, also didn't know what to say. Did you come here to look at your LED screen? Jia shyly asked. This was the very first time she interacted with a man this way. Usually, she was rougher in the presence of her male friends, but with June, her personality took a sudden change. June scratched the back of his head. No, I just stumbled upon it. I guess, he said, his words contrasting reality. Jia softly smiled. June really seems to care a lot about his fans. What a great idol trainee. Are you here to visit it too? June asked. Jia nodded. I have this letter, she said, pulling out a post-it note. Oh, June said, reading the contents of her short letter. You made me get into K-pop. I'll support you in every way I can. I'll even skip my meals just to buy you some stars. June chuckled as he finished reading. However, his amusement suddenly turned into somber nostalgia when he remembered his sister. Mei Ling used to be the same. June would always scold her for skipping her meals and spending it on albums, merch, and streaming passes. He clicked his tongue and looked her in the eyes. Don't skip your meals for me, he said. Your parents aren't giving you allowance to buy stars. Oh, Jia said, her heart racing in her chest. Jia held onto her reddening cheeks. Okay. I'll just ask my parents for more allowance to buy more stars for you. June chuckled. Spend it on yourself, but thanks for supporting me. Jia shyly looked down at the ground. If you don't mind, can you give me an autograph? June froze, causing Jia to panic. Is he not allowed to? Or does he not want to? Oh gosh. She didn't want to make him uncomfortable. But it's okay if you don't. I'll do it, June quickly interrupted her. I'll give you my autograph. Jia was practically bursting with excitement due to his sudden enthusiasm. You can just sign my post-it, she said. Jia quickly rummaged through her bag. Here, she said, handing him a pen. June looked at the piece of paper, a bit perplexed. This was the first time he had needed to sign an autograph. Does he just sign it? Or write his name? Or add a message? He clicked his tongue and did whatever felt right. Don't skip a meal, he wrote before placing his signature. There you go, he said. Then, he glanced at his watch and saw it was nearing 2 a.m. His eyes widened. I think I need to go now. Oh, sure, Jia said. If you want, you can take the subway to Azure. June ran before Jia could finish her sentence. She looked at him with a frown. Is he going to run back to the Azure building? Then, she admired him even more. What an environmental and economic king. After that, she absent-mindedly went to the food stalls where her friends were. Jia. Over here, Wei called out. Still absent-minded, Jia sat next to her. Her three friends looked at each other with confusion. Did something happen? Sumin asked. I met June, Jiao bluntly said. Now, her three friends were looking at her like she was crazy. Did the fangirl's life get to her mind and create brain damage or something? Yeah, sure, Nari awkwardly chuckled. It's true. Jia defended. He was the guy with the black hood. Sumin patted her back. It's okay, Jia. We also have delusions sometimes. But it was really him. June ran back to the Azure building after finishing his bonus mission. He had a smile on his face as the tall and wide building made its way to his view. Congratulations, host. You have succeeded in the bonus mission, sign an autograph. All stats have now been upgraded. Your current stats are Vocals, A. Dance, B. Visual, B. Rap, E+. Charm, D. Leadership, C+. Mission reset will occur within 24 hours. The morning after, Jiao went to Naval to create a thread using her Stan account. How I met Rising Star's June and got his autograph. He even wrote me a message, she wrote, attaching a picture of the post-it note he had signed. The Naval thread blew up right away, and Jiao was expecting envious comments that would boost her ego. However, as soon as she opened the comment section, her face fell. Yeah, sure. And my father's Michael Jackson. It's time to get checked into a mental asylum. Did you have your little brother write that for you? The handwriting is that of a middle schooler. Just then, a new comment popped up. Hina and Rina, oh my gosh. I met him too. We even took a picture on his phone. Jia chuckled in disbelief as she read that comment. My kitty June, stop lying. Why would he take a picture with you on his phone? Hina and Rina, it's real. His phone was as shitty as a potato, but he was really nice. You're the one who should be lying, girl. You must have run into his doppelganger and was stupid enough to think it was him. Help! Two delusional fans are fighting. There's no need to fight, ladies. The mental asylum welcomes everyone. But it's true. Hina, Rina, and Jia. The practice room was bathed with a warm glow early in the morning. The weather was great today, so Jisung entered the practice room with a wide smile on his face. Zeph looked up from his phone and greeted him with a smile. Good morning, man. Good morning, Jisung chimed. Jisung wanted to wake June up, but he looked to be in such deep sleep that he didn't want to interrupt him. So, he decided to let him sleep for a bit more since there were still 5 minutes until 7 a.m. Their other teammates quickly followed, stretching their bodies and yawning due to their early rising. As the clock hit 7, the door opened, and June came in. Jisung gasped in surprise as soon as he saw him. His other teammates also looked over his way and frowned. June stopped for a moment to look at their ambiguous expressions. What? He asked. Did he look awful? Well, he did only get about 3 hours of sleep, so it was understandable. You look good, brother, Jisung complimented, giving him 2 thumbs up. He looked good? June looked to the side to stare at himself in the mirror. Damn. He did look good. That one upgrade on his visuals definitely did him a very good favor. Let's start, Zeth said, clapping his hands. He was the acting leader at this point, so the other members listened to his command well. Or so June thought. Let's dance first to warm up our bodies, then let's start with training our vocals, Zeth suggested. However, Yuri stepped in. We had already danced to the song multiple times yesterday, he countered. Don't you think we need to focus on the vocals now? We haven't even sung the song once. Zeth sighed, raking his hands through his hair. We need to warm up our bodies. We all just woke up. We can't start singing right away. That must be the case for you, Leo said. But we're all right with singing first. The mood felt better when June first came in, but now it was back to where they all started. The tension was suffocating. Jisung clicked his tongue. Let's dance first. We'll sing better if our bodies are warmed up. Leo was about to argue, but Yuri placed his hand on his shoulder. Fine, Yuri said. Just one round. Zeth nodded and played the music. They aimed to get it right in one round, but it seemed like things were not working out for them. They didn't look unsynchronized, but their styles were a bit too different from each other, like they weren't on the same team at all. Lin Ji, too, seemed to be making too many mistakes. Leo clicked his tongue and sat down on the floor. What is wrong with you? This is our fourth round already, he scolded. The moves are confusing, Lin Ji snapped. They don't flow well with each other. June couldn't argue with that. It was really the case with their choreography. Let's just do it one more time, Zeth sighed. We need to get it down today since the interim evaluation starts after lunch. Yuri pursed his lips together. Don't mess up, he said as a general warning to all his teammates. It seemed like Yuri's threat worked since they were finally able to finish the choreography without any problem. Take 5, Zeth said, a bit out of breath. June sighed in relief and plopped down at the corner. Jisung soon joined him, taking a swig from his water bottle. I was watching you a while ago, brother, Jisung said. How could you improve your dancing again? You weren't like this on the first mission. June sighed. Of course, he's already at AB-. He was merely AC during the first mission. I still need to practice more, June genuinely said. Okay, let's start with the vocal training, Zeth said, clapping his hands. We have about 2 hours left until the evaluation, so let's make this fast. Their team lined up while Zeth went to the music player to play the instrumental version of the song. The woeful piano intro set the tone of the song, helping the trainees get into character. However, it was ruined when Lin Ji suddenly spoke. Wait! Lin Ji exclaimed. We're not going to do anything with the instrumentation, right? We'll keep it as it is? Yes, Leo said. We're not going to make it into a pop song, he sarcastically added. Lin Ji frowned. That's not what I was insinuating. I also don't want to change the arrangement. Hey, brother. Tell me, do you have a problem with me? Jisung's eyes widened in surprise. Leo and Lin Ji looked at each other with subtle hatred, and June was reminded of the person Lin Ji used to be. He had to commend Leo, though. He's not backing down despite being in the presence of a killer. Let's start, June said, his voice cutting the tension like a knife. Frankly, he was a bit annoyed by their constant passive bickering. His sleep-deprived self wanted to get this over with. His teammates lined up, and Zeth went back to the music player to restart the song. The mellow intro of the song sent June back into the past. Shit. This was what he wanted to avoid. For some reason, this song always evoked intense feelings inside him. It must be because of the meaning it had in his life when he first sang it. The song talked about romantic love, something he was unfamiliar with, yet he could relate to the message so much. It was when he was trying his best to send Mei Ling on a field trip, and he had to make extreme ends meet. He would forego his meals, lying to his sister that he wasn't hungry just so he could save some money. However, in the end, he still wasn't able to make enough money. Mei Ling came up to him with teary eyes, saying everything was okay and that she never really wanted to go on the field trip anyway. However, June knew better. Find you chapters on nv/lbi.com. His sister was holding back her sadness for his sake too. In the end, the two of them were liars. June was so caught up in his thoughts that he didn't even realize that his part already came on. He only snapped out of it when Jisung patted his back. "Brother, are you okay?" Jisung asked, concerned. June looked at the annoyed faces of his teammates and nodded. "Pay attention, will you?" Leo asked. Lin Ji sighed impatiently. "We're already short of time, so it'd be appreciated if we don't make any mistakes." June pursed his lips. "Okay," he softly said. "These damn motherfuckers." They were acting like June had done a heinous crime. This was the very first time he had made a mistake. Lin Ji was big to speak about June's mistakes when he had committed plenty during the dance practice earlier. "Let's start again," Zeth said, replaying the song once more. Yuri started the song, followed by Lin Ji. Then, it was time for June to sing. However, before June could even utter his first lines, Jang Moon suddenly burst through the room and shouted. "The mentors got here early. It's time for the interim evaluations." "What?" Leo exclaimed, his eyebrows furrowed. The sudden change in schedule ensued turmoil within the team, and even June felt uncomfortable going into the interim evaluations without practicing their vocals even once. Jang Moon smiled. "We're shocked too, brothers. But the production team is urging us to be there in 5 minutes. See you," he cheerfully said before leaving their practice room. Zeth sighed and massaged his temples as soon as the door slammed close. "What are we going to do?" Lin Ji asked. "It's all right," Zeth tried to calm the team down. "We have the dance down, and I'm assuming you guys are at least familiar with your lines." "We didn't even fully run down our parts," Leo stated. Yuri pursed his lips. "Well, if we followed what was agreed upon yesterday, then we wouldn't have a problem right now. I'll add in some harmonies here and there to save some face." Discover new Tories at nv/lbin.c/o. Jisung appeared as if he wanted to cry. The tension increased a millionfold, creating an awful team spirit. "Let's just go," June said. "Just get along well during these evaluations. Let's show the mentors what we worked hard for." June only ever had disastrous interim evaluations ever since he joined the show, and he wanted to change that. They went out of the practice room and to the training center. Almost all of the trainees were already there, so their team settled on the very back. June frowned when he saw 12 chairs behind the mentors' backs. Ji-hyun glanced excitedly at the door as June's team entered. She beamed as she looked at his face. She already felt invigorated. She felt Hyerin nudge her side, causing her to evade his gaze away from him. "That's June, right?" she asked. "Wow," Hyerin exclaimed. "I saw the live broadcast the other day and was amazed. Why was he hiding such a face under that mask?" Miho hummed. "My sister became a fan. She asked me to get his autograph." Ji-hyun and Hyerin chuckled. "Then, go ahead," Ji-hyun said. "Nope," Miho smiled. "I'm the world star. I can't ask for an autograph from an idol trainee." Gun cleared his throat, causing them to halt their conversation. "All right, let's start. I have a schedule after this one, so let's make it quick," he impatiently said. "Right," Miho cleared his throat. He took the mic and spoke, "Good morning, trainees. I'm sure most of you are shocked to see us here 2 hours earlier than the expected time, but this is the fun of a survival show. You must always be prepared at all times. You have been given less than 2 days to prepare, so we're not expecting a perfect performance, Woojin said. Although I'm seeing some good teams, and I'm already expecting a lot, he continued, his gaze lingering on Jun's team. Jun felt constipated. They were already placing his team on a pedestal. You might think this is just a normal interim evaluation, however, this evaluation is important. These 12 chairs behind us aren't just props. These seats are going to be filled up by special people, Bone added. Special mentors, please come in, Miho said. The room seemed to hold its breath as the door opened, revealing familiar faces. Holy shit, CJ exclaimed loudly. Jae Kim? The people who entered gave a different aura, showcasing that they were truly celebrities. Jisung squeezed Jun's hand as they came in one by one. A member from Black Buns, Thrice, Synthesis, and all other original artists of the song the trainees will perform came in. The last person was the most imposing. With a cane in his hand, dark sunglasses, and a straw fedora, the room bowed as the presence of a well-known senior, Hwan, entered the room. I'm going to puke, Jisung said. Hwan looks so intimidating. As Kong Miho's announcement settled in, the trainees' eyes widened, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Great! Not only do we have to impress our mentors, but now we've got the actual singers watching us massacre their songs. I hope they've forgotten their own lyrics at some point too. Maybe we can bond over that. I forgot all the lyrics. Shit. Miho cleared his throat into the mic. Let's not make this any longer. Bottleicious team, please take center stage. CJ's team stood up, and they looked more composed than Jun had expected. Or maybe that's just CJ and Jangmoon. All right, introduce your team, Gun said. Good morning, mentors. Sungwoo exclaimed. We are Team Yummy Bodies. The mentors and trainees stifled a laugh after hearing their team name. Jun shook his head. It felt like he already knew who came up with such a straightforward name. Team Yummy Bodies, huh? Jae Kim said. Well, since it seems like you have embodied my song with your team name, I'm looking forward to your performance. I wouldn't, Gun whispered. The music started, and Yummy Bodies immediately snapped into performance mode. The thumping bass and smooth hip-hop beats set the tone as the trainees prepared to deliver the seductive rap verses that defined the track. Jihyun and Woojin exchanged glances, both sharing an unspoken skepticism about how the performance would unfold. Some of the trainees within the team had the reputation of being comedic reliefs rather than being talented, so they already buried their expectations underground. The opening move was slow and sensuous, surprising the mentors. As the first rapper started, their delivery was unexpectedly smooth. A slight grin tugged on Mentor Bone's lips. He glanced at Jae Kim and saw him intently watching the performance, pursing his lips together here and there. Of course, there were hiccups along the way. There were some missteps during the tough chorus and fumbles during fast rap verses. However, Team Yummy Bodies already exceeded the mentors' expectations, especially since the last-ranked trainee was in the team. As the last notes lingered, the mentors started writing pointers on their boards. Jae Kim spoke first, his tone more generous than expected. Honestly, I was expecting a disastrous performance after seeing your ranks, but you guys did unexpectedly okay. I think your teamwork is the most commendable. Mentor Miho nodded, adding, it wasn't a flawless performance, but it wasn't bad. Practice more, and you'll have a good performance. Team Yummy Bodies exchanged triumphant smiles, their shoulders visibly lightened by the mentors' words. Thank you, mentors, their leader said. The team bowed before going back to their original seats. Jisung couldn't help but clap as they finished. They did better than expected, huh? He whispered to Jun. Jun nodded. Those two fools improved. I wish we could get comments like those, too, Jisung said in a hopeful voice. However, June knew that the comments they'd be receiving would be completely different from yummy bodies. Even if the mentors promised to look at them equally, their biases were already evident after seeing the trainees' ranks. There's no doubt that they'd be judging their team with higher standards. The interim evaluations continued, and it was evident the teams had become more nervous in the presence of the original singers. A lot of teams fumbled with their lyrics and tunes, and they received a generous scolding from both the mentors and the original singer. The teams performing Shake It and Beside Me, however, received the most compliments out of all teams. It was rightfully deserved. Their teams felt cohesive, and it seemed like they already had their concept down. June noticed that the order of performances followed the pattern of the original singer's seating arrangement, which meant their team would be performing last. June didn't know whether it was on purpose or not, but surely, Azure knew how to stir up drama. They were saving the best team for last, building up yet another expectation for their team. The team performing I Love You, Leave, I Don't Love You, Don't Leave, please take center stage and show us your performance. I'm looking forward to this performance, Woojin said as June's team stood at the center. The other trainees anticipated their performance too. Did you hear? They finished the choreography early yesterday. Well, what else would you expect? They have the highest-ranking trainees. This better be a good stage. Pressuring comments came from left and right, and the original artists also raised their eyebrows in surprise when they saw their ranks. Gun and June made eye contact, and June was surprised when Gun avoided his eyes. Ever since the shit incident, it seemed like Gun had been deliberately ignoring him. Introduce your team, Gun said, still not looking June in the eyes. Good morning, judges, Zeth started off. We are Team Aces. Woojin raised his eyebrows. Aces, huh? You just made us expect even more, Zeth. I hope your team lives up to your name. You may start, Miho said. As soon as the music played, the trainees exclaimed in nostalgia. I Love You, Leave, I Don't Love You, Don't Leave is such an iconic song. It could be recognized by the first piano notes. Everyone watched intently as Leo started a flowy and contemporary dance intro. Whoa, Zeth's not the center? How could you even pick a center among these people? Only June is not deserving. June clicked his tongue as he executed his moves. These little rats are still underestimating him. Yuri stepped forward, his voice gentle yet commanding as he opened the song. I looked once again up at the blue skies. A memory, long lost, held within my eyes. His vocals filled the room, capturing the audience's attention instantly. It was a well-known fact that Yuri was a good singer, one of the best among the trainees. He had the same grade as Rin and June under A-, but June was able to upgrade his vocals due to the bonus round, so he now ranks the highest in terms of vocals among the trainees. Lin Shi followed, his husky voice contrasting with Yuri's. I held you back, kept feelings at bay. Now we're adrift, worlds away. Then, he chimes in during the chorus, his voice blending with Yuri's. Surprisingly, their voices matched each other pretty well, however, there was a slight dissonance when they sang the high notes. Ji-hyun pursed her lips together as she listened to their voices. There's something iffy about their performance. With a bit of a fumble, Zeth and Jisung emerged as centers during the chorus, their unsynchronized dancing somewhat uncomfortable to watch. Their styles were too different, and it was highlighted during their pair dance. Up-to-date OVLS on OVL.cm. June sang the first part of the second verse, already feeling tired after the countless jumping and ballet-inspired movements during the chorus. There was no doubt that the choreography was tiring, and by the second verse, their vocals started getting shakier. At first glance, it seemed like a flawless performance. However, as the bridge approached and as Lin Ji sang the high notes, a subtle unease settled over the room. While their performance was technically impressive, there was a lack of genuine connection to the emotions behind the ballad. Despite their powerful movements, the mentors' expressions remained somewhat unimpressed. As Lin Ji sang the last notes, Leo took the center and did a back tumble, making the trainees exclaim in shock. After their performance, the trainees applauded. Although, it quickly faded when they noticed the somber expressions on the mentors' faces. I thought it was good, but why do the mentors look so disappointed? Yeah, it was good. But it isn't anything special. It's like they just wanted to show off their skills. Now that you've mentioned it. Yeah, it was disappointing. Team aces, once the object of high expectations, now found themselves at the center of doubt and uncertainty. Gun was the first one to speak. He sighed into the microphone, making the atmosphere even heavier. While practicing, June couldn't pinpoint what their team lacked. They were definitely good, but something was missing. And now, June finally knew what the problem truly was. They weren't a team. They were mere individuals who performed their respective parts without regarding its emotional aspect. Let me critique the dance, Gun said. The choreography isn't bad. There are some good elements, but how do I say this? It's somewhat repetitive. Team Aces nodded. And at some parts, it felt like the moves were forced. They didn't flow seamlessly, and there was too much going on during the chorus. Instead of feeling impressed, I only felt distracted. I had high expectations for this group, Wu Jing continued. But it seemed I should have turned it down a notch. Your singing was dissonant. Have you ever tried practicing it as a group before? Zeth pursed his lips. No, sir, he quietly said. Wu Jing chuckled in disbelief. I rest my case. So, you all just want to be dancers, huh? I get it. You don't want to focus on singing that much. June felt a bit annoyed. This dude was putting words into their mouths. However, he didn't dare say anything since he knew the power of evil editing. But they didn't do a great job at the dance, Hiren said, chuckling bitterly. If you jump around and show off your high ranges, do you think it's going to make you win? Or maybe your team is just complacent since most of you already have high ranks. Anyway, she continued. I suggest looking into the dance. It's somewhat confusing, and it doesn't resonate well with the lyrics. Yes, mentor, the team muttered. The other trainees looked at the highest-ranked team bowing their heads in regret. Some of them felt a blast of satisfaction. It was nice seeing the top guys getting rained on with criticism. However, just as June thought things couldn't get any worse, it did. Huan took the mic, making the room dead silent. He cleared his throat and looked at the trainees, his dark sunglasses concealing what he truly felt. This was the very first time he had spoken all throughout the interim evaluations, so his potential commentary made even the mentors anxious. Do you really think your performance was worthy of my song? Huan asked, his voice cutting through the atmosphere like a sharp knife. Well, you've ruined it, tainted it with half-hearted effort and empty execution. His words hung heavy in the air, a bitter truth that the trainees couldn't escape. Huan's eyes locked onto each of them, his gaze unyielding. You had a chance to showcase my song to the world, and you've squandered it. Those rankings you received? You don't deserve them. You think this is enough? Do you think you can skate by with mediocrity? If you believe that, then you don't understand the weight of the responsibility you've been given. My song deserves more than what you've given it. A heavy silence settled over the room as Huan's words sank in. This was the harshest evaluation someone had gotten from the entire evaluation. Even the trainees who weren't part of Team Aces felt the sting of his criticism. I expect nothing less than the best. So, I suggest you start all over again. The team sat in silence, looking at the floor with dark expressions. Jun lifted his head and looked at his teammates one by one, and he was getting frustrated by their tense silence. We need to talk about what happened, Jun said, breaking the silence. Lin Ji sighed, raking his hands through his hair. What else is there to talk about? Let's just get this over with. Huan already told us to start all over. And whose fault do you think that is? Leo muttered. Lin Ji frowned. You keep talking with that cocky tone of yours, Leo. Are you blaming us for the failed performance? Leo sighed, his gaze fixed on Lin Ji. Well, if we would have gotten our singing down this morning, then we wouldn't have been the center of mocking during the evaluations. Jun sighed. Instead of smoothing over the wrinkles of their performance, they were fighting once again. And how is that my fault? Lin Ji exclaimed. You messed up during your solo dance, and the choreography you did was too hard. That's why we were so out of breath by the second verse. Leo was about to stand up to confront Lin Ji, but Yuri held onto his shoulder. Don't blame Leo for your incompetence in singing, Yuri calmly said. That seemed to aggravate Lin Ji even more. Let's not fight, guys, Jisung said, getting nervous. I think we should talk about the performance. We're already talking about the performance. And while we're at it, let's talk about how unsynchronized you and Zeth were during the chorus, Leo snapped, causing Jisung to cast his head down, looking like a kicked puppy. Don't speak like that, Zeth said to Leo. It's not helping with our situation at all. Your soft leadership didn't work with this team, Zeth, Yuri said. It's not doing us anything good. And I think it all boils down to your leadership skills. Fine, Zeth sighed. Let's say that I wasn't such a good leader, but I tried my best to incorporate all your suggestions no matter how ridiculous they seem. I even foregone the center position because Leo wanted it, he retaliated. Lin Ji clicked his tongue. It's still surprising, though. Why would you even pick a ballad song to perform, Zeth? He asked. It's not like you're good at singing at all. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. Zeth, too, seemed to be taken aback by Lin Ji's statement. It was a big blow to his ego as the first-ranked trainee. Jun sighed, feeling fed up with their constant bickering. Zeth was about to retaliate when Jun finally spoke. If y'all don't stop, I'm going to bang your heads together until you all become incapable of thinking. Ah, shit. He couldn't help himself. His teammates all looked at him with surprise. Jun sighed and decided to finish what he started. Y'all are blind and deaf if you think only one person has something to do with the outcome of the interim evaluations, Jun started. This is a collective fault. I have been observing from the very start, and I have a lot to say. First, Jun said, facing Yuri and Lin Ji. You're focusing too much on your pride. Both of you want to become the main vocalist, so your harmonies sound dissonant. You keep trying to outsing each other, so it doesn't sound pleasant to the ears. Frankly, it sounds like the two of you are always battling against each other. Just because you sing more loudly does not mean you're more skilled, he bluntly said. And you three, Jun turned to Zeth, Leo, and Jisung. Splitting the choreography wasn't a good idea. It's like we're dancing to 3 different songs. It's difficult to transition from one part to another because your styles are too different. It would have been resolved if you had communicated about it. Of course, I admit I have some fault in this too, Jun said. But I didn't want to add more fuel to the fire. However, we have less than 3 days until our performance, and there needs to be some changes, he continued. If you think we're going to win just because of our ranks, then you're absolutely wrong. Our opponents are more desperate than us. And from the interim evaluations, we had the worst performance among all. I thought Juan's comments would help this team snap out of it, but we're still the same. The team went quiet as Jun finished his speech. He's so freaking cool, Jisung thought, looking at Jun with wide and amazed eyes. Lin Ji's thoughts also turned as he looked at Jun. The more I spend time with this guy, the more I see Jun Hao in him. Jun was about to say something more when the door suddenly opened, and mentor Jihyun entered the room. Oh, she exclaimed when she felt the tense atmosphere. Did I interrupt something? The team foregone their argument and stood, greeting mentor Jihyun with a bow. Then, Jun lined up along with his teammates. You didn't receive good comments during your evaluations, she said, taking a seat next to the music player. I, too, expected something more from you. But don't worry. You still have 3 days to change your performance. That's why I'm here to help you guys, she added, looking straight at Jun. However, the trainee didn't even bother looking at her. She awkwardly cleared her throat and straightened her posture. All right. Shall we start? Jihyun turned on the music, and undoubtedly, the group tried their best to show that they didn't argue just moments ago. Yuri took a deep breath and began to sing. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. I looked once again up at the blue skies. A memory, long lost, held within my eyes. Then Lin Ji joined him for the chorus, their harmonies blending in a technically sound performance. However, Jihyun's expression remained unreadable, occasionally nodding in approval. However, she felt there was an intangible energy missing, a spark that would truly connect the song to the hearts of the listeners. Moreover, Jun's words were right. Although their voices were technically harmonizing, the volumes weren't quite right since they wanted to outshine each other. As the second verse approached, Jun let out a shallow breath before singing his lines. Come to think of it, this was the very first time Jun had sung the song without doing anything else. Earlier, during the interim evaluations, he was focused more on his dancing since it was a bit tough. However, with the still atmosphere, Jun couldn't help but feel his past emotions. Unspoken words, a silent ache. A love unclaimed, a heart at stake. His voice was soft, contrasting with how Yuri and Lin Ji sang their lines. However, despite the soft volume, it had an emotional weight that resonated with every note. As Jun sang those few lines, the air seemed to change. The room was hushed, and the team members exchanged glances, feeling like they were able to genuinely hear the song for the first time. Jihyun's eyes fixed on Jun, then a spark of recognition flickered in her gaze. Out of all the members of Team Aces, Jun was the only one who had unlocked the song's hidden message. At that point, she realized that it was the emotional chord that had been missing from their performance. When Jun's voice faded, there was a moment of silence, and Jisung almost forgot his lines. However, the performance continued, but Jihyun's mind still lingered on Jun's lines. It was far too little for someone as talented as him. As the song finished, Jihyun turned to Jun and said, Jun, could you sing the bridge part just by yourself? Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise while Lin Ji frowned. You mean my part? He asked in an incredulous tone. It didn't take a genius to see that Lin Ji didn't want another person to sing his part. However, mentor Jihyun remained insistent. Yes, she said. I don't have to repeat myself. She manipulated the music player to start just before the bridge. Jun, sing the bridge, she said, her gaze locked onto his. Although Jun was still confused, he took a deep breath and began singing the bridge. Although he didn't want to sound too emotional, this song triggered something within him, something he couldn't explain. Oh, the regrets that haunt my soul. The pain of letting you go. I asked for space, and you truly pushed me away. I love you, leave, and now I'm alone in the price I pay. His voice filled the space, carrying the weight of the song's message that sent shivers down everyone's spine. As he sang the last line, he went back to his usual nonchalant self, causing mentor Ji-hyun to let out a giggle. I don't have anything to say, she said, her eyes sparkling with newfound fondness. Ji-hyun didn't think it would be possible to like June even more, but it was. I think I've found your missing piece, she said, looking at the members. You guys sounded great, she said. But it's not anything special. Your singing and dancing lacked depth and emotion during the interim evaluations, but June over here unlocked the song's true essence. I hope you take this time to reflect on your past decisions. Maybe your task delegation wasn't effective after all. Zeth tilted his head to the side. What do you suggest we do, mentor? Switch parts, she said. June is made for the bridge. Now, I wouldn't be making this decision for you, but talk among yourselves and take it into consideration. The idea stuck with everyone, yet Lin Ji wasn't happy about it. June didn't care about the parts he'll need to sing, but if it was for the best of the team, then he'd unhesitatingly take on the role. Well, I'll leave you guys for now, Ji-hyun said. I still need to meet with the other teams for their vocal training. See you all during the final evaluation. Thank you, mentors, they bowed their heads once more as Ji-hyun exited the practice room. After their vocal training, mentor Hyerin immediately followed. The team still hadn't internalized mentor Ji-hyun's suggestions, yet they already had to show their unpolished dance to Hyerin. Hyerin sat down next to the music player and looked at the trainees one by one. Leo, Yuri, and Jisung looked away from her out of shyness. Zeth and Lin Ji, on the other hand, ogled her. At the end of the day, they were still boys, and Hyerin was freaking pretty. Hyerin felt satisfied when she saw their reactions. She was used to these kinds of reactions from trainees. Hyerin only joined Rising Stars during the second, all-male season, and her ego had exponentially grown ever since. Being adored by multiple male trainees boosted her self-esteem, and even now, she couldn't help but smile to herself as the good-looking boys looked at her with amazement. But not all the boys. Hyerin's smile fell when she saw June playing with his hands, not even bothering to look at her. She raised one of her eyebrows in surprise. Does he not find her beautiful at all? Hyerin cleared her throat, successfully getting June's attention. Hyerin smiled at him, a smile that she was sure would make him melt. However, like a block of frozen metal, he remained unfazed. She internally scoffed and decided to let it go, for now. I'm assuming you still haven't revised your choreography? She asked, tapping her feet on the floor. Yes, mentor, Leo responded. We just finished our vocal training. I'm aware, she said, checking her nails. Show me what you have prepared since yesterday, then. Team Aces went to their respective positions while Hyerin played the music. They did as they practiced a while ago, and still, the problems the mentors pointed out were evident. Hyerin hummed, stroking her chin. There's no doubt that all of you are capable dancers now. I'm even surprised to see June catching up. You're almost at par with Lin Ji now. However, there are definitely a lot of elements going on. You're trying to show off your skills in the worst way possible. Who choreographed this? She asked. Jisung, Zeth, and Leo raised their hands. All three of you? She asked. I'm surprised. You're all really good dancers, but the dance is underwhelming? And repetitive, in a sense. Work together more, and try to simplify the moves and evoke the emotion rather than focusing on the skill. The team nodded. And one more thing, she added. The arrangement, do something about it. I know you only have 3 days left, but you're all talented. I believe in you, guys, she said, smiling at them widely. Now, I'll leave your team to talk. I'm sure you have a lot going on in your minds. Mentor Hiren left the room, and the team members were finally alone. Zeth sighed and sat on the floor, leaning against the mirror. We need to talk, he said. Fortunately, the team seemed to be amicable to his commands as they silently sat down without any complaints. Let's start with what Mentor Ji-hyun told us, he started. What are your opinions on it? I can't become the sub-vocalist too, Lin Ji quickly said. Jun's current part only has 4 solo lines. At least with the sub-vocalist one part, I can have the pre-chorus, bridge, and last lines to myself. Jisung cleared his throat. But when Jun sang your part, it sounded really good. Not only that, but I actually felt goosebumps when he sang. I believe he's the only one who can evoke the right emotions of the song. Jisung pitifully looked at the brother he idolized. Is he singing from experience? Did he actually have a failed relationship? I agree, Leo said. I forgot how the song should truly sound after hearing it so much, but hearing Jun's version a while ago made me feel emotional again. Switch parts, Yuri said. Jun's voice blends better than mine, and the sub-vocalist one has the most harmony parts out of all. Lin Ji chuckled in disbelief. So, you're all ganging up on me right now? Jun sighed. My current parts do not require any harmonizing, Jun said. That means you actually have more lines where you sing by yourself. I have 2 lines in both the second verse and the chorus. The mid-high note before the bridge is also under sub-vocalist too. I believe it'll suit your husky voice more since the emotions are at their peak during that time. As Jun spoke, Lin Ji's face started brightening up. Find PT Tez on n/vln.cm. Jun internally scoffed. This kid is still the same. He's so easily swayed with praises. His ego is probably the biggest thing he has on his body. Fine, Lin Ji grumbled, trying to sound unhappy. However, the small smirk on his face betrayed him. All right, Seth clapped. It's settled then. The 2 of you will be switching parts. Jun nodded. Being the sub-vocalist one meant he would have more lines to sing. Most of the lines he liked were under this part too. Shall we practice again? Yuri asked. The team was about to stand up when Jun spoke. We have to take into mind that I'm not the only one singing this song, he said. His teammates looked at him before sitting back down, intrigued by his statement. LA test NOVLS on n/vel/co. What do you mean, brother? Jisung asked. This song, Jun started. What do you think is the most important aspect of it? A better choreography, Leo said. Impressive vocals, Yuri chimed. Zeth scratched the back of his neck. Maybe emotions? Exactly, Jun said. It's a song built around the emotions, and I believe that's what Hwan wanted to tell us when he criticized our performance. Jisung sighed. It's hard to do that, brother. Especially when I haven't even fallen in love. Yuri chuckled, ruffling Jisung's hair. I agree, he said. Besides, even if we've experienced love before, we haven't experienced that type of love, the lying one. Jun frowned. What do you think this song really means? Jun thought it was pretty obvious, but it seemed like these kids really didn't know what the song meant. It's confusing, Lin Ji answered. The guy is contradicting himself. Why is he telling lies to the girl he loves? And why does he keep telling her to leave, only to end up regretting it in the end? I think the song means that the guy didn't love the girl deep enough. Yeah, Yuri said. But honestly, who's ever had that kind of love? It's like something out of a movie, he chuckled. What about you? June asked Zeth. Zeth shrugged, looking a bit down. I don't know, whatever you guys said, I guess. Oh, and maybe it's teaching people to be more truthful in their relationships? The group nodded in agreement, and a hint of frustration settled within June. It was clear they felt disconnected from the song's emotional depth, which reflected on their performance a while ago. As they discussed the song's emotions, a shadow flickered across June's eyes, a distant memory resurfacing. He hesitated for a moment but eventually concluded that it would be for the betterment of the team if he shared what he thought. Then, let me tell you what I think it really means, June said. His teammates turned to him, paying attention. I'm sure we've all had moments where we had to put on a facade, a brave face, where we tell ourselves that everything's fine even when things are falling apart. Silence settled over the group, the weight of June's words hanging in the air. The song we're singing, I love you, leave, I don't love you, don't leave, is not just about romantic love. June remembered Mei Ling's innocent face. Oh, how he missed that little rascal. If he had known that they weren't going to be seeing each other for a long time, then June should have bought her that concert ticket. Now, all he could do was regret. June sighed before continuing. It's about the kind of love where you hold on to hope, where you pretend you're okay because that's the only way to keep moving forward. He glanced around and saw a mixture of emotions on their faces, so he decided to bring up something that they could all relate in. It's like the life of a trainee, where everything is uncertain. We don't know when we'll debut, he chuckled bitterly. We don't know if we'd even debut after all. But we tell ourselves we're okay because this is our dream, and we've already sacrificed a lot for this dream. He glanced at Lin Ji, whose face suddenly twisted into regret. Not only that, June continued. But our loved ones have also invested a lot in this dream, and as much as we try to deny it, I'm sure they're expecting something, anything that would signify that we've fulfilled it. So, when they call, we tell them that we're okay, even when we're struggling inside. I'm okay, but I'm not. I love you, leave. June's words hung in the air, leaving his teammates in silence. He finally snapped out of his emotional state to observe their faces. Sniff. He was surprised when Jisung suddenly started tearing up, looking at him with wide eyes. That was beautiful, brother. Now I think I know what you mean. Yuri, too, had teary eyes. However, he quickly blinked his eyes to get rid of them. Yeah, he softly said. I get it now. Leo swallowed the lump in his throat before nodding. I was mistaken, I guess, Lin Ji quickly said. Zeth still seemed to be deep in thought, so he let him be for a while. Then, June stood up and clapped his hands. Now that we've got the emotions down, let's start with practice. As they practiced the song with their newfound perspectives, each note seemed to carry a deeper meaning. June nodded in approval as they finished. Their performance was already 100 times better than what they had performed earlier. It somehow created a domino effect as the three choreographers huddled together, discussing the routine and how to make it more cohesive. They had made the dance routine simpler, but it was somehow more impressive. Their movements seemed to flow seamlessly, with each member expressing the song's emotions through their gestures. It was as if everything had finally fallen into place, and the energy in the room was much brighter. I think that's it for today, Zeth said. Good job to us, guys. We worked really hard today. Have a good rest. We'll meet here tomorrow. Same time. Ugh, finally, Linji groaned, stretching his body. I'm starving. With that, the team members left one by one. However, June couldn't shake off the feeling that not everything was okay. He turned back around to look at Zeth, who was still sitting down on the floor, appearing to be deep in thought. June cleared his throat. Are ya okay? He casually asked. Zeth turned to him, surprised. Then, he nodded. Yeah, everything's fine. June went back to his room to freshen up. His stomach grumbled as he lathered his body with soap. June was so damn hungry since they practiced until 11 p.m. without having any dinner. Jaeyoung and Hoon were already knocked out on their beds while Jisung went to the cafeteria to eat before showering. June felt too sticky, so he decided to take a shower first before eating. He was in the middle of his shower when a pop-up showed up. New missions are in. After the bonus mission, you have now unlocked the feature, 2 missions. Instead of 3 given missions, only 2 at a time will be generated. Missions will regenerate once those 2 missions are accomplished. This allows better regeneration time. Damn, June muttered, looking at Fu's new user interface. You're looking better. Since the host has upgraded his skills, Fu is also being upgraded. Anyway, here are your 2 missions. 1. Create an SNS account. 2. Evoke an emotional response. Make someone cry from the trainees. Good luck. June stopped mid-lather to look at his new missions. He frowned. What the hell was this second one all about? Make someone cry from the trainees? Won't that put him into trouble? Ow, he suddenly exclaimed when some of the soap bubbles got into his eyes. He quickly turned on the shower and rinsed his eye out. He sighed and got out of the shower, looking at himself in the mirror. He cursed silently when he saw his eyes had turned red because of the soap. Great! It's because Fu always has great timing. Why the hell would he give him his new missions in the shower? And 2 ridiculous missions, at that. As a 28-year-old man in his past life, he didn't know much about SNS accounts. He didn't even know how to take a good picture of himself, so he was sure he wouldn't be able to do that all alone. The second mission is just plain ridiculous. June got out of the shower with wet hair, red eyes, and a scowl on his face. Meanwhile, Jisung entered the room with a smile plastered on his face, satisfied by the meal he had just eaten. Oh, brother, he whispered. The meals are probably gone by now. I don't think there's food left for you to eat. What? June exclaimed, causing Jaeyoung to groan. Jisung scratched the back of his head. I know, he said. Apparently, the other trainees were crazy hungry after their practices and went crazy on the dinner selection. What did you eat then? June asked. The remaining buffet, Jisung sheepishly chuckled. But there might be some snacks left. You can check it out if you want. Fine, June grumbled. He needed to get something in his digestive system. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep with his stomach grumbling. He went to the cafeteria and saw that almost all the lights were closed. The cafeteria ladies were already out of sight, and the only light source shone upon the snack section. Azure calls it a snack section, but it's truly just a bunch of fruit and some tasteless crackers. They wanted the trainees to stay fit throughout their stay at the dorms, so they didn't serve them any junk food. Sometimes, there would be a sweet granola bar among the snacks, so June wanted to eat that, at least. However, as he got closer to the basket of snacks, he could only feel disappointed. The snacks left were hardtacks and a fire chip? What the hell is a fire chip? He looked around the cafeteria and saw that there wasn't any food left, so he let out a sigh and picked those 2 snacks. June opened the packet of hardtacks and popped one inside his mouth. He immediately grimaced as the cracker sucked all the moisture in his mouth. They were shitty, so June decided to eat the fire chip instead. He observed the big piece of chip inside the clear box and frowned. Who the hell sells individual chips? Has the world changed so much when he died that manufacturers already make something like this? However, June's curiosity got the best of him as he popped the whole chip in his mouth. At first, it was fine, like a normal barbecue-flavored corn chip. It was a little bit spicy, but not anything June couldn't handle with his Chinese tongue. However, as time progressed, he suddenly felt an aching burn on his tongue. Discover NW Chapter SNN0EL.com. June's eyes widened in surprise when he realized that this chip was individually packaged for a reason. It's fucking spicy! He grabbed a water bottle from the vending machine and went to the stairs to calm himself down. June was already panting, tears brimming in his eyes, and sweat starting to form on his temples. June breathed in deeply as he took another swig of water. However, it felt like fire going down his throat. He coughed, sniffed, and panted out loud, and he was sure he looked like a crazy dog at that point. As he continued to struggle, someone suddenly came into his view, causing him to freeze. "June?" Zeth said, looking at June's teary eyes and red face. "Are you okay?" I'm fine," June tried to say without struggling, but it was practically impossible with his burning tongue. He was surprised when Zeth chuckled sadly and sat next to him. Now, why wasn't he going away? "I see. We must be on the same boat, huh?" June wiped the tears from his eyes, causing Zeth to pat his back. "It's all right, brother. We all have our days sometimes." June scratched the back of his head. "I'm not crying," he explained, sniffing as some mucus ran down his nose. "Sure," Zeth smiled, obviously not believing him. "You don't have to explain yourself. I know that feeling, too. I feel it all too well, honestly." June raised his eyebrows. "Are you all right?" he asked, finally calming down from the aftermath of the chip. That damn chip made him lose 20 years of his life. Zeth smiled and fiddled with his fingers. "You know, no one has ever asked me that question before." June froze. "Oh geez. Is this going to be another therapy session?" June just wanted to eat some damn dinner. "Everybody just seems to assume that I'm all right, you know?" Zeth said. "Just because I'm the first-ranked trainee, just because I'm talented, just because I have supportive parents." All right, all right. Now, he was just bragging. "I never thought I'd be saying these thoughts to anybody else, but seeing you intensely cry made me feel more at ease," he softly said. "It was the damn chip. I wasn't." Sniff. June's statement was cut off. "I feel like I could share this with you, brother," Zeth said, looking at June with tears streaming down his eyes. Zeth's crying. He's really crying. And all June could think of was his mission. "I succeeded, right? I made him cry," he said in his mind. "Trainee Zeth did not cry because of you, host. He merely cried because of his struggles." June let out a sigh, causing Zeth to turn to him. "You understand me, right?" he asked, still with teary eyes. June wasn't even paying attention. Thinking this could be a way to finish another mission, June decided to sit down and listen to Zeth's rants. He sighed before reluctantly squeezing his shoulder. June didn't know much about comforting another person. When Mei Ling's favorite groups would disband, he'd usually just give her some of her favorite snacks. June rummaged through his pocket and found the opened hardtacks in them. With an awkward cough, he placed it in Zeth's hands, causing the talented boy to look up at him with wide eyes. "How did you know that this is my favorite snack?" he asked, popping a piece into his mouth. You seem like the guy to like hardtacks," June reasoned out. Zeth chuckled and continued eating the snack. "You're really a good person, brother. I thought your friends were joking because you always looked serious, but now I think I understand them." June felt awkward. He wasn't used to his attitude being complimented. "So, what's on your mind?" June asked. Zeth placed the hardtacks down and took a deep breath as he began to open up. "Have you ever experienced being at the top?" Zeth asked. "No," June bluntly said. There was no doubt that he's had a shitty life. He had never experienced getting first place, so he couldn't relate to what Zeth was saying. "Do you want to?" Zeth suddenly asked. June hummed. "No," he honestly said. If June was given another chance to live his life, he'd pick a very mediocre one, something that wouldn't entail a lot of responsibilities. All West ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/.cm. A life where you're just there. Not at the bottom, but not at the top. "That's a good choice, brother," Zeth softly said. "You know, being the top-ranked trainee isn't all great if you think about it," Zeth admitted, his voice tinged with frustration. June would much rather live a life at the top than the bottom, though. In the end, it's better to cry at a furnished mansion than a beat-up shed. "Sure," June said. "I'm sure it has its moments." Zeth sighed. "Everyone expects so much from me, and it's like I'm constantly under a microscope. I've been training for years, and sometimes the pressure just feels suffocating." He continued, his voice gaining strength as he spoke. "I chose the song we're performing because I wanted to prove that I'm more than just a good-looking rapper and dancer. I wanted a challenge, something that could showcase my versatility and hard-earned talent. But after everything that happened today, I feel like I'm letting everyone down." June listened intently, trying to understand the weight of Zeth's words. What this kid is feeling is definitely valid, but at the end of the day, it's not like he has to be perfect. However, looking at Zeth, it seemed like he still hadn't internalized that fact. This kid must have been honed in such a tough environment where he always had to be perfect. June knew of the cutthroat world of idols and trainees, but it's different now that he's experiencing it firsthand. It's definitely hard to lose yourself if your heart and mind are not in the right place. "You don't have to be perfect," June said. "If you really think about it, nobody actually cares about you at all. We're all too focused on ourselves to give a damn about other people." Zeth frowned. "I don't understand," he said. "People are quick to judge. I feel like I have to put on some kind of facade to always please them. That's how my life has always been." June leaned against the cold railing, crossing his arms casually. He decided to relay it to Zeth in a way he'd understand. "You know, Zeth, life's a bit like a dance routine. Not everyone gets it right on the first try. Sometimes, you stumble over your steps, miss a beat, or even fall flat on your face. But the trick is to keep moving, find your rhythm, and take those missteps as learning experiences, so you wouldn't repeat them again." Zeth's gaze met June's melancholic feelings swirling in his eyes. "It's easier said than done." June's lips quirked into a smirk. "Oh, no doubt about that. But think about it, those imperfections in your routine are what makes it unforgettable. They're the moments that tell your story, the story of growth, and becoming the person you're meant to be." June wanted to puke as he said those words. When did he become such a philanthropist? Zeth's smile wavered slightly, his voice soft. I don't want to let anyone down." June's gaze held a reassuring steadiness. We all fear that, Zeth. You're not special. Of course, it's all right to feel down every once in a while. That's normal. It's just the wheel of life. However, if that happens, just remember to go back to your original intentions. Why are you doing this in the first place? Zeth blinked, his eyes glistening with tears. June chuckled. Come on, man. Don't cry. You're making me look bad here. Cry. Cry. Fucking cry. June internally rejoiced when tears fell from Zeth's eyes. He patted Zeth's back, trying to hold back his smile. Congratulations, host. You have fulfilled the mission, evoke an emotional response. Make someone cry. Please pick an aspect to improve. How about charm? Or maybe rap? Let's go for rap first since I don't even know what charm does. Rap. Wise choice. Rap +1. Current grade, D-. All skills are now on the D tier. You have earned a healing potion. June wanted to roll his eyes. This potion only unlocked right now? He doesn't need it anymore. Thankfully, Zeth only cried for a couple of minutes. He sniffed and smiled, his signature golden retriever smile that June hadn't seen since the start of the second mission. It seemed like Zeth was finally back to himself. I think we should head back to our rooms, brother, Zeth said, his tone suddenly becoming friendlier, like he had become fonder of June. We still have to think about the arrangement tomorrow. I still don't have a clue on how to arrange the song. June groaned. Don't remind me. Hey, Zeth patted his shoulder. Don't get discouraged now. Take your own advice. Remember your original intentions, he smiled. June paused. Wait. Original intentions? As the two of them walked back to their rooms, a loud monstrous sound broke the tranquil night. Zeth laughed out loud and pointed at June's stomach. I think you forgot to feed the hungry monster in your stomach. June froze, then he suddenly clutched onto his stomach. It wasn't the hungry monster, it was the fiery chip. Shit, he muttered. I gotta go, he said, running to his room and going straight to the bathroom. The chip felt painful coming in, and it sure as hell felt painful coming out. June thought about it all night long. He had his earphones in, and one song played over and over again. He listened to it in his sleep, and he was now listening to it as he woke up. June entered the practice room, and he was surprised to see a much brighter atmosphere than before. Jisung and Leo were polishing their dance routine while the two other vocalists practiced among themselves. Zeth, on the other hand, appeared to be in a better mood. However, there was a frown on his face as he listened to the instrumental version of the song. Zeth lifted his head, his eyes brightening when he saw June enter through the door. Little brother! Zeth exclaimed, standing up from the floor and running toward June. June raised his eyebrows in surprise. Little brother? When the hell did Zeth decide to call June that? In his past life, June could be his uncle. Jang Moon already called him Big Brother, and now he has become a little brother? Zeth, like a big puppy, hugged June's arm, squeezing it tight. June groaned and forcefully removed his hold. Zeth laughed, slapping June's back. It's nice to see you today. Sure, June said, trying to get away from him. However, it seemed like Zeth had taken a liking to June after their conversation last night. Jisung looked at the two of them with a frown. Since when did the two of them get so close, he whispered to himself. As Zeth continued pestering June, Yuri suddenly spoke. Can you turn the music off? It's hard to practice our respective parts while it's on, he snapped. Zeth sighed, finally letting go of June. He paused the music player and stood at the front, his arms crossed in front of his chest. "Gather up. We need to talk about something," he said. "Wait, Jae-sung and I are still syncing some things," Leo called out. Zeth remained resolute. "I said, come here," he exclaimed louder, causing his teammates to look at him with surprise. "Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com." June smirked. "He's really back." June sat in front of Zeth, and the other members reluctantly followed. "All right, let's talk about this," Zeth said, sitting down. "I just want to say that we did a good job yesterday. Special thanks to my little brother, June, for helping us understand what the song really means," Zeth smiled. Jae-sung nudged June's side. "You've become friends?" June shrugged. "Not by choice. The dance has also been revised by the three of us, but there's still something we need to settle. Tomorrow night, we will be having our performance. However, the song arrangement still hadn't been settled. Our concept is still unclear. All I know is that we're performing something contemporary. But it doesn't have a story," he said. "Aren't we going to stick with the original arrangement?" Lin Ji asked. "Mentor Hiren told us that it didn't suit us. Listening to it, I think it really doesn't. The dance looks a bit awkward since it only has a piano accompaniment," Zeth responded. Leo sighed and nodded in agreement. "Although it would be such a hassle to arrange the song, I also think it'd be better to add more instruments. But would it be possible to arrange it at this time? Is somebody skilled in arranging?" Zeth sighed. "If only Ren was here." "I only know how to write harmonies," Leo said. "I never learned how to make musical arrangements." Jae-sung scratched the back of his head. "I'm not skilled in that area." Lin Ji raised his hands. "Don't look at me. I'm an idol, not a producer." Leo shook his head. "I majored in dancing." Then, the five of them turned toward June with hopeful looks. June sighed. He only knew how to play the piano. And although he assisted with the arrangement of Mermaid Melodies, Akira was mainly the one who talked with the A&R team about the changes needed. "We're doomed," Lin Ji said. "Can't there be any pre-made instrumentals that we can just use?" "There is," June said, causing his teammates to look at him. He brought out his phone and went to uWatch. Zeth sat next to him. "Did you find a cover on uWatch?" "No, it's not a cover," June responded. "It's the original." There was a frenzy among the group. "The original?" Yuri asked. "This isn't Juan's song?" "No," June said. "The original song is sung by a Chinese singer named Zhang Mi. This came out 2 years before Juan released his version." Lin Ji chuckled in disbelief. "I'm the Chinese one here, but I've never even heard of this song," he said. "When did you find this, brother?" Jae-sung asked. "It only has 5,000 views. It was a song I listened to when I was young," June responded. Zeth chuckled. "Just when were you born, brother?" he joked. "I swear, it sometimes feels you're older than me." "Because I am." "Just listen to it," June said, pressing play on the video. Honestly, his teammates weren't expecting a lot. However, when the song was played, they were immediately enamored. Juan's version was already an emotional masterpiece, but the original was even better. The start of the song sounded more raw. It's as if the sound of the pianist's fingers hitting the piano keys could even be heard. Then, some light percussion was heard in the second verse, making Lin Ji nod his head in approval. Leo also naturally started moving his body, and he could already tell that the song was better to dance to compared with Juan's version. However, that wasn't the best part. As the bridge approached, the instrumental stopped overall, and only the singer's voice was heard, amplifying the emotions of the song. Then, as the high note approached, numerous string instruments, violins, cellos, harps, played in harmony, creating a grandiose atmosphere. Holy shit, Seth couldn't help but curse. He quickly covered his mouth and continued listening to the song. As the end approached, the instrumentals dialed down once more, and they were back to the sentimental piano sound from the beginning. The room became silent as the song ended, and the team fell into an agreement. Seth wrapped his arm around June and squeezed his neck, causing him to choke. However, Seth didn't care and continued smothering him with praises. "You're really the best, little brother. What would we have done without you?" June elbowed Seth, causing him to let go with an oof. "Do we all agree to use this arrangement?" Seth bubbly asked. It was a unanimous decision. "All right, it's final. We'll be using this one," Seth said. "Now, we just need to finalize our dance, then we'd practice the entire thing this afternoon." "But wait," Jason said. "The outline of the dance routine is already finished. However, it is hard to materialize it without a concept." "Right," Seth sighed. "I almost forgot about that. What about we wear all white like contemporary dancers?" Leo asked. "Too generic," Linji said. "How about a butterfly concept?" "What the hell is this? Zootopia?" Yuri asked. "The song talks about love, so let's do a concept surrounding that." "Yuck," Linji spat. "I ain't doing a love concept with you, guys." As his members continued to argue about their concept, June recalled the lyrics in his mind. Truly, the song was beautifully written. And June's favorite parts were the bridge and the outro. Fortunately, after switching parts, June would now sing these lines. The last lines resounded in his mind. "But I see that you're happier, though I want you to stay. But now, I'll smile while watching you from far away." Are there any other ideas?" Seth asked. June lifted his head. "Death." "Next team, stand by," the production crew yelled as Casper's team finished with their final evaluation. Hyerin, having come back from a festival schedule, sat with the judges with an apologetic smile. She still had her stage outfit on, and Miho complimented her look. "Well, you're very pretty today," he said. Hyerin smirked. "Aren't I pretty every day?" Ji-hyun chuckled. "I was prettier when I was younger." "I can't argue with that," Hyerin retorted. "How many teams have performed?" she asked, scanning the stage. The production crew was currently preparing it, bringing up various props. Smoke screens were placed on the stage as long as white flowers. "We're down to the last team," Gunn said. "But I'm worried for this team." Despite having high-ranked trainees, they didn't do well during the interim evaluations. And not to mention, Juan is going to be watching later at the live show too. "I hope they took my suggestions into consideration," Ji-hyun said with a hopeful face. "If they do, then I have no doubt they're going to do well." "Is their stage ready?" Bone asked one of the members of the production team. "There's still one item, sir," the member responded. "After that, we'll call Team Aces up the stage." Bone nodded, going back to scrolling on his phone. The other judges also went back to their casual conversations. However, they all halted when a big, white thing was hauled onto the stage. Their eyes widened in surprise. "What is that?" Hyerin exclaimed. "Don't tell me, they're going to use that thing?" They had no time to react as team aces went up the stage and assumed their positions. Then, the intro of I Love You, Leave, I Love You, Don't Leave started playing. It was familiar yet new at the same time, somehow revamped. The final rehearsals continued, and the judges watched their stage, captivated. By the end of it, not even a pin drop could be heard in the studio. A chilly afternoon breeze swept through the crowd of enthusiastic fans, each eagerly waiting to enter the studio. Along them, Jia stood at the very front of the line, her other friends not being able to make it because they all decided to head back to their province after the academic year. So now, she was stuck all alone outside of Azure's building, waiting for the guards to open the gates for the second mission. As they entered the studio, Jia couldn't help but recognize the familiar face beside her. It was the same girl she had seen during the first mission, Ren's fangirl. "Hey," Jia greeted. "I think we've met before." Despite their past shared experience, the girl's demeanor remained just as aloof as before. "You're a fan of Ren's, right?" Jia asked. The girl hummed. "And you were the girl with annoying friends. I'm surprised they aren't here this time." Jia chuckled awkwardly. "Yeah, that was me, I guess. If you don't mind me asking, what's your name? I feel like we'll be seeing each other more often from now on." Since their summer break would last a month, Jia wanted to befriend another person because her friends would only come back to the city in time for the fourth mission. "Bora," the girl replied, her tone casual. "And you?" "Jia," I said. "I'm a fan of June's. If you're open to it, I can tell you all about." "No thanks," Bora cut her off. "I don't care about your favorite. I only care about Ren." "Oh," Jia said, pursing her lips. On another note, she doesn't want to be friends with this girl anymore. As they waited for the event to begin, the chilly air around them seemed to freeze. However, the chilly air thawed when Kong Miho stepped onto the stage. The excitement was exhilarating, and the fans' cheers echoed off the walls of the recording center. "Hello, everyone!" Kong Miho's voice rang out, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Are you ready for the XX battle?" Fans were curious about the new battle mission, wondering what XX battle could mean. They erupted into cheers, their enthusiasm matching Miho's infectious energy. Today, our talented trainees will be showcasing their skills in not one but two positions: vocal, rap, or dance. Each performance will be a chance for them to shine and capture your hearts, he continued. As Kong Miho explained the rules of the battle, the room buzzed with anticipation. After each performance, you, Starlights, will have the power to vote for the most eye-catching member. And that lucky member will receive a special benefit. But remember, it's not just about the benefit. Your vote can be a source of encouragement and support for these hardworking trainees. Kong Miho's gaze turned serious as he concluded, "By the end of today's show, we'll also be voting for the team that performed the best in each category. So choose wisely because your votes will shape the course of the competition." Without further ado, let me call the first team onto the stage. The team performing beside me by Thrice, please come to the stage. It's time to shine. The crowd's cheers intensified as Miho stepped back, allowing the spotlight to shift onto the trainees. Bora, who was calmly scrolling through her phone just a while ago, turned into a different person when she saw that this team had Ren in it. She screamed like a manic person, causing Jia to look at her in shock. Jia didn't look like that when she fangirled, right? The lights dimmed, and the stage came to life as team beside me stepped forward. The audience's cheers filled the air as the trainees took their positions, each holding a different instrument, guitars, drums, and more. The band concept was a refreshing departure from the norm, and the anticipation for their performance was obvious in the crowd's energy. Bora's hands were pressed against her cheeks, her eyes sparkling as she focused her gaze on Rin. The music enveloped the room, and she seemed utterly captivated by the scene unfolding before her. The trainees' synchronized movements and the lively melody had an infectious quality, and as they transitioned to the chorus, the band concept seamlessly blended into a vibrant dance routine. The energy was heightened as if the performers had channeled the essence of youthful enthusiasm into their every move. Beside me, you and I, a dance that feels so right. Our friendship turned into love under the moonlight. Guided by the music, our hearts begin to sway. Together at this moment, forever here to stay. Bora's fangirling reached a new level, her excited squeals almost drowning the sea of cheers around them. Jiao couldn't help but give her some space, afraid that Bora would accidentally slap her. As the performance concluded, Jiao clapped and glanced at Bora once more. This woman is truly scary. She was back to her nonchalant self once again. Bora's excitement had already died down, and she wanted to leave the floor after voting for Rin. However, her vote would only be valid if she stayed until the end of the show, so she decided to stay. With a sigh, Bora resigned herself to scrolling on her phone. Countless performances later, her boredom only seemed to increase. Jia, too, couldn't wait for Jun's team to perform. If she recalled right, Miho said that there would be 12 teams performing? One for each category. Then, that meant that Jun's team was going to perform last. Wait, Jia muttered. Is he going to perform with Zeth? Find new stories on nov/elbin.com. The other fans in the studio also chattered excitedly among themselves. Leo and Yuri still hadn't gone, right? And Lin Ji too. Oh, is this Jisung's stage? Finally! Shit. Is Jun on the same team as them? I can't wait. Before the last team came on stage, the production crew disassembled the props of the last team and arranged them for the next performance. Jiao watched intently as the props team carried varied materials onto the stage. Smoke screens. White flowers. Flowy white curtains. And... Jia's eyes widened in shock. A coffin? The mentor's room was lively as ever, as 12 additional seats were placed by the production crew. I saw your performance the other day, Mia, a member of Black Buns, said as she sat next to him. Taking off your shirt and twerking is definitely a courageous choice. Kim smirked. I just gave my fans what they wanted. Why don't we film the dance challenge later? Mia blushed and gently hit Jay's chest. Hyerin, the thrice member, exclaimed as she went to hug her fellow idol. Nana, Hyerin said with a fake smile. Coming from girl groups who debuted in the same year, the two were considered rivals. Another member of Thrice came during the interim evaluations, yet now it was none other than Nana. The two of them were the visuals or the faces of the group, and they both gave off an innocent feel, so they've been compared to each other ever since. It's nice seeing you here, Nana said in an exaggerated tone. Hyerin chuckled and gave her a hug despite wanting to pull her hair. Of course, she smiled. It's nice to see you too. The room was filled with nostalgic greetings and chatty conversations. They paid attention during the trainees' performances, but they went straight to gossip right after. This team will probably win, Jay said to the Shake It team. Shouldn't you be rooting for Bottleicious instead? Wu Jing chuckled. I would want to, Jay shrugged. But these kids killed it. Their ranks are high too. The night continued with exciting performances. And now, it was time for the last team of the night. I'm worried about them, Mia suddenly said. I was shaking when Juan said those comments. Even as a veteran idol, I felt quite fearful. Tell me about it, Jay said. I couldn't even sleep that night. Just then, the chatty atmosphere turned silent when an enigmatic presence entered the room. The group of artists turned to the door where Juan's imposing figure stood. They all stood and bowed their heads in respect. "Good evening, Senior," Ji-hyun said. "It's great to have you join us tonight." Juan merely nodded before sitting on his chair. The artists resulted to whispering after Juan came, all worried about the outcome of the performance. However, the mentors who had watched the performance already knew better. "Look forward to their stage," Ji-hyun said with a proud smile. "A coffin? What song needs a coffin, to begin with? Is it going to be a spooky performance again?" "June already did that, so I hope he doesn't repeat the same concept." "I heard that they're performing a ballad song." "Huh? Then what's with the coffin?" After the setting of props, the trainees went up the stage. Then, the stage lighting shifted, causing gasps to ripple through the audience. The trainees watching backstage also exclaimed in surprise. "What the hell? So handsome! This is unfair. Their cheers are so loud for this team." There was no doubt that this team had the most fans in the audience. Zeth's fandom alone can already overturn one group. And not to mention that they all looked very handsome under the stage light. However, it couldn't be denied that the audience's gazes strayed to one person, June. The people in the studio took sight of June in person for the first time, and Jia already felt like she was going to pass out any second. N/W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin.co/m. Beautiful. June was too damn beautiful. Bora, who had been on her phone for the entirety of the show, finally lifted her head. Her eyes instantly widened in surprise when she saw June in front of her. She had seen his photos and videos before, but being in his presence was an entirely different experience. He exuded a charisma that was impossible to ignore, and the collective enamored gasps from the audience echoed her own reaction. Jia, standing beside Bora, seemed to have lost all semblance of composure. Her hand sought out Bora's arm, squeezing it in excitement. "Oh my gosh, look at him! He's even more handsome in person." Bora couldn't help but agree. However, she didn't want to admit it out loud. She brushed off Jia's hand and clicked her tongue. "Don't bother me." "Good afternoon, everyone," Zeth said in a bubbly voice. "Vocals A!" Leo exclaimed. "Dance A!" Jisung shyly said. "We ace every aspect," Lin Ji boasted. "We're team aces," they said in unison, and the cheers became even louder. The anticipation in the room grew as the lights dimmed. Jia held onto the railings and squeezed them tightly. She was so damn excited for this performance. She was even more excited than the time she passed her dream university's entrance test. Bora, too, couldn't help but feel intrigued. "I guess let's watch this last stage," she thought, pocketing her phone. The boys spread out on stage, each occupying a section. Then, the soft strains of the piano began to echo in the air. "They're performing this song? Ah, shit. I love this song so much. My mom loves this song. It's a classic." The crowd fell into silence, their attention focused on the stage ahead. As the sad melody of the ballad filled the space, they found themselves entranced, captivated by the raw emotion that emanated from the music alone. The LED background illuminated, revealing a stunning moving image of a sunlit hill blanketed with pristine white flowers. The scene gave off a sense of serenity, yet there was an underlying melancholy that tugged at their heartstrings. The performers, dressed entirely in white, seemed to blend seamlessly with the ethereal backdrop. Yuri stood at the forefront of the stage, clutching a single white rose in his hand. I looked once again, up at the blue skies. A memory, long lost, held within my eyes. Under the sun, I held you close but not too near. Afraid to let my heart be clear. His voice quivered with emotions as he began to sing. His mellow voice held a delicate vulnerability that touched the audience's heart. Juan raised his eyebrows in surprise. The other artists who were in the interim evaluations were also shocked. How could their performance improve this much? As Yuri's voice filled the room, he reached out to June, who walked toward him. He passed the white rose onto June's hand as if passing the emotional baton. Then, June opened his mouth to sing. I love you, leave, my heart believes. A paradox of tangled leaves. With every word, I push you away, visit no, v, 3lb/n, dot. cm for new OVL. Hoping you'll choose to stay. June's voice emerged like a whisper, tender yet powerful. It carried the weight of sorrow and longing, and the crowd watched with awe as his heartfelt delivery seemed to pierce through the very soul of the song. As the song's chorus approached, their voices intertwined in a harmonious blend that sent shivers down the audience's spine. I love you, leave, I don't love you, don't leave. My mouth spewed lies of make-believe. Promises unravel, a fragile game we play. I don't love you, don't leave, don't let this slip away. Jisung and Zeth stepped forward, their movements synchronized as they danced at the center of the stage. Their mirrored choreography created a captivating visual symphony that held the audience spellbound. The transition to the second verse was seamless, and the spotlight shifted to Lin Ji. Zeth once again passed him the white rose, and he looked at it with deep sadness. Unspoken words, a silent ache. A love unclaimed, a heart at stake. His voice, infused with a rich depth of feeling, painted a vivid picture of heartache. The remaining members followed suit, each delivering their lines with an intensity that mirrored the emotions embedded in the lyrics. Their collective performance was a testament to their dedication and talent, drawing the audience even deeper into the story they were telling. In the spaces between our stolen glances lies the truth of missed chances. The mentors and artists watched in amazement, their hearts thumping to the subtle percussion sound. Then, Juan let out a small gasp. This version, were they using the original? I love you, leave, a silent plea. Afraid to show the real me. I held you back, kept feelings at bay. Now we're adrift, worlds away. The chorus once again approached, and the sound of multiple string instruments resonated in the studio, opening the hearts of the watchers. I love you, leave, I don't love you, don't leave. In this paradox, we're meant to grieve. A love once pure is now lost in the night. Two souls forever apart from the light. Juan felt something tug on his heartstrings. Indeed, they were using the original instrumental. The fact that someone was aware of the version already softened his heart. This song was very special to him as a young artist. It was the one that boosted him to stardom. And then, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived, the bridge. The music swelled, and the LED background changed, casting an ethereal glow over the performers. June stepped forward, his presence commanding the stage as he prepared to deliver the most emotionally charged part of the song. The music stopped, and everyone seemed to hold their breaths as June sang the first lines. Oh, the regrets that haunt my soul. The pain of letting you go. Akira gasped softly as he watched his friend on screen. Crazy, he whispered. He's too good. His every word seemed to hang in the air, heavy with the weight of the emotions he poured into the lyrics. The LED background shifted once more, revealing a cascade of falling white petals, symbolizing the release of pent-up emotions and the fleeting nature of the moment. And then, as if drawn into a spell, everyone's attention heightened as June reached the last line of the bridge. With a gentle yet heartbreaking twist, he changes the final lyric. I lied, I'm sorry. I pushed you away. I love you, don't leave, that's what I really wanted to say. I don't love you, leave. Now I'm all alone in the price I pay, those were the original words, but June thought it would be better to say what he truly wanted to. Juan pursed his lips together. He was thankful he was wearing sunglasses because, at that moment, he felt tears well up in his eyes. However, he wasn't alone. Jia and Bora now held hands as they cried silently. The profound impact of the subtle alteration struck at the core of their hearts. The performance continued onto the last chorus, with Yuri leading the harmony. His soaring high notes pierced the air and Lin Ji's husky voice accentuating the pain of the song. I love you, leave, I don't love you, don't leave. Our love's a secret we chose to deceive. With every smile, a part of me died. Now we're living in a love denied. The chorus served as a crescendo of emotion, a heartrending culmination of the journey the team had taken the audience on. And then, as the final notes of the song hung in the air, the studio seemed to hold its breath. The audience was silent for a moment, the weight of the performance still lingering in the space. The studio was filled with emotion, yet it still wasn't over. June stood at the center for the outro of the song. The other members of the team stood still, their gazes fixed on June. All other lights were turned off, and only the stage was illuminated. As June uttered the final words, a subtle change occurred on the LED background, a shadow of a girl standing with someone else. I love you, don't leave, please don't leave. Those were the words I wanted you to receive. The bittersweet reality of the situation was reflected in the screen, a visual representation of the girl's happiness with another, even as June remained in the shadows of her life. June's smile remained genuine and filled with an amalgamation of sadness and contentment. He leaned against the coffin, his gaze directed downwards, seemingly lost in thoughts that stretched beyond the stage. And then, as the camera zoomed in, the truth was revealed, the coffin was a mirror. The gasps from the audience resonated throughout the studio, the realization that they had been drawn into a narrative twist leaving them stunned. Hyeren covered her mouth to stifle a sob. She had already watched the stage, but this plot twist wasn't seen on screen a while ago. But I see that you're happier, though I want you to stay. But now, I'll smile while watching you from far away. The silence in the studio was profound, the revelation sinking in as June's melancholic performance took on an entirely new layer of meaning. His portrayal of longing and selflessness, of urging the girl he loved to move on, despite his own lingering feelings, painted a heartbreaking picture of sacrifice and love beyond the grave. As the final notes lingered in the air, June's actions continued to captivate the audience. He reached for the white rose that had been a recurring motif, a symbol of their love, and gently placed it on top of the coffin. And then, the moment everyone had been waiting for, June's gaze lifted, his eyes meeting the camera's lens. In that instant, a single tear fell from June's eye, glistening in the stage lights. As June held his gaze on the camera, a multitude of emotions swirled within him. 1. Why was the cameraman still focusing the camera on his face? It had already been too long. 2. How could he fucking cry during a performance? 3. He wanted to strangle Jisung for poking his eye with the rose as he passed it on to him for the outro of the song. And to add to that, the thorn part was the one that poked his eye. How could he miss that badly? June's right eye was in pain for the entirety of the last chorus, and it must have been obvious in his voice too. Of course, June didn't cry because of the song. He had already sung it way too many times for him to get overwhelmed by it. Sure, he admits that this particular performance was the most emotional one of all, but he definitely didn't cry. It was because of that damn rose. As the camera still focused on him, June pressed his lips together in what was meant to be annoyance, but the audience misinterpreted it into June fighting back even more intense emotions. I didn't expect to cry in an idol show. Genius. This stage was genius. Whoever thought of their concept deserves those extra stars. But I guess we'll only find out on the next episodes. Jun's holding back his tears. Jun's an emotional person. Jun was definitely not an emotional person. He sighed in relief when the camera started panning to his other teammates. At this point, the audience was still enamored by the emotional performance. Then, the stillness slowly transformed into a roar of cheers and admiration. It was a similar reaction backstage. The camera panned to capture the reactions of the other trainees, and the scene was nothing short of chaotic. Most of them were wiping away tears, their expressions a mix of awe, surprise, and intense sadness. Jae-young, who was known for his cold and tough exterior, seemed to be fumbling something inside his pocket. Then, with careful movements, he hastily wiped the unshed tears from his eyes. However, Akira's gaze was quick as he pointed at him. "Oh goodness. Jaeyoung's crying," he screamed, causing the other trainees to look his way. Jaeyoung's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly pocketed the wet tissue. "I am not," he defended. However, his shaky voice betrayed him, and some of the trainees burst into laughter. Akira laughed the loudest out of them all. Jae-young had always been a tough nut. When they disbanded, he didn't even cry in front of the members. However, he actually cried during this performance. "Don't worry, leader," Akira said. "Their performance was really good. I can't deny that it was very emotional. Jun, that bastard, did it again," he shook his head. How could their stage transform from an emotionless mess to this masterpiece? In the other corner of the room, CJ and Jangmoon held onto each other as they sobbed. Sungwoo, their teammate, looked at them with disgust as Jangmoon blew some mucus onto the bandana tied around CJ's bicep. "My big brother," he wailed. How could his voice hold so much pain? "It's really unfair," CJ sniffed. "Why is he so good now?" The scene of trainees crying and struggling to keep their composure backstage was both heartwarming and amusing. The profound impact of Jun's performance had caught them all off guard, shattering their expectations and leaving them genuinely moved. Even those that underestimated team aces after seeing their interim evaluations quickly swallowed their words. Compared to the noisy trainees' room, the mentors' room was filled with quiet stillness. Their jaws hung open, and they couldn't even give any commentary as the screen faded to black. However, despite the screen going off, the audience's applause continued to resonate in the studio. LA test NOVLS on, vel/.co. It was clear that none of them had moved on after the spectacular performance. Then, a sniff broke the silence. Hyerin and Jihyun, who had been mentoring the trainees, were now on the receiving end of their own medicine. "I want to be mentored by him," Jihyun thought. "So fucking cool," Hyerin cursed, catching Jihyun off guard. It was a rare occurrence for Hyerin to curse since she was upholding a very pure reputation. The two of them seemed to be in a silent agreement that they had somehow taken a liking toward Jun. Nana, Hyerin's rival, was also amazed by their performance. The rehearsals were nothing compared to the actual stage. Bone exclaimed. "These kids are insane." Miho nodded in agreement. "I must say, I don't have anything negative to say." Jae Kim chuckled out loud. "I can't believe trainees are putting out such high-caliber performances. I really thought the team that sang beside me would win, but I guess not." Even Gun, known for being an avid hater of Jun, was visibly impressed. "It's good, I guess," he quietly said. The meat compliment from Mentor Gun brought smiles to Hyerin and Jihyun's faces, their eyes alight with pride and satisfaction. "Jun's growing on you, isn't he?" Ji-hyun teased. Gun looked at her with raised eyebrows. Now, where did you get that idea? I'm complimenting the entire team. They all did a great job. Hyerin and Ji-hyun turned to each other with knowing smiles. Although Gun's compliment was surprising, the most surprising moment was yet to come. As the mentors discussed among themselves, Hwan, known for always wearing sunglasses and a straw fedora, stood up while slowly clapping his hands. It was a standing ovation. A singer of 20 years actually stood up for a bunch of trainees. However, that was just the tip of the iceberg. The most surprising thing of all was that his dark sunglasses were absent, revealing his eyes, which were filled with tears. The other mentors exchanged surprised glances, and some even gasped audibly at the unexpected sight. Hwan's eyes, which seemed to be a bit larger and rounder than anyone expected, held a mixture of emotions that caught everyone off guard. The mentors, Hyerin and Ji-hyun, exchanged amused looks, their earlier fangirling now replaced with incredulous surprise. The sight of Hwan's teary eyes was so unexpected, and the particular way his eyes looked made the moment slightly comical. So, that was the reason why he always wore sunglasses. Hwan looked like a kicked dog without them. Team Aces finally left the stage, yet the impact of their performance still lingered in the air. The audience chattered among themselves about their newfound admiration. Follow US stories at nvl/by/n.com. Jia, who was still speechless after the performance, felt like her soul had been sucked out of her body. Watching their performance was an out-of-body experience, and her fondness for June increased exponentially after it. However, she wasn't alone in her emotions. Bora, who stood there in shock, slowly turned towards Jia. She tugged on Jia's sleeve, causing the latter to snap out of her daze. What? Jia asked with one eyebrow raised. June, Bora said his name. What about him? Bora smiled, curiosity twinkling in her eyes. Tell me more about him. As Team Aces made their way backstage, Jisung slung an arm over June's shoulder. Are you all right? He asked with a concerned look. I saw you cry a while ago. It's because of you. June screamed in his mind. Zeth joined in on their conversation with a sad smile. I saw that too. I felt like I was about to burst into tears after seeing you, little brother. You did such a great job. Yuri nodded in agreement. Were you overwhelmed by your emotions? Not really, June nonchalantly said. My eyes just hurt. Lin Ji laughed out loud, slapping his knee. As expected, he chuckled. You're back to yourself again. You can tell us if you're a crybaby or something. We promise we won't laugh. June sighed. I'm telling the truth. Well, whatever the truth is, Leo butted in. I think it was a very good choice. It was a very emotional performance, and I believe we did a great job. Zeth smiled. Damn right, we did. The audience was going nuts for our performance back there. Team Aces, one of the production crew members, called for their attention. Please head to the results room right now. Afterward, join the other trainees for the overall rankings and some announcements. Zeth let out a deep breath, looking a bit nervous. Let's go, he seriously said. Just a while ago, they were a team. But now, they were back to being individual trainees. At the end of the day, this was still a competition. Jisung nudged June's side, causing the latter to look at him. I was amazed, brother, he genuinely said, showing 2 thumbs up. It would only be fair if you got first place, he whispered. June smirked but didn't respond. He sat next to Jisung as they arrived at the results room. June knew better than to expect the best results. Being on this team, he already had low expectations. All his members were in the top 10, and although his rank wasn't low, there was a clear difference in their fan bases. It was already pretty obvious in the audience today, too. Zeth's placards dominated everyone else's. So, for June, it wouldn't be too surprising if he would be the last place in their team. The screen finally lit up, and the team watched in anticipation as their ranks were shown one by one. The trainees and mentors were also monitoring their rankings backstage, and Juan, whose eyes were still exposed, was secretly rooting for June. In his mind, he was the one who embodied the song the most. In contrast with his teammates, June didn't feel nervous at all. He was already sure that he wouldn't win, but it was clear that their team would be taking the group benefit. So, there wasn't any bitterness in his heart. 6. Lin Ji, 182 votes. June's eyes widened in surprise. The team turned to Lin Ji and saw a scowl on his face. His fists were clenched, and it was obvious he didn't like the outcome of the voting. June was surprised because he genuinely thought he'd place last. If he wasn't last, then maybe he'd be 5th. 5. Leo, 197. Now, this was even more surprising. The trainees backstage also gossiped among themselves. I didn't expect that. Leo is in the top 5. That's so few votes. Is it really possible for June to rank higher than him? He didn't stand out for me. It's just expected. June let out a sigh. He's 4th. He can already feel it. 4. Jisung, 243. This was ridiculous. June's actually in the top 3? Jisung squeezed June's arm and smiled at him, his eyes crinkling in delight. I think you'd get the personal benefit, brother. June shook his head. I'm next, he said. Yuri's the current top 6, and he also had the most lines in the group. It would make more sense if he was 3rd. 3. Yuri, 256. With each member shown on screen, Jihyun's heart leaped out of her chest. She couldn't vote for June, but if she could, she'd do it 100 times. Maybe she should have taken a leave just to join the audience and vote for June. Holy, Akira whispered. June's actually competing with Zeth. Rin frowned. For quite some time, Zeth had been at the top. He had always been the #1 trainee in their company, during monthly trainee evaluations, pre-debut projects, modeling gigs, and a lot more. In this group of trainees, only Casper stood a chance against him. However, here comes June, an independent trainee who had been unknown in the idol industry before he joined Rising Stars. And to think he was actually going head-to-head with Zeth? The screen showed both of their names. Zeth versus June. Everybody seemed to hold their breaths as the final numbers were shown. The trainees gasped when they finally saw the final results. Zeth's victory, the screen showed. Sighs were heard across the room. Some were sighs of disappointment, while some were of relief. Gun was one who sighed in relief. As much as he hated to admit it, June did a very good job in this performance. However, he's still not convinced about his fast improvement. For him, it was unfair for a trainee to display such drastic improvement in less than 2 months. Zeth won, Rin frowned. He expected it, of course. At the end of the day, he's still the #1 trainee in the competition. However, he didn't expect the number of votes they had gotten. 2. June, 416. 1. Zeth, 417. Ah, Jisung said in disappointment, causing Zeth to chuckle. Do you hate that I've won? He chuckled. Jisung blushed. Oh, of course not, brother. I was just, rooting for my friend. He awkwardly tried to evade the situation. I get it, Zeth said, patting Jasung's back. It was a close match, right? Jun stood up, and Zeth immediately went next to him. That was a good match, little brother, he smiled. We weren't even fighting, Jun said. We're a team. Zeth suddenly stopped, causing Jun to look at him. What? How come you always say the right things? He exasperatedly asked. Jun scoffed and shook his head before walking backstage. As he walked in, he was surprised to see the other trainees anticipating their return. Whoa, he heard CJ and Jangmoon cheer from a distance. That's our brother right there. He almost beat the first place, y'all. Jun sighed and covered his face with his hand before standing over to where their team was supposed to be. Akira was right beside him since the teams from the same categories were next to each other. Akira nudged Jun's shoulder. Jun raised his eyebrows in inquiry. You were so cool back there, Akira winked. You made Jae-young cry. Jun glanced at Jae-young, who was on the other side of the room, and shook his head. Jun scoffed. I don't believe you, he said. That guy would never cry. He did, Akira chuckled. Just wait until the show airs. Their conversation was put to a halt when Kang Mi-ho entered the room. With a confident smile, he trudged to the podium with cue cards in his hand. The trainees remained silent, each hoping for their respective teams to emerge victorious. I won't delay this any further, Mi-ho said. I know all of you are tired after the short preparations, but bear with me, my trainees. For rap and dance, the team that impressed the audience the most is Team Shake It. Casper's team rejoiced while their competitors hung their heads low but accepted the outcomes. Up.dfrm no/v/e/lb I n.co/m. Moving on to the next category, Kang Mi-ho continued. Under the vocal and rap category, the team that left an indelible mark was Forever Young. Congratulations, you have won the 100,000 star benefit. Once again, the room erupted in cheers as the winner was unveiled. The trainees, led by Hyunwoo, exchanged looks of elation. Hyunwoo smirked in victory, feeling like the most talented person in the room. Anticipation was built for the final category, yet almost all of the trainees already knew who would win. Jun was 100% sure of it too. It would be impossible for their team not to win. He was wrong about his ranking a while ago, but now, he was 100% sure. Jun can even bet his right pinky for this. And finally, for the vocal and dance category, Mi-ho announced, drawing out the suspense, the team that truly captivated the audience and the judges with their performances. Team Aces, who performed I Love You, Leave, I Don't Love You, Don't Leave. Let us congratulate them for not only delivering an emotionally charged performance but also earning recognition from the original artist backstage, he added. They were watching? Hwan actually liked the performance? There's no doubt. They did a really good job. Amid the conversations, Mi-ho had one more surprise up his sleeve. But that's not all, he declared, his voice carrying an air of excitement. The team that has earned the highest overall stars for their performances will receive an extra 50,000 stars. A hushed silence fell over the room as the magnitude of the additional reward sank in. And then, with a dramatic pause, Mi-ho announced, and the team that has earned the overall highest stars is none other than Team Aces. Damn, Akira whispered by his side. You just packed 150,000 stars. Give some to me, bro. Jun chuckled as he looked at CJ and Jangmoon, who were cheering even louder than he was. I think they'd need it more than you do. After the announcement of the winners, it was now time for some auxiliary announcements. Mi-ho cleared his throat, and the room turned silent once more. As you all know, after the missions, there's an inevitable event that comes right after, the eliminations. A collective sigh was heard in the room, causing Miho to chuckle. I know that all of you would like to stay in the competition, but I'm afraid that's not how it works. So, ready yourselves, trainees. The second mission will be airing for 2 weeks, so make sure to prepare yourselves for the live eliminations the week after. The production crew will contact you for the next events of the competition, but for now, you will be given a break. Yes. I've been dying to go home. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I really miss my mom. I'm going to miss the cafeteria ladies here. My mom's food tastes like shit. So, with that, we shall be seeing you after next week's episode for another mission. Make sure to stay tuned for updates. Thank you, trainees, Miho said, waving his hand goodbye. Thank you, mentor. The trainees bowed their heads until Kong Miho was out of sight. As soon as he was gone, his friends huddled over at June. What are you guys going to do on this break? Nothing, June said. He was telling the truth. He wanted to do nothing at all. Maybe he'd upgrade his skills from here and there, but he wants to relax after the tiring week. Oh, come on, brother. Why don't we go out, huh? Akira asked. Can we come to your place again? That's right. Let's watch the next episode at your place, Jangmoon bounced. June sighed. You're not going. CJ smirked and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Too late. Expect us there, brother. June shook his head. I won't open the door for you. So, I'm serious. Don't come, he seriously said. CJ raised his arms in surrender. Gee, sorry, brother. We won't come. Jisung checked his phone and smiled. My parents are here to pick me up, he said. I'll get going first. Sure, Akira said. My uncle's on his way, too. Ah, good for you, guys, Jangmoon said. My mom only called me a cab. CJ stuck his tongue out. Sucks for you. I'm going out for dinner with my family today. Jangmoon rolled his eyes. Whatever, he spat. What about you, big brother? Is someone picking you up? June shook his head. I'll go on my own. Oh, right, Minx said. Your parents aren't from here, right? Yeah, June nonchalantly said. They're in heaven, or hell. He didn't know, but they definitely weren't here. I need to take the bus, so I have to go, June said, robotically waving at them before leaving. He didn't bother turning around as CJ called for him. He just wanted to go home and have a good night's sleep. It's been a while since he's had an 8-hour sleep. However, just as he was about to leave the building, somebody suddenly tugged on his arm and pulled him to a secluded area. Jun-ho? June squinted his eyes at the two people in front of him. Alex and Hyunwoo. Alex chuckled out loud when June didn't respond. Yeah, you're really Choi Jun-ho, aren't you? I almost didn't recognize you when you first revealed your face, but it's definitely you, Alex taunted, his grip on June's wrist tightening. Your eyes are still the same. June nonchalantly looked into his eyes before retreating his wrist. I don't know what you're talking about, June said. Currently, he doesn't know what these two have to do with Choi Jun-ho, and frankly, he wants to keep it that way. June could feel that they had a connection, but he could also tell that it wasn't good. These two appeared like predators in front of June. Alex and Hyunwoo glanced at each other. Still acting dumb until now, huh? Hyunwoo smirked. You acted innocent with us during our training period, but in reality, you were the company's lackey. Such a good boy you are. However, they still let you go in the end, he said, teasingly ruffling June's hair. However, June was having none of it. He clicked his tongue and swatted Hyunwoo's hand away. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking a bit annoyed. I see. You've grown some guts, haven't you? Alex frowned as he observed June's face. It was strange. The Junho he met back then was meek, silent, and always followed orders. Despite not being the most talented trainee, the company kept him around because he was good at running errands. He was the most hardworking out of them all too. Choi Junho never fought back, that was a fact. Yes, June's eyes were the same as they were in the past, anatomically, that is. But right now, there was a certain glint, a fire, in June's eyes that set him apart from the Junho they knew. Alex chuckled in disbelief. You can put up an act and show a brave facade, he said. But it doesn't take away the fact that you were the one who ruined our chances to debut back then. And now, you're here? Trying to make it into another idol group? Don't you have any conscience for what you've done? What did I do? June asked out of genuine curiosity. People around him always seemed to speak in riddles, and he wanted to know what it was that Choi Junho had really done. Hyunwoo's jaw clenched, while Alex glared at him with profound hatred. However, June remained calm throughout their ordeal, which confused the other two even more. How could he act like such a different person within the span of less than a year? It was impossible. Come on, June taunted. Tell me what I did, then maybe I'll make it up to you. What do you guys want? Want some chocolate as compensation for what I did, huh? He said in a teasing tone. Hyunwoo clenched his fists and appeared like he wanted to hit June. However, Alex held onto Hyunwoo's hand and shook his head. June smirked. Come on, man. Hit me. Hyunwoo really wanted to hit June, but Alex's expression told him otherwise. Physical violence was a disqualifying offense in Rising Stars, and they'd come too far to ruin their chances of debuting. Instead, Alex stepped forward to whisper in June's ears, "We'll show you what you did instead," he smirked. He stepped back and winked at June, a murderous glint in his eyes. With that, the two of them walked away, leaving June confused. June clicked his tongue and shook his head. Those two kids looked like a joke while they threatened him. They were merely teenagers when they trained with Choi Junho. June didn't know much about Junho's past, but based on what Fu had told him, Junho had been training at Phoenix for 6 years and left less than a year ago because a trainee replaced him for the debut position. Fu never mentioned a past with Alex and Hyunwoo, so June didn't make much of a big deal out of it. With that, he decided to head home. He already missed his small apartment. He quickly put on his hood and mask since he didn't want to risk the chance of getting recognized and flocked. June left the building and walked to the bus station. He sat on one of the benches and waited patiently. Then, a young girl with her brother sat down next to him. She had lopsided pigtails on, and it appeared like they went out to eat some ice cream. However, only the little girl was eating ice cream. The guy, who looked like he was Minx's age, sat her down, looking at her fondly while wiping her messy mouth. "Look, brother," the little girl cutely said, pointing behind June. "It's the show I like." June subtly turned his head to the side and was surprised to see a Rising Stars poster behind him. Kang Mi-ho was the face of the show, and behind him were the 100 trainees. They appeared like background characters, their faces not being seen since they were a bit blurred. Right, the young guy chuckled. The next episode is already near. Let's watch it together. The little girl nodded. I want to see Jasunji. June smirked. Good choice, little girl. How about June? Don't you like him? The guy asked, and June listened intently. No, the little girl exclaimed, causing June to frown. I don't like him. I like his pink mask. He should cover his face again. June scowled. All right, this little girl is the same as Minjun. They both speak the same way too. The guy chuckled. June's good, though. He's probably my favorite. June smiled in satisfaction. This young man will succeed someday. However, his smile quickly fell when the little girl started crying. No, she wailed. Why is he your favorite? He shouldn't be your favorite. He's not cute at all. June was appalled. What did she mean? June was cute at times. Read lat.stchers on n/v/l/b.i.cm. His friends told him so. However, his heart softened after hearing the little girl's explanation. I should be your favorite, she sniffed. If June's your favorite, then how about me? The young man chuckled as he ruffled his sister's hair. Of course, he said. You're my favorite in the entire world. Not even June can compare to you. Promise? The little girl cutely said. Promise. June let out a quiet sigh. This exchange just made him miss his little sister. Yay, the little girl exclaimed. Then, if I'm your favorite, can you buy me a doll, brother? The cute one in front of our neighbor's house. The young man scratched the back of his neck. I'll make you one. I'll make it even cuter than the one they're selling. Ah, the girl whined. But I want that one, brother. You told me you'll buy me one last month. Then, next month, the young man said. I promise. Your big brother will just try to make more money to buy you a doll. June frowned. It seemed like they were in the same situation as him and Mei Ling too. The little girl continued to insist, and it broke June's heart how she looked so dejected by his rejection. The young man, too, couldn't hide his disappointment. June felt like he had to do something. So, with a sigh, he started rummaging through his pocket. June doesn't even know why he's doing this. It's not like he'll gain anything from it. He isn't gaining any level-ups either. In fact, he's even losing something because of these two. However, there was something that tugged on his heart, telling him he needed to do something about it. He grabbed his wallet and pulled out $50. He clicked his tongue when he realized he only had enough money for a ride back home now. There goes his plans of buying some food while on his way back to the apartment. He definitely should talk to Mr. Chang and ask him to work when they have breaks like this. June patted the young man's shoulder. He looked at June suspiciously. I don't have any money, the young man said. June sighed and placed the $50 in his palm. What is this? He asked. Buy the kid the doll she wants, June coldly said. Her whining is making my ears hurt. The young man frowned. Excuse me, we're not beggars. And you're welcome to leave if you don't like my sister's voice. June clicked his tongue. Can't this boy just take it? Just think of it as a Christmas gift, June said. The latter guy narrowed his eyes. It's August. Why are you really giving me this? Buy the little kid the doll. My bus is here, June said, standing up. Wait, the young man said. We're not a charity case. I never said you were, June cut him off. I'm going. However, the young man held onto his wrist and pulled him back. The two of them made eye contact, and the young man's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, you're June. Bye. June exclaimed and ran to the bus. Buy her the doll, okay? He called out as the bus doors closed. Then, he sighed in relief when the bus finally started moving. He sat down at the very back, leaning his head against the window and gazing at the night sky. His life had been peaceful thus far. Compared to his life as Chunjun Hao, this definitely seemed a lot less dangerous. Yet somehow, there are some aspects he misses about his past life. In the end, he lived longer as Jun Hao than Jun Ho. However, he had accepted that there was no other way out. Jun still isn't sure how far he can trust Fu, but things seem to be going pretty okay so far. Reward. With the host's rank exceeding 5 steps, you are given a reward. Exceed missions and earn rewards. Since this is the host's first reward, you are given what you currently desire the most. Jun frowned. What he currently desires the most. Reward title, Perspective Taking. Have the opportunity to see Mei Ling's life. Valid for 2 minutes. Jun stood up on the bus when he read the pop-up, causing some of the passengers to look over his way. He awkwardly sat back down and muttered soft apologies under his breath. Activate now? Jun looked at the landmark outside the window and saw that he still had a little over 5 minutes before he arrived at his stop. So, he unhesitatingly nodded. Activate now. Read lat stchers on n/v/l/b/i.cm. After uttering those words, Jun's vision instantly blurred, and when it was cleared, he wasn't on the bus anymore. Instead, he was in a room that felt foreign yet warm. A scene materialized before his eyes. He found himself in a cozy kitchen, the aroma of homemade food filling the air. It was a place he had visited many times, even if he hadn't been physically present. He was now seeing through Mei Ling's eyes, and he watched as she stood in front of the stove, carefully stirring a pot of simmering soup. Her fingers deftly worked, and when she glanced at herself at the mirror of the cabinet, Jun confirmed his suspicions. He is, indeed, in Mei Ling's perspective. Jun could feel the warmth of the kitchen, the comfort of familiarity, and the love that had gone into preparing the meal. The scene shifted again, and now Jun found himself standing at the end of the street, watching as an elderly couple interacted with Mei Ling. The couple's faces were kind, their eyes filled with warmth as they spoke to her. He could sense their genuine affection for her. The realization struck him, these were the neighbors at the end of the street. The ones who had lost their child and had taken a liking to Mei Ling. Jun had known them and had even thought that, perhaps, Mei Ling would be better off living with them, especially during the times when he struggled to balance his work in the gang and taking care of her. But Mei Ling had always been adamant. She had insisted on staying with her brother, no matter the challenges they faced. He saw flashes of memories, Mei Ling's determination, her unwavering loyalty to him, her laughter that had brightened even the darkest days. And then, in the blink of an eye, Jun was back on the bus. He sat there, his heart heavy with the weight of the emotions he had just experienced. He looked down at his hands, and he felt a painful pang in his chest. He understood now, Mei Ling's choice to stay with him had been a testament to the bond they had shared as siblings. And now, knowing that she was living with the elderly couple, he felt a bittersweet feeling settle over him. He couldn't help but smile, even as his heart ached. End of reward. The scene that is played is the current Mei Ling's life. Fu hopes he fulfilled the host's wishes. Mei Ling's current life will continue while the host strives to debut. Fuck Fu. After seeing those scenes, Jun felt like he wanted to cry. However, he held himself back. Mei Ling was now happy, and Jun would like to keep it that way. And there's only one way to keep her safe, he needed to debut. Jun arrived at the apartment, still feeling a bit down, when he bumped into Grandma and Minjun along the way. He removed his hood and mask and greeted them with a smile. "Well, if it isn't our favorite trainee," Grandma exclaimed. "Did you get another break?" "Brother!" Minjun exclaimed, running to Jun and hugging his legs. Jun smiled when he saw the two of them. It somehow made him feel better after what happened on the bus. Yeah, I said. I have around 10 days before we go back to the filming site. Then, you'd be here for a long time? Minjun asked with wide eyes. June knelt down to his level and pinched his cheek. I thought you didn't want me to be here, huh, kid? Yeah, Minjun said, looking away from June. I'm just glad I have a person I can tease now. Grandma's no fun to tease. June shook his head. You still haven't changed, kid. Well, it looks like you've changed a lot, Grandma said, fondly smiling up at him. Since when have you been this handsome? I swear, you get more handsome every time we meet. It's those creams you gave me, June said. He noticed that the visual level-ups only made subtle differences. It doesn't really change his features, it only enhances them. And he wasn't lying when he said the creams that Grandma gave were actually helpful. He hasn't had a pimple since he started using them. Huh, Grandma said. I should really start using them, too. Yeah, they're good. Do you want to head back with us? Grandma asked. I'm going to make beef stir-fry today. Hell yeah, June said. He already missed her cooking. Let's go, June said, taking the grocery bags from Grandma's hand. They arrived at Grandma's apartment complex, and June noticed that they had a new TV. Whoa! June exclaimed, sitting down on the floor. What's this thing? It's a TV, duh. Minjun retorted, sitting beside him. On the other hand, Grandma went to the kitchen and started cooking the beef. It wouldn't take a long time since the thin beef slices didn't take that long to cook. June scoffed. I know that. Your old TV was fine. Why'd you buy a new one? Minjun kept quiet and played with his fingers. Grandma chuckled and answered from the kitchen. He wanted to get a better quality one so he could see you clearer. He begged her mom to buy it for us. Fortunately, since his parents are working in the States, they bought the latest model. June smirked and nudged Minjun's shoulder. So, you actually support this big brother, huh? He boasted. Shut up, Minjun snapped. I just want to watch Little Meow Meow better. Sure, whatever you say, June said, looking at their new, widescreen, 126-inch smart TV. From the looks of it, this TV is very expensive. And now that he thinks about it, Minjun's and Grandma's items always looked brand new. Heck, Grandma's bag is even from a luxury brand. They can even afford to eat beef every day. Hey, kid, June called out. Your parents are working in the States, huh? He nodded. Yeah. What do they work as? Don't know, Minjun shrugged. My grandma says that it's business. I don't know. My mom and dad don't live together, but they both have businesses. Oh, June said. Your parents are separated? Yup, he nonchalantly said. But it's okay because Grandma is with me. If your parents work there, then why don't you move to a better place? June couldn't help but ask. It was obvious that his parents were well off. The new TV is a testament to that. Minjun gestured for June to come closer, so he did. My dad wants me to live with my other grandma. They have a bigger house, but I like my grandma better. So, I decided to stay here since she didn't want to move anywhere else. This place stinks, though. It doesn't even have an elevator. But don't tell my grandma that. She's going to be sad. June looked at Minjun with amusement. This kid was very good, after all. June smiled and pinched his cheek. Don't worry, I won't. Unless you give me your old TV. Minjun rolled his eyes. Grandma already asked the landlady to bring it to your apartment. Sweet, Jun exclaimed, the thought of a new TV making him elated. Dinner's ready, boys. Grandma yelled, so the two of them quickly set up the table and waited for Grandma to bring in the main dish for tonight. The aroma of beef, vegetables, and soy sauce lingered in the air, causing Jun's stomach to rumble. He quickly sat down and shoveled the food into his mouth. Grandma watched him fondly. Ever since he gave her that coffee, she started treating him like his real grandson. Eat up, she warmly said. Jun nodded, continuing to eat. Upto.dfrm no/v/e/lb in.co/m. As they ate, Jun suddenly remembered what Minjun said a while ago. Hey, Grandma, he said. Grandma hummed. You've been living here for a long time, right? Grandma nodded. I've been here before Minjun was even born. Why? Then, did you also notice when I first came here? Why, yes, she responded. I'm always aware of the new tenants in the building. The landlady and I are the same age, and we often talk to each other. Then, did you meet me before? Jun warily asked. Just then, Grandma's expression shifted and she brought her utensils down with a dark look on her face. She nodded, her face void of any emotion, making it hard to read what she was thinking. Jun trailed off. If you've met me before, can I ask this question? How was I before? Grandma let out a long sigh before gulping her water down. It's hard to tell, she started off. For starters, you were a quiet kid. But there's one thing evident on your skin. What is it? Bruises, she said. You always had cuts and bruises. That's right, Minjun said. That's why I didn't like you back then, bro. You always looked scary coming home with bruises. Cuts and bruises? Jun asked. How did I manage to get all of that? Did you have amnesia or something? Minjun retorted. Of course, we wouldn't know. You're the only person who can answer that question. Minjun, Grandma scolded. Be more polite. Minjun clicked his tongue and continued eating. I also don't know, dear, Grandma said. But I saw you hanging out with some of the bad kids around the neighborhood. Well, it didn't look like you were hanging out with them. It just seemed like they were asking you to do their errands. So, a pushover? Minjun interrupted. Well, if you put it that way, then yes, Grandma said. As I said, you were a quiet kid. Very polite too. However, it appeared like you didn't take care of yourself very well. You were as skinny as a pole, and your under eyes were as dark as night. I wanted to give you some meals once, but it looked like you didn't want to be approached. So, Junho's a good kid? Jun asked. Grandma chuckled. You're talking about yourself in the third person? Sorry, he said. So, I was a good kid, he quickly clarified. Yes, Grandma smiled. You were. You definitely hung out with a bad crowd, but I never saw you do anything particularly bad. Good, Jun muttered. Then, he doesn't have anything to worry about. It didn't seem like Choi Junho was capable of evil things like how Alex and Hyunwoo were insinuating. Well, I'm done, Jun said, carrying his empty plate and quickly washing it on the sink. I'll watch a show on your new TV, okay? He called out before lying down on the carpet and catching up on some basketball games. Not long after, Minjun joined him. He sat on the couch and started playing some games. Then, Jun suddenly remembered his first mission, make an SNS account. Hey, kid, June said, turning the volume of the TV down. What? Minjun asked, not looking away from his phone. Do you know how to make an SNS account? Minjun finally lifted his head. You don't know how to make an SNS account? No, June honestly said. I don't have one. You don't have Navel? He asked. I saw you scrolling on it a while ago. June was familiar with Weibo when he was still in China, and he learned that Navel was the Korean version of that. However, he didn't know that you could make an account on those two platforms. He thought it was merely for big celebrities and news sites. No, he said. Don't you just scroll on it or something? It's a news app, right? Minjun turned off his game and massaged his temples. You're really an old man. You don't even know this stuff? June clicked his tongue, bringing out his cracked phone from his pocket. Just show me, won't ya? I want to make an SNS account. Minjun shook his head and repeatedly clicked his tongue. I swear, Grandma is better than you. She even has her own account here. She does? June's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, Minjun responded. Now, come here. I'll show you how to get started. June went closer to Minjun and handed him his phone. Minjun clicked his tongue as he opened the very old, very heavy device. Maybe I should ask my dad to buy you a new phone, he said. Then, do that, will ya? Your big bro is struggling over here. Minjun shook his head. Maybe if you give me little meow meow's sign. But right now, you should stick with this ancient phone. June clicked his tongue. Give it to me. Just teach me or something so I know what to do next time. Fine, Minjun grumbled. Go over to sign up and click the button. June followed his instruction well. This was simple enough for him to understand. Then go ahead and fill out that important information. Afterward, show me when it's done, he said. Okay, June said, taking this seriously. Technology had always been his weak feet, and even as June Hao, he often asked help from Mei Ling to navigate his phone. In the end, it was still too hard for him, so he merely used it for texting, funny videos, and news updates. Name, age, birthday. Name, June. Age, 21. Birthday, December 23, 2002. Find updates on n/v/elben. co/m. Sex, M. Those were easy enough. June answered those questions in a breeze. However, when it came to the username part, he became stuck. Hey, kid. What's this? He asked, pointing at the username portion. You don't even know what that is? Minjun asked. No, June retorted. Stop asking me questions. Just help me, kid. Minjun shook his head. It was strange how a young adult like June didn't even know how SNS works. It's a username. It's what other people see when they're interacting with you. Ah, so my name? June asked. Minjun sighed in frustration. They already asked for your name, dimwit. It's the username. Something creative and fun so that other people will be interested in interacting with you. You're going to be a celebrity soon, so make sure to make it good, okay? Okay, June said, determined to come up with a good username. June. Username has already been taken. June Choi. Username has already been taken. Idol June. Username has already been taken. June the Great. Username has already been taken. June July August. Username has already been taken. the real June. Username has already been taken. What the fuck? June cursed, getting frustrated because of his numerous failed attempts. Hey, you cursed! Minjun exclaimed, but June ignored him. It doesn't want me to have a username, June whined. It's always taken. Why the hell are all the ones I like taken? Minjun sighed and grabbed his phone and looked at his recent username titles. Ew, lame, Minjun said. Because these are so generic. Other people have already taken it. June frowned. What's your username then? Minjun smiled and opened his naval account. It was named Minmin. What? June exclaimed. That's it? Mine are so much better than that. My 25,000 followers don't think so, Minjun said, proudly zooming in on his follower account. Why do you have so many? June asked in disbelief. Minjun shrugged boastfully. What can I say? They like my updates. June sighed in frustration. He grabbed his phone from Minjun's hand and typed in Junjun. Username has already been taken. This became an ongoing battle for June. It felt like this was more intense than the XX battle from Rising Stars. June_Rising Stars. Username has already been taken. June_the_Rising Star. Username has already been taken. Kitty Idol June. Username has already been taken. June the Idol on Rising Stars with the pink cat mask. The username is too long. Fuck this app. The username contains explicit words. With a collected sigh, June tried once again. June_idol_rising_stars_kitty. Username has already been taken. Oh, come on, he screamed. How is that even fucking taken? Minjun watched him in amusement, popping some popcorn in his mouth. This has been going on for well over 15 minutes to 30 until it finally came. Username approved. He sighed in relief and plopped down on the carpet when it was finally done. Minjun raised his eyebrows and picked up his phone to look at the username June had created. Hi_I'm Kitty Junixr1S1INGST4R5. This username sucks ass, Minjun said as he looked June in the eye. Minjun! Grandma yelled, just having finished her night shower. Don't curse, you foolish child. I'm just telling the truth. Minjun yelled. Look at his username, Grandma. You can't tell me it doesn't look bad, he said, showing her June's phone. June looked at Grandma with wide, bright eyes. It wasn't too bad, right? However, Grandma quickly pursed her lips when she saw his username. See, it's bad. Minjun chuckled. Grandma let out a sigh. It is pretty bad. Why didn't you stick with a much simpler username, she asked. I tried everything, June said. That's the most I could do. Who would have thought that this would be hard? You have a navel too, right, Grandma? He asked. Grandma nodded. I made one with Minjun last month since I wanted to monitor your progress on Rising Stars. What's your username then? June asked. I'm sure you also had a hard time making one. Grandma shook her head. The first thing I typed worked. June frowned. What's your username then? Is it similar to mine? Grandma opened her phone and went to Naval. She quickly navigated her page and showed June her user interface. Here, she said. June couldn't believe his eyes. This is your username? He asked. She nodded with a smile. Isn't it cute? Do you know someone from Naval? How could you have such a simple username? Well, it wasn't taken, Grandma nonchalantly said. Your username's good too. It's one of a kind. June sighed. Grandma's username was Grandma. And it wasn't taken by other people? It seemed like the world had it out for June. Congratulations, host. You have completed your mission. Create an SNS account. Please pick an aspect to improve. Dance. Wise choice. Dance +1. Current grade, B. The soft glow of the sunset spilled into June's bedroom, casting a warm ambience in the small room. After days of grueling practice and intense competition in Rising Stars, he finally had the chance to sleep for more than 8 hours. So, despite his rock-hard mattress and poorly ventilated room, he felt so serene, like the room wrapped him in a comfortable embrace. Get latest double CHDers on nvelbj/n.c/m. June lay sprawled on his bed, his tousled hair spilling over the pillow. His chest rose and fell rhythmically as he snoozed, completely unaware of the world around him. After hours of deep slumber, a faint grumble came from June's stomach, prompting him to stir awake. Blinking away the remnants of his sleep, he stretched his arms overhead and let out a contented sigh. June pushed himself to his feet and shuffled into the kitchen. He rubbed his eyes and stifled a yawn, his mind still caught in the realm between sleep and wakefulness. He rummaged through his almost empty cupboard and smiled when he saw a packet of spicy ramen in the farthest corner. He had missed the simple pleasures of junk food during his time on the show, and the ramen would be the best item to satisfy his craving. With practiced ease, June filled a pot with water and set it on the stove. The soft hiss of water soon grew into a bubbling symphony as he dropped the noodles and seasoning packet into the pot. As he waited, he leaned against the counter, gazing out the window. The view of his neighborhood seemed remarkably different from the camera-filled sets he'd become accustomed to. As the water boiled, June quickly turned off the stove to make the noodles have that bouncy feel. He then placed it on top of the coaster on the small table, not bothering to use a bowl since washing it would be too much work. He opened the lid, and the air instantly overflowed with the distinct scent of ramen, the comforting fragrance of umami and spices that seemed to have the power to make his heart dance. June's hand hovered over the steaming pot of ramen, the chopsticks poised for the long-awaited bite. However, just as he was about to dig in, an insistent knock echoed through his apartment, jolting him out of his peaceful moment. Irritated, he shot a glare at the door as if his displeasure alone could fend off the intruder. Sighing, he set the chopsticks down and trudged to the door, his annoyance growing with each step. He yanked the door open, fully prepared to give whoever was on the other side a piece of his mind. But his words froze on his tongue as he took in the unexpected sight. There stood CJ and Jang-moon, grinning cheekily. Behind them, Akira and Jisung shared a knowing smile as if they were all conspirators in some grand plan. "Hey, big brother!" Jang-moon exclaimed. "Did you miss us?" "No," June deadpanned. "I saw you yesterday. I don't want to see you until the mission next week." Before June could react, the two of them breezed past him, strolling into his apartment with the familiarity of people who had lived there for years. June's jaw dropped in disbelief. He hadn't realized his front door had turned into a revolving entrance for his fellow trainees. CJ plopped down on the couch, making himself comfortable with a contented sigh. "Aw, it's good to be here. Your place smells like you. It's so comforting." June's face twisted into disgust. "What the fuck does that mean?" Jang-moon strolled into the kitchen as if he owned it, opening the fridge as if he had the right to do so. "You've got any drinks in here?" June's irritation was rapidly transforming into bewildered amusement. He opened his mouth to tell him off, but CJ quickly cut him off. "Hey, what's that delicious smell?" CJ's eyes lit up with a mischievous twinkle as he followed his nose to the small table. Jun's heart sank as CJ made a beeline for the ramen. "Don't you dare." But it was too late. CJ and Jangmoon each sat at the table and plunged their chopsticks into the bowl of ramen, slurping away with enthusiasm. Jun's frustration reached a boiling point. "Are you kidding me? That's mine." "Damn," CJ sighed in satisfaction. "You're really a great cook, bro. Why does this taste so much better than when I make it?" Jun's eyebrows knitted together as he watched his friends feast on his treasured bowl of ramen. With a huff of surrender, he finally spoke up. "Okay, seriously, what are you all doing here? I told you not to come." Akira wrapped his arm around his shoulder. "We came here to watch Rising Stars with you," he said. "Jisung even bought food," he said, gesturing to the plastic bag in Jisung's hand. "Leave that here, then go home. Watch it at your house." Akira clicked his tongue. "But we came this far already, and we even have a surprise guest." Jun's confusion deepened as Akira made a grand gesture toward the doorway. "He's a bit shy, so he's been hiding behind that wall." Jun frowned and squinted his eyes. "Jae-young," he muttered. "Hey," Jae-young mumbled. "What the hell are you doing here?" Jun asked. Jae-young scratched the back of his head. "Well, the other guys said they're going to come to your place, so I, wanted to come too," he said the last statement so quietly that Jun didn't even hear it. "Go home," Jun said to the five of them, but it seemed like they weren't listening. Instead, they made themselves feel at home, turning on Jun's new TV and opening the packets of food they bought. Jun stood at the doorway and sighed. He can never have a peaceful day, can he? With the skies finally turning black, the group settled in front of the TV to watch the 5th episode of Rising Stars. They tuned into Azure's YouWatch channel, where numerous comments could be seen floating at the side. "Look," CJ pointed, still snacking on Jun's ramen. "They're talking about you, brother. You've become so popular that you can even compete with Jaeyoung's fans." Jun squinted his eyes to read the comments. "Jun is my little kitty cat. I raised him, fed him, and taught him how to use the toilet. Please give him lots of love. I can't wait for Jun's team to suffer again. I'm always looking forward to watching Jun struggle during these missions. It's my joy in life. Fighting, Jun. Let's see a fight this time." Jun sighed. It's hard to decipher whether these are really fans' comments or not. How come Jae-young and the others get such cute comments from their fan bases? Jangmoon cracked up as he read the comments out loud. Truly, Jun's fans were the funniest of their kind. Jun clicked his tongue and placed a piece of lettuce in Jangmoon's mouth, effectively shutting him up. "The song choosing is up first," Jisung said. This was legendary. I really thought the bottom ranks would finally be able to pick the songs first. CJ sighed. I thought so too. But of course, Azure wouldn't give us what we wanted that easily. The scene continued until it was time for Jun to choose a song. The people in the comments were excited to see another stage from Akira and Jun, but little did they know. Rin came into the room, pacing back and forth between the two song choices. In the end, he mercilessly kicked Jun out of Team Beside Me, so he naturally went to I Love You, Leave, I Don't Love You, Don't Leave. Jun and Akira. But it's okay, at least he'll be with Jisung. I wonder how they're going to perform this song. The team has so many good members already. Find updates on n/v/elbin.co/m. This song is tough to sing, isn't it? I don't have a good feeling about it. Then, Ren's interview was shown on screen. I had to do it, he said. Hwan's song had way too many competitors. It'll be very hard to arrange too. Jun sighed. He understood Ren's reasoning. As one of the few members of the show who actually has producing skills, I love you, leave, I don't love you, don't leave was something he had to avoid. Afterward, the birth of the legendary teen was born. The comment section was going nuts for the unexpected combination. Almost all of the top 10 trainees were in Jun's team. Good luck, Black Kitty. As expected, he's really a black kitty. How can he compete with these monsters? He probably got last during the second mission. Jun scoffed. These people, if they only knew Jun got second place. The team performances started with Akira's team, and their process wasn't the smoothest out of all too. Rin ran into some problems with the arrangement, and his other group mates started blaming him for doing a mediocre job. Jang Moon frowned. I thought you didn't run into any problems at all. You did well during the interim evaluations. Akira sighed. Yeah, my other teammates are just pieces of shit, honestly. They gave Rin all the work to arrange the song, but they blamed him for not doing a satisfactory job. I helped Rin the second time, so we were able to make another one on the same day. That's good, Jisung said. Rin looked really sad in those scenes. The team performances continued until the team that performed Forever Young came on screen. This team comprised of the Phoenix trainees and 4 other unknown trainees. Naturally, Hyunwoo won the personal benefit since he had the highest rank. These two are like 2 peas of a pod, aren't they? Akira asked. I rarely see them without the other. It's natural, Jae-young responded. They're from the same agency. Still, Akira said, looking to be in deep thought. There's something strange between them. I wonder if they've trained together for a long time. They have, CJ suddenly said, causing Jun to turn to him. You know them? Jun asked. Duh, CJ said in an obvious tone. I know most of the trainees in the competition. Especially those who came from bigger companies. So you knew about me already? Jisung asked. CJ proudly nodded. I came to one of your dance competitions too. You were great, man. Jisung looked at him with wide eyes, but CJ remained unfazed. Akira, too, was weirded out. Just how much do you gossip around? Akira asked. A lot, he responded. You'd be surprised by what I know. What do you know? Jun couldn't help but ask. Maybe he could learn about Alex and Hyunwoo through CJ. Let's start with the basics, the kid stuff. Alex and Hyunwoo had been training for a long time. I think 5 or 6 years. At a young age, they started training with Phoenix, and they were even bound to debut with Chaos at that time. Jisung gasped in surprise. Really? Did that fall through then? Well, of course, CJ said. They wouldn't be in Rising Stars if it went well. It just so happened that they were taken out of the debut team 6 months before the set debut date. I think it had something to do with another unknown trainee. Jun's frown deepened. The unknown trainee? Do you know about him? No, CJ said. I don't keep up with the unknown losers. Ah, so you don't keep up with yourself? Jang Moon nonchalantly asked as he continued eating. CJ slapped the back of his head, and the two of them proceeded to brawl on the floor, causing the others to laugh. Jun, however, remained silent. So, he definitely had something to do with the fall-through of Alex's and Hyunwoo's debut. But in what way? Jun cleared his throat. Don't you have any other details on why they didn't debut? CJ and Jangmoon stopped fighting and finally let go of each other. "There is something else," he slowly said. "Come here," he whispered, gesturing for them to come closer. The five of them huddled together. The reason why they didn't debut is because they murdered someone. June felt his heart skip a beat, and it seemed like the others were also taken aback by CJ's statement. Murder? Is June a part of something that's way deeper than he had imagined? Then, like a fucking joke, CJ laughed out loud, causing a collective sigh to break out in the room. "Hey," Jangmoon said. "That's not a good joke." CJ continued laughing but eventually raised his hands in surrender. "Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know if that's real," he said. "But it's not plain baseless. It's an ongoing rumor in Phoenix. It hasn't been confirmed, though." "Give us the context at least," Jangmoon retorted. "Geez, fine," CJ said. "Let's start from the beginning. Apparently, there were 4 ancient trainees in Phoenix, those that have been training for the next big boy group in the company. Your favorite ovals at n/vl/bin.com. They were set to debut in Chaos, but somehow, none of them managed to get through, he said. "And 2 of them were Alex and Hyunwoo?" Jae-young asked. "Yes," CJ affirmed. "And the bullying scandal I told you is about the other trainee. Apparently, the bullying was so intense for this one trainee that he had to leave. That was the confirmed story. However, the streets are saying that he was beaten to death." Jangmoon grimaced. "I don't think that's real. We're just trainees. I'm sure the company wouldn't tolerate it if it happened." June felt so confused. Is the trainee in the story pertaining to him? But then, it wouldn't make sense. How could Alex and Hyunwoo still know him if he had died already? "You said there were 4, June said. "Where's the other one right now?" "Right," CJ said. "The lives of these 4 ancient trainees intertwined until the end. The other one was bullied, so who was naturally accused? Of course, the other 3. However, in the end, Alex and Hyunwoo pleaded innocent, and only the other one was blamed. He got kicked out of the company, while Alex and Hyunwoo got to stay but were kicked out of the debut group. They were all replaced by newer trainees in the end." June pursed his lips. So, it was most likely that he was the 4th trainee in the story, the one who got kicked out. He cursed under his breath. He didn't have a good feeling about that one. Then, if there were 4 of them back then, did the other trainee die too? Choi Jun-ho would have died if Jun-ho didn't transmigrate in his body. This was just confusing. "I'm really surprised that you know so much about this stuff," Akira said. "It makes me wonder if what you're saying is credible." "It's 100% legit," CJ defended. "I've been an insider for years now. I know what's false and what's fact. The murder part is probably false, but all the other details are real. At least, that's what my sources tell me," he chuckled. "Do a lot of people know about this?" June asked. "Of course not," CJ said. "It's insider news. Only a few people are aware of it. So, don't go telling people what you've heard today." Jae-young scoffed. "It's not like they'll believe me anyway." "I don't want to talk about this anymore," Jisung said in a shaky voice. "Let's just go back to watching the show, please." The 5 lads didn't realize they had been talking for quite some time. It was already near the end of the episode. Even as June faced the screen, he couldn't help but let his mind wander to what CJ had said. The details were different from what Fu had told him. At the start, Fu said that Junho was merely replaced by a new trainee despite training for plenty of years. He never mentioned how he got replaced. Jun clicked his tongue. This was much more complicated than he had thought. So, only 6 teams are going to be aired today? Jae-young asked. We'll be shown next week then. Aish, CJ sighed. Because of you guys, I missed Bottleicious. Just watch it online, Akira retorted. Maybe then, you'll get 1 million views, he teased, causing CJ and Jangmoon to chase him around the room. It was a joke. The 3 of them continued to run like little kids. Jun sighed and faced the TV once more. He didn't appear much on today's episode. It was expected. Their team's performance will be shown next week, probably at the very end too. So, all in all, it wasn't too eventful. That is, until the previews were shown. Quiet down, will you? Jae-young snapped. The previews are here. The 3 finally stopped running and sat back down for the previews. It was seemingly normal at first, just showing practice sessions transitioning to legendary performances. However, it got weirder at the end. It first showed the fight between team aces and how it wasn't going well. Jun had already expected this to happen. The production crew would milk their misunderstandings and create a tension that was far more intense than the actual scene. Jisung played with his fingers as he paid attention. Damn, you went through a lot, Akira chuckled. This background music isn't helping at all, too. Then, the screen momentarily turned black. Just as they thought the teaser was finally over, a night camera was shown on screen, along with the rustling sound of white noise. Jun frowned when he recognized the scene. Here were 2 trainees sitting on the stairs, oblivious to the fact that they were being recorded. Brother, that's you, Jisung said, pointing at the screen. And Zeth? At first glance, Jun already thought it was weird. They were sitting on the staircase. It was the day Jun comforted Zeth, which moved him to tears. However, the shot made it look like Zeth was crying because of Jun, and it wasn't anything good. It was blurred, and their distance seemed to be letting on an unspeakable tension. Then, Jun opened his mouth. Nobody actually cares about you at all. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. You're not special. The 5 of them watched in unnerved silence. Afterward, the scene where Jun was storming off into his room, leaving Zeth behind, was shown. And just like that, the evil editing began. Well, that's all for this part, truckers. See you all in the next part.